Chapter 881, Dual Cultivation of Body and Magic. 2. He had originally wanted to buy all the liquefaction and crystal phase techniques in one go, but he had been overthinking. I wonder what is the difference between 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade. This was the first time Levi had heard of such a division. For an ordinary wizard, having one was already good enough. How could they have the qualifications to choose? A 1st grade liquefaction technique is generally a more advanced method and is more suitable for the current era. The creator is usually more famous, and the efficiency and success rate of liquidizing will be slightly better than a 2nd grade or 3rd grade technique. Sir, I'm not trying to promote it to you. I sincerely suggest that if you have money, you should choose the best one without hesitation, especially the one with the endorsement of a legendary wizard. It's absolutely reliable. After all, once you choose a liquefaction method and start cultivating it, there's no way to change it. Some low-level techniques definitely have some shortcomings, said the witch. Levi then looked at the spiritual force of the gasification technique and was surprised to find that he had once cultivated the earth and fire gasification technique. It was classified as 2nd grade gasification knowledge and was worth 30,000 ether stones. Forget it, I won't save money. I'll just fill it up. Levi now had 600,000 ether stones on him, so he could definitely afford it. I only have succubus breast milk left for the materials of my succubus potion. I don't have any expenses for now. 300,000 is enough for the materials of the purgatory ghost killing array. Although Levi was rich, he had always been frugal. He had painstakingly taken this money from the dark wizard. Every cent was hard to come by. I'll get the extreme cold liquefaction technique, said Levi. All right, sign the confidentiality and sales ban agreement. No problem. Although he had obtained the extreme cold liquefaction technique, he did not have the time to study it in detail. He only roughly read the basic introduction of the liquefaction technique. The colder it is, the easier it would be to liquefaction one's spiritual force under the stimulation of the low temperature outside. As long as 1 unit of spiritual power is liquefied into 1 drop of spiritual power dew, it could be called advancing to the 4th circle. However, this 4th circle could only be described as a transition period. Only by converting all 200 units of spiritual force into spiritual force dew could one truly enter the 4th circle. The length of this transition period depended on the talent of each wizard, the quality of the liquefaction method, and other factors. It could be as short as 3 to 5 years, or as long as it could be decades. In short, the beginning was difficult. The first drop was the most difficult, but the rest was much faster. During the transition period, the state of a wizard's spiritual force would be a little unstable, and it was best to avoid casting spells as much as possible. Otherwise, the spiritual power that had already liquefaction might also be vaporized again, and all previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, during this period, it would be best for the wizard to find a safe place and cultivate in seclusion peacefully. They would do their best to pass the transition period. After the 4th circle, every additional unit of spiritual force required 1 drop of spiritual force dew. 500 drops of dew could be crystallized. The quality of liquid spiritual force was also higher than that of gas. A drop of liquid spiritual power was equivalent to 40 points of spell power. It was said that there were some extremely rare special potions and truth oddity that could increase the upper limit of one's spiritual force. If he could increase the upper limit of his spiritual force before the crystallization, he would benefit greatly after the crystallization and when he breaks through to the primordial soul realm in the future. Before the crystal phase, every 100 points of spiritual force increase would increase the success rate of breaking through to the primordial soul realm by 10%. The limit of an ordinary 5th circle wizard's spiritual force was 1000 points, while some wizards who had taken special potions or refined truth oddity might have an upper limit of 1100 points of spiritual force. That meant that their success rate of breaking through to the primordial soul realm was 10% higher than that of ordinary wizards. There was even a water element child who was already at the peak of the 4th circle when he was 200 years old. However, he accidentally obtained a truth oddity. In order to refine the truth oddity, he waited for 300 years and increased his spiritual force to an unprecedented 1500 points in the endless sea. He only began to crystallize when he was 500 years old. Now, this wizard was called Deep Blue Sage Luther. Therefore, some 4th circle wizards who were interested in the primordial soul realm would deliberately stay for a while even if they had 500 drops of dew. But at the same time, the Frost Witch also gave some advice to these deliberate call-level phenomena. First of all, most wizards had to accept the fact that only a very small number of people were destined to break through to the primordial soul realm. Therefore, if ordinary wizards delayed the crystal phase and did not advance to the fifth circle in order to increase the success rate of breaking through to the primordial soul realm, they might miss the best time to crystal phase and waste their limited lifespan. In the end, the gains would not make up for the losses, and they would not even succeed in the crystal phase. Secondly, whether it was potions that increased the upper limit of spiritual force, truth oddity, or certain meditation techniques that claimed to increase the upper limit of spiritual power, they were either almost extinct or they would take a lot of time to digest and absorb. Ordinary wizards should always have a fluke mentality and imagine that they were the lucky ones who were destined to be lucky. Grasping what is in front of you, if you can get to the crystal phase, you should go ahead. Of course, if you have enough confidence in a treasure like the truth oddity, you could wait. In short, this kind of deliberate delay in advancing is not desirable. After Levi finished reading it, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Chapter 882, Dual Cultivation of Body and Magic. 3. This is the benefit of having a large organization. This level of knowledge is simply unknown to many wizards. At least, I have always naively thought that the upper limit of a wizard's spiritual force is fixed, and everyone is the same. However, what the Frost Witch said was very reasonable. It is not advisable to waste a good opportunity for that fleeting opportunity. I'll let nature take its course before I reach the crystal phase in the future. If there's something like a truth oddity, I'll fight for it. If there isn't, I'll advance when I have 500 drops. Deep Blue Sage is only an exception. Those who can advance to the legendary stage are 100% hot shots. Just relying on the talent of the children of the elements to advance to the primordial soul realm is already a blessing in disguise. Under the premise that the Endless Sea has a huge population, there are actually not many children of the elements born in each period. However, with so many children of the elements, how many of them could attain primordial soul realm? As for the transition period, it doesn't affect me much because other than my wizard cultivation, I also could be a knight. That doesn't require me to cast spells. Moreover, with my current elemental talent and this first-class leakification method, the transition period should not exceed 10 years. As such, after completing the witch's family quest, I would have to search for an extremely cold place. It might not be easy to find that place in the Endless Sea, but there is a place, a suitable place, that can help me pass the transition period faster. Realm of Ice. I need to find an opportunity to advance to the fourth circle in the Realm of Ice and bring Emperor Mew back. At the same time, interview the Goddess Knight. It's killing two birds with one stone. After making his plans for the next 30 years, Levi returned to the Wizard Tower and began to prepare to head to the Outer Sea region. The next day, the team that the Witch's family was going to send to Area 7 in the Outer Sea region, the Pharmacists Association's branch, was ready. Levi arrived at the port with the Rose Witch's team. He crossed his arms and stood on a pink wizard airship. This airship was a level 3 airship Pink Light that Madame Triss had eliminated. Whether it was speed or functions, it was far superior to the slum version of Flying Shark that Levi had used before. The new version was also worth more than 100,000 ether stones. This was also one of the rewards that Triss had given Levi. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, it was given to him. Although it was a little weird for Levi to use a pink airship, it was free. The witch party is all here. Team leader Levi, prepare to set off, said the Rose Witch. All right, let's talk about the details on the boat. Levi nodded. Everyone boarded the wizard airship. The pink light activated the invisibility array and quickly flew towards Area 7 of the Outer Sea region. On the airship, Levi sized up his team members. Rose was a veteran third circle wizard who had mastered 2 innate spells. She was pretty strong and was also a 24 flowers wizard with rich combat experience. Other than that, there were 3 third circle wizards. Team leader, let me introduce you to our team members. This is Violet Witch, you've seen her before. Rose pointed at a witch wearing a purple robe beside her. Sir Levi, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Violet Witch smiled. She still remembered that when she was a senior second circle wizard, Levi seemed to be a senior first circle wizard. Now, although she was a third circle wizard, Levi seemed to have advanced earlier than her. His spiritual force fluctuations were far above hers. It seemed like what Rose had said was true. Sir Levi was not an ordinary person. Levi smiled and replied, "Beautiful Violet. Of course, I remember. We had a great time working together. Violet smiled and nodded. Team leader, this is Celestia. Like me, she's also a third circle senior wizard. You can call her Lily Witch. Lily. Are you also one of the 24 flowers? Levi asked. Yes, I often hear Rose mention you. Now that I've seen you, you're really. It's rare to see a wizard as strong and sturdy as you. The Lily Witch wore a flawless white robe with a lily pattern on it. Lastly, this is Wizard Anya. Like you, he's also an external aid pharmacist. He also lives in the Nether capital. Although he's a third circle wizard like us, he has mastered 3 innate spells. He once severely injured a 4th circle dark wizard with spells. The last person introduced was obviously a heavyweight. Upon hearing this, Levi could not help but look at the male wizard who was sitting in a corner, looking rather gloomy. This was the first time he had met a 3-talent wizard. Hello. Wizard Anya did not seem to like to talk much and was a little aloof. Levi did not say anything else. After this mission was completed, they would not have much interaction. Let me introduce myself. I'm Levi, a third circle wizard. I've dabbled in body refinement and spells, and I'm not bad at all. At least I should be capable enough to be everyone's team leader. We are all elites of the Witch's Tower. I personally believe that as long as we work together, it won't be difficult to complete this quest. Since Madame Triss has chosen me to be the team leader, I naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of a team leader. When we arrive at the battlefield, I will assign responsibilities according to your factions and abilities. I hope that everyone will listen to my commands. No problem, said Rose Witch. She had explored the secret realm with Levi before and knew that Levi's strength was far beyond the third circle. She reckoned that with all his trump cards added together, he would not be inferior to Anya, who was a rare 3-talent wizard. Chapter 883, Dual Cultivation of Body and Magic. 4. After all, Levi was the only one who had caused the man-faced spider plan to fail. After discussing the initial plan, Levi returned to the cabin to rest. The 3 witches on the ship were chatting in Rose's cabin. Rose, is this the powerful person you mentioned? I feel like he is a very ordinary body refining wizard, Lily Witch mumbled. Because Rose often talked about how amazing Levi was in front of her, it had unknowingly raised her expectations. She didn't have a partner herself, so she thought that she could get to know someone who was not bad. After meeting Levi, she was slightly disappointed. You don't understand. Levi is very low-key. He looks burly, but he's not like that on the inside. Violet, you've seen him before. What do you think of him? Rose asked. I think he's all right. He's quite reliable. At that time, we joined forces to defeat the dark wizard Boiling Beast Blood. Moreover, he seems to be like a master. He's also a human knight, and he's even a legendary knight. Violet smiled and said. Let's not talk about him. This is the first time I've seen Anya. He's actually a 3-talent wizard. I wonder if he has a partner. Lily asked. I don't know about that. To be able to become the external wizard of the witch's family as a male wizard, he must have something extraordinary about him. All right, stop gossiping. Lily, you're just too ambitious. The people you like are often more outstanding than you. I'm going to be straight with you. It's unlikely that a proud son of heaven like Anya would fall for you. According to my observation of Sir Levi, he also has no interest in men and women. You'd better be more practical. The airship designer of the Seven Waters Sreeple I introduced to you last time is quite good. Rose scolded without hesitation. Lily pouted. Although Rose was telling the truth, it still hurt her heart. While Levi and the others were hurrying on their way. In the Outer Sea region, Area 7, Hot Wind Harbor. 90 years ago, this was the headquarters of the Hot Wind Harbor Wizard Alliance. Levi had even been certified as a first circle pharmacist here. However, because of the civil war between the Master of Flames and the Lush Forest Witch, this third circle organization fell apart and later became a ruin. Now, a black wizard tower stood there. In the wizard tower, there were 2 fourth circle wizards conversing. One of them was the one who had been cheated on by the Lush Forest Witch and then sought refuge with Black Sun Adam, the Master of Flames, Chlor. He was a senior third circle wizard, but he was chased by a fourth circle wizard, Riemann, and he managed to escape. After that, he joined the Black Sun Steeple. In order to take revenge on the Lush Forest Witch, the Master of Flames worked hard to complete the mission, snatch resources and make contributions. In the end, he was appreciated by the higher-ups and successfully advanced to the 4th Circle Realm. After reaching the 4th Circle Realm, he took the initiative to apply to the organization to come to Area 7 to destroy Riemann and bring Area 7 under the Black Sun Steeple to expand its territory. The organization naturally agreed. The Master of Flames was originally from here and was very familiar with Area 7. The Master of Flames had spent 20 years. On one hand, he had sent his Third Circle wizards to lead a team to destroy all the forces in Area 7. On the other hand, he had quietly hidden on a deserted island. He had liquefied all his spiritual force and smoothly passed the transition period. Now, there were more than 200 drops of spiritual force due in his body, and his spell power had exceeded 8,000 points. He had also mastered 2 4th Circle spells. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had been on the run for 90 years. Now, he was qualified to take revenge on the Lush Forest Witch and Riemann. Opposite the Master of Flames was a confident dark wizard. Black-eyed Crow Modai. Both of them were members of the Black Sun Steeple and seemed to be plotting something big at the moment. After they finished conversing, the Black-eyed Crow left the place in satisfaction. The Master of Flames sat alone in the Wizard Tower. With Black-eyed Crow dealing with Riemann, I can take down the Giant Tree Secret Realm in peace. He made a deal with the Black-eyed Crow. He paid a huge price to hire the Black-eyed Crow to deal with Riemann and take his head. He, on the other hand, was in charge of besieging the Giant Tree Secret Realm for a long time and finally taking it down. The ownership of the Secret Realm belonged to the Black-eyed Crow, and the power to deal with the Wizard and Lush Forest Witch belonged to the Master of Flames. This was actually an unfair deal. However, the Master of Flames had no choice. Although he was a 4th Circle wizard now, he was still no match for Riemann. In this area, the only one who could defeat Riemann and take his head was the Black-eyed Crow, who was in the top 10 of the Dark List. With the Black Sun demonic flame bestowed by the organization, she will either die in the Secret Realm or come out to die. Master of Flames sneered inwardly. The Giant Tree Secret Realm was in ruins. Black demonic flames were rising from the primeval forest. The sky was filled with black flames, and it was no longer like the blue sky and white clouds. Some wizards were trying their best to extinguish the black flames with the spells of the Ocean faction, but it was futile. This was the Black Sun Steeple's unique flame, Black Sun Demonic Flame. Wherever the demonic flame passed, everything would be destroyed, and the world would be dark. Around the Lush Forest Tower, a protective shield was activated, blocking the poisonous black flames outside. The Lush Forest Witch and Marlene looked at the wounded on the ground, and their hearts were filled with incomparable pain. The Lush Forest Witch did not expect that the Giant Tree Secret Realm would still be exposed. The Master of Flames had long suspected her, so he had planted a spy beside her. That spy often tipped Chlor off, who was cultivating outside. Some time ago, after the Master of Flames made preparations, the mole leaked the coordinates of the Secret Realm. While Riemann wasn't around, the Master of Flames personally led his men to open the Secret Realm passage and kill his way in. Chapter 884, Dual Cultivation of Body and Magic. 5. However, he was defeated by Riemann's backup plan, and the traitor was exposed and killed. The Lush Forest Witch ordered the Secret Realm to be completely closed. All the wizards were to defend this place and wait for the rescue from the pharmacist headquarters. However, although Master of Flames was forced back, he left behind this troublesome Black Sun demonic flame, devouring their living space in the Secret Realm. Now that the flames of war are raging, I wonder when the reinforcements from the headquarters will arrive. A second circle pharmacist's face was ashen. This sudden disaster had caused more than a dozen wizards in the Lush Forest Tower to die, and even more apprentice wizards were killed or injured. The ecology in the Secret Realm had also been destroyed. The Black Sun demonic flame, like the demonic aura, polluted the air and water in the Secret Realm. It caused the small world that could have formed its cycle to be continuously corroded. If they wanted to solve this problem, they had to open the Secret Realm and form a communication with the outside world. They had to eliminate the influence through time. But Master of Flames' people surrounded the outside, opening it would only lead to death. The only thing we can do now is wait for Riemann to return, said the Lush Forest Witch. Don't give up, there's still hope. Marlene also chimed in to boost morale. Even though Marlene said those words, she didn't hold much hope. After the Master of Flames invaded this place, Mr. Tim died in battle. He struggled helplessly in the black demonic flames and died. Marlene could not forget Tim's calm eyes that hid endless pain and reluctance. Marco, who was already old, was also injured. Marlene herself was also injured. Winnie had not woken up until now. She was now accompanied by the first circle wizard, Leah. Apart from that, Levi had wandered into the mortal world, while the Tower Master had followed Deep Blue Sage into the abyss. People from the once warm and peaceful Great Tower were now either dead or injured. In the face of the merciless years and the flames of war, this small tower was too fragile. Tower Master, if we don't extinguish this black demonic flame, our secret realm might not be able to last for 3 months, another third circle wizard from the lush forest tower said. Hold on for another 2 months. If no one comes to save us, we'll kill our way out. At that time, I'll use my trump card to stall Clore as much as possible. Marlene, you take the others and escape. I've lived for so long and I'm tired. I don't want to hide anymore. The lush forest witch returned to the wizard tower. This green elf no longer had much hope. Riemann hadn't been here for so long. He must have been delayed by something. Riding the pink light. In less than a month, Levi and the others arrived at Area 7 from the Star Sea. We're almost there. Everyone, you can start preparing your spells. We only have 5 people, but the enemy is an army. Don't hold back, said Levi. Hearing this, the 3 women and Anya all revealed a solemn expression. They did not have many battles with the dark wizards. Even though they were in the outer sea region, they could not be careless. In the sea outside the giant tree secret realm, 6 giant wizard ships were floating on the sea. Each ship was guarded by a third circle wizard of the Black Sun steeple. Moreover, the number of second circle wizards and first circle wizards added up to more than 100, not to mention the number of apprentice wizards they had. These were the elite troops invited by Master of Flames from the Black Sun steeple. Naturally, the lush forest tower could not compare to them. Before the war, this army could destroy most of the wizard organizations in the outer circle area. On one of the ships, a one-eyed wizard with oil paint on his face looked at the iron cage in front of him. Inside was a silver-haired witch who was imprisoned by magic and dressed in tatters. The witch's fair body was covered in wounds, and she glared at the one-eyed wizard angrily. Just now, this mere silver-haired witch who was only a second circle witch tried to assassinate him. Lowly half-elf, I happen to be lacking a maid. You're mine from now on, he, the one-eyed wizard cackled. The silver-haired witch was Sheely, the apprentice witch of Lush Forest Witch. She was already in the second circle realm. The cage opened, and the one-eyed wizard asked someone to carry the silver-haired witch out. His fingernails gently slid across the witch's smooth abdomen, and he felt a slight chill. He took out a syringe and extracted some blood. The blood was actually a faint blue color. After it was taken out, a layer of cold blue frost condensed around it. Frost elf. The one-eyed wizard muttered to himself. Frost elves were extremely rare among the elves. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his hand. He threw the syringe on the deck. He realized that his palm was covered in a layer of condensed blue frost that was rapidly spreading to his arm. Wherever the frost covered, he started to feel numb. His flesh and blood were also starting to decay and rot in a short period of time. What is this? Is the frost elf's blood so corrosive? He made a prompt decision and cut off his arm before taking a hemostatic agent. His arm had already turned into a blue ice sculpture. You deserve to die. A low and slightly terrifying voice sounded. The silver-haired witch's body was covered in layers of thick blue frost armor. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and a cold wind descended. Her blue eyes reflected a world of ice and snow, a world covered in endless blue frost. Behind her, the wind and snow formed a door of light that emitted blue light. Blue frost gushed out from that world and filled the deck. Those sailors and wizards were instantly frozen, their bodies stiffened, and they fell to the ground. Chapter 885, Dual Cultivation of Body and Magic. 6. Then, the blue frost monsters that looked like walking corpses stood up. Those first circle wizards were using protective spells to hold on, and those who couldn't hold on would end up like those apprentices who were walking corpses. You don't have the frost elf bloodline, you are the owner of the blue frost blood. The one-eyed wizard seemed to have recalled something terrifying. A frost greatsword had appeared in the silver-haired witch's hand. She raised her greatsword and swung it at the one-eyed wizard. Protection of the Black Sun. The one-eyed wizard's third circle force field was activated. He blocked this terrifying sword slash. So what if you are the owner of the blue frost blood? It's only the initial awakening. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. He snorted coldly and cast his innate spell. The black sun flew toward the silver-haired witch. Boom! The shockwave tore the wizard airship in half. The sudden change of events caused the wizard's expressions to change drastically. One Eye, what's wrong? Quick, come to me. There's a blue frost blood possessor here. The one-eyed wizard had just finished speaking when from the horizon ahead, hundreds and thousands of swords whistled through the clouds. Pu pu. The sudden attack caught these dark wizards off guard and caused heavy casualties. Enemy attack. As the protective shield of the wizard airship lit up, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The other 5 third circle wizards of the Black Sun steeple flew up one after another, looking into the distance with solemn expressions. On the sea 20 miles away from here, a pink wizard airship removed the concealment array and broke through the clouds. At the bow of the airship, Anya sat cross-legged, floating in the air. He closed his eyes to meditate and chanted. Above his head, the power of the metal elements began to gather again, condensing into a huge great sword that was about 100 feet long. Second innate spell, Brass King's Sword. You're so cool, Sir Anya. You're actually from the rare metal faction. Lily looked at Anya, her eyes full of admiration. Rose and Violet were also shocked by Anya's attack. Anya was silent. He gently flicked the bronze great sword in front of him. Boom! The giant sword swept away the clouds and quickly crossed a distance of 20 miles. A third circle wizard's expression changed. That huge sword smashed toward another wizard airship. The wizard's hand formed by pitch-black demonic flames grabbed at the great sword. Boom! The wizard's hand shattered. The great sword also deviated from its direction and fell into the sea, causing huge waves to rise. Looks like the experts from the Star Sea have arrived. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The third circle wizard did not panic but instead sneered. These dark wizards were well trained. After being ambushed, they quickly reacted and formed a battle formation with the third circle wizards as the center. Only the one-eyed wizard was still fighting the mutated silver-haired witch. Levi put away the airship. Even he was slightly impressed by the skills that Anya had just displayed. Putting aside his strength, he was handsome. Paired with Anya's pretty good looks and his cold personality, he had charmed Lily Witch. Cough cough. Next, we'll act according to the plan. The 3 of you ladies will advance and retreat together and cast spells at the right position. I'll tear apart the other party's defense line. Sir Anya will provide us with a long-range bronze school spell to support us, said Levi. Okay, Anya said calmly. Sir Anya, please be careful. Don't let the enemy ambush you from behind. Lily Witch looked away. Levi had already lit up with a golden light and shot into the enemy's formation like a cannonball. Sigh, this is what a body refining wizard is like, Lily Witch shook her head. The metal voodoo made Levi look like he was wearing golden armor. He fell into the enemy camp, smashed through the barrier of the wizard airship, and stepped on the deck. With a boom, the deck cracked open. A body refining wizard. The dark wizards were shocked by Levi's arrogant display of strength. Wasn't this wizard overly confident? Even if he was a body refining wizard, he would still be courting death if he charged into the enemy camp alone. Spells bombarded him one after another. Earth Dragon Barrier. The second talent that Levi prepared had already been unleashed. He needed a battle to test the power of his spells. These first circle second ring spells relied on their numbers to make the Earth Dragon Barrier tremble continuously, but it did not shatter, firmly protecting Levi. Levi transformed into a golden flash and entered the uninhabited realm. Every time he attacked, an ordinary wizard would die. On the other side, the 3 women and Anya worked together to fight against those third circle wizards. These were disciples of large organizations. Their strength was extraordinary, and their teamwork was very good. Soon, a third circle wizard broke free from the battle and charged towards Levi. Die! The black demonic flames formed a long spear that tore through the void. With a loud boom, it tore through Levi's Earth Dragon Barrier, but it was powerless against the golden armor formed by the metal voodoo. The attack was unable to advance an inch. Levi turned around and attacked the third circle wizard. Seeing this, the other party immediately fled. Even his strongest attack could not break through his opponent's defense. How was he supposed to fight? In the next moment, the chain sword in the wizard airship ahead hummed and tore the deck apart. A metal monster jumped out and attacked the third circle wizard. He was horrified. The chain sword had torn his force field apart and he had almost lost his life. Tyrant 3 did not chase after him. Instead, he killed these low-level wizards. At the same time, bronze swords kept falling from the sky. Every once in a while, the lives of wizards were taken away. The third circle wizard was no match for Levi. Not long after, he was killed by Levi with a single punch. Levi skillfully put away the items inside. In this battle, they had all agreed beforehand that if they killed an enemy alone, the spoils of war would belong to each of them. If they killed it together, everyone would split it equally. That was why Levi chose to bully the noobs from the start. This way, he could first put away the storage bags of the low-level wizards. Then, he knew that with Rose and the others' strength, they would definitely not be able to deal with the enemy in a short period of time. They still needed his help to deal with the enemy. This way, he could split the spoils of war both from killing the enemy himself and helping the other four to kill the enemy, gaining benefits from both sides. After this wave, his ether stone reserves would definitely break through the 1,000,000 mark. For a long time to come, he could cultivate without distractions. Skills and working to earn money were just for fun. If they really wanted to earn money, they would still have to rob. However, some people robbed illegally, while others robbed legally. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, this was an eternal truth. Not long after, these rookies were annihilated by the combined forces of Levi, Tyrant, and his other transcendent creatures. As for Levi, he did not even use any night techniques. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about exposing too many trump cards, his killing speed would have been even faster. Especially if he released the mind flayers, it would be easy for the level 4 demons to kill these low-level wizards. After dealing with the enemies, Levi saw the one-eyed wizard and the silver-haired witch in frost armor. Sheely? Why did she feel a little different? This aura. It's blue frost. Levi pondered. He did not care about anything else. He directly appeared in front of the one-eyed wizard and ambushed him while he was fighting with Sheely. Levi's golden palm pierced into the one-eyed wizard's chest and crushed his heart. The one-eyed wizard died with his eyes wide open. His protective force field was washi paper. Sheely, what's wrong? Levi asked. Sheely looked at Levi and said nothing. She turned around and stepped into the blue door of light behind her, disappearing from the vast world of blue frost. Levi did not care about her anymore. This was the wizard world anyway. No matter how capable Blue Frost was, he could not cause any big waves here. Not long after the battle began, 2 third circle wizards had already fallen. Anya opened his eyes in the distant sky, his mind shaken. Dual cultivation of body and technique? How is this just passable? This is clearly at the peak of perfection. No wonder Mother likes and admires him so much. Anya was actually Triss's child. Chapter 886, Sudden Wealth, Undying Bird Fruit. 1. Endless Sea. Pharmacist Association Headquarters. In the Vice President's Wizard Tower. While he was researching, Triss, who was wearing a black pharmacist uniform, wore a wizard tool that looked like a pair of glasses. It had a mature charm to it. Let Anya train with Levi and let him see how an ordinary person grows with his hard work and caution. This is also a good thing. With him and Levi around, even if there are ordinary fourth circle wizards, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can also take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Levi and become friends. In the future, we can also take care of each other during our journey as wizards. That was Triss's idea to bring Anya into the operation. Triss was once someone's wife. However, when Anya was still very young, her husband went on an interplane trip in search of a breakthrough opportunity. In the end, he met with an accident in a foreign land and never returned. Since then, Triss has remained single and has not found a partner. To a primordial soul wizard, a companion was just some spice for a lonely wizard. They had a gully in their chest and had seen the wider scenery outside the wizard world. They had higher aspirations. Triss arranged for Anya to stay in the Nether capital and have her subordinates secretly raise her. After Anya fulfilled the conditions, they arranged for him to become an external wizard of the witch's family. Anya was also extremely talented. He had a double affinity for underground fire, which gave birth to bronze. He was suitable to cultivate in the bronze school. Furthermore, he had a second special talent, bronze blood. This allowed him to have an extraordinary affinity for metal elements. With the help of Triss, he embarked on the rare path of the bronze school. In Area 7 of the Outer Sea region, Anya took the potion and recovered his spiritual force and spell power, preparing for the next round of spell casting. He somewhat understood why his mother had asked him to participate in this operation. I'm the offspring of 2 primordial soul wizards. I have both a double affinity talent and a second talent. I have had no worries about cultivation resources since I was young. I don't have to waste time looking for resources. I also have the personal guidance of a 5th circle wizard butler. I thought that I was already a genius for becoming a peak 3rd circle wizard with 3 talents at the age of 250. But now, it seems that I'm just a frog in a well. Levi came from a desolate place in the human world and was of knight origins. He had only switched to wizardry halfway. Up until now, he had only cultivated for more than 100 years, but he is already a 3rd circle senior wizard. Moreover, he is cultivating both body tempering and spells. At the same time, he is also a pharmacist, and has 3rd circle alchemical creatures. If he had not bought them, he would still be an alchemical wizard. On him, I see the shadow of deep blue sage Luther. Although his background and his talent are average, he has great luck and perseverance. Note, Luther is the child of chaos in the previous chapter. A person like Sir Levi must have endured all the hardships in the world to reach his current status. In this aspect, I'm inferior to him. After all, in this chaotic era, the only person he can rely on is himself. The reason why he can achieve what he has today is all because of his hard work. Anya, you're not working hard enough. At this moment, Anya felt as if his soul had been sublimated. Mother, so you've already seen through all of this. Anya could think of a long and inspirational legendary novel with Levi as the protagonist. At this moment, his heart was touched. 3rd talent, Copper King's Tribute. Anya's blood began to boil. Behind him, a red cave with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared, emitting endless red copper power. A giant knight that seemed to be made of red copper rushed out on a red copper warhorse with a red copper greatsword in his hand. Then, the giant knight rushed into the battlefield and stabbed a 3rd circle wizard to death. This was Anya's most powerful move. So handsome. After Lily, Rose, and the rest heard Anya's voice transmission, they immediately dodged and saw the shocking scene. I'm afraid that the liquefaction of spiritual force is about to begin for Sir Anya. Rose felt this terrifying power. Where did Sir Levi go? Violet found that Levi was no longer on the battlefield. Sir Levi, I wonder what my move is like. Where is he? Anya's competitive spirit was aroused, and she wanted to show off in front of Levi. Suddenly, a strange laugh came from behind. Tisk, tisk, tisk. 3 innate spells. All of them are attacks, and there's not even a single defense. You're too arrogant. I wonder how someone like you managed to survive until now. A black sun traverses the sky above Anya. 3rd circle innate spell Black Sun Tribute. Anya's wizard tool, which was his robes, glowed, and his 3rd circle protective force field was activated. Oh no, a dark wizard is using concealment spells to ambush Anya. He has just cast so many spells. Can his spell power keep up? Lily was shocked and worried for Anya. Boom! Anya's 4th circle protective wizard tool blocked Black Sun's attack unscathed. This was given to him by his mother, Triss. It could release a 4th circle defensive spell to automatically protect its owner when facing a sneak attack. It was an expensive item worth hundreds of thousands of ether stones on the Nether capital market. Damn rich people, damn descendants of the big families. Damn it, it's worth it to take one away before I die. The future Endless Sea will definitely have Black Sun. Long live Adam. His eyes were fanatical. Chapter 887, Sudden Wealth, Undying Bird Fruit. 2. The Dark Wizard's aura rose endlessly, almost reaching the strongest level before the 4th circle. He knew that he would be doomed in today's battle after encountering such an unreasonable money-making wizard. Therefore, he did not hesitate to burn his life and transform into a black sun to unleash his strongest voice in the new era. In an instant, a golden great sword shining with runes tore open the black sun and cut the dark wizard in half. You still want to self-explode? No way. Levi skillfully took away the storage bags and heaved a sigh of relief. If you only attack and not defend, you won't live for long. No one can finish off the enemy with one strike forever. As a stacked armor style enthusiast, Levi could not help but comment on Anya's innate spell selection. Anya didn't know what to say for a moment. He stared at this burly wizard in a daze. His full and round muscles were even inferior to the bosoms of witches. Thank you, but I can hold on. Anya couldn't help but be stubborn. Levi did not say anything. After all, when distributing the spoils of war, it depended on the person's head. Therefore, he had no time to waste. He went to the witches' side and cooperated with them to deal with the other wizards. Sigh, with this bunch of rookies, I can't unleash my true strength. I'm still more suited to act alone. After the battle ended, Levi's body was filled with storage bags. They were all held tightly by the tentacles conjured by the metal voodoo and would not let go. I'll take the spoils of war first. After we complete the mission, we'll split them together. How about that? Levi said calmly. Sure, Lily said in a daze. Although Levi's temperament was not as outstanding as Anya's and his spells were not elegant and handsome enough, his ability was indeed as Rose had said. He was not inferior to Anya. I'm fine. Let's save him first, Anya said as she stood beside Levi quietly. Levi showed a few moves and completely stunned these team members. After cleaning up the battlefield, Levi used her contact with the lush forest witch to send a message and waited for them to open the door. Not long after, the door to the secret realm opened. The lush forest witch stood there fully armed, obviously worried that there was a trap. After confirming that it was indeed Levi, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'm here on orders from the Vice President of the Pharmacist Association, Triss, Levi said. Thank you. The lush forest witch smiled bitterly. Levi and the others entered the mystic realm and the door closed again. As soon as he entered, he saw the terrifying black demonic flames filling the sky. Why do I feel traces of demonic aura? The things in this Black Sun steeple are all very strange. Levi suspected that the reason why Black Sun Adam was so arrogant might have something to do with the abyss. He also saw the aging Ms. Marlene, Marco, Winnie, and so on. Winnie was still in a coma, and Leah, the witch who had grown up, was taking care of her. Hurry up and arrange for people to board the airship. We'll leave this place immediately. I suspect that these Third Circle wizards are not the only enemies, Levi said. The Rose Witch nodded and started to move the people from the secret realm with the other team members. Teacher, let's move to the Star Sea this time. Madame Triss has prepared an island for you. The lush forest tower can still be rebuilt. All right. Have you heard about Deep Blue Sage's Sky City? Marlene looked into the distance. I heard. I believe in Deep Blue Sage's strength. The Tower Master and the others will be fine. I thought so too. I didn't expect an old woman like me to live to the end. Mr. Tim is dead. Sigh, Marlene couldn't help but sigh as she recalled her deceased companions. Levi was silent. He came to Winnie's room. Senior sister Winnie has been unconscious for a long time. Leah's eyes were a little uneasy. She was no longer familiar with Grandpa Keg. You've worked hard. Go and rest first. Levi secretly gave Leah some potions and told her to leave. Leah nodded gratefully, closed the door, and left. Levi looked at Winnie, who had her eyebrows tightly closed. In his memory, his senior sister was still a little inexperienced, but she didn't seem to have changed much now. She just had a hint of the charm of time. Her face was red, as if she was having a fever. Levi pressed her hand on Winnie's chest and felt the scorching heat on her chest. Then, his arm turned into a blood fog and entered. Before long, a ball of squirming black flames appeared in his palm. Pfft! The flame was crushed by Levi and turned into stars. He injected some potions into Winnie's small mouth. You should be fine now. Levi left and looked at the crowd who were busy moving. I still remember when you first came. It's been more than 100 years. I'm sure even the Tower Master, who thought highly of you, didn't expect your growth. A white-haired old man came to Levi's side. It was Mr. Marco. Levi smiled. Everything is changing. All the people were settled in the airships by the members. Levi could have them enter Alice's ring too, but that was his secret. Other than his servants or those who were very close to him, not everyone could go in and take refuge. Besides, most wizards who were not familiar with Levi would not agree to enter someone else's spatial wizard tool. I didn't expect Clore to still hate me so much after so long, the lush forest witch said in a low voice beside Levi. Levi thought to himself that it would be strange if Clore did not resent her for cheating on him. Chapter 888, Sudden Wealth, Undying Bird Fruit. 3. However, Levi could not be bothered with other people's family matters. He only needed to carry out orders. The culprit who burned Mr. Tim alive was Master of Flames, who was hunted down by Riemann 90 years ago. He was a senior Third Circle wizard at that time. Nearly 100 years later, he had already stepped into the Fourth Circle realm and came to seek revenge. Where is the Master of Flames now? Levi asked casually. He's still in Hot Wind Harbor. I don't recommend you to look for him. You might have some trump cards, but he's a genuine fourth circle wizard. He's been preparing for this revenge for 100 years, she said. Levi, don't go. Are you going to avenge Mr. Tim? Marlene's expression changed. Teacher, it's not that. I'm just asking. Levi smiled. I'll let Master of Flames jump around for a few more days. When I return to the human world, I'll go and take him in, he thought to himself. This time, he was still focused on the mission, so he would not be unrestrained. After leaving the secret realm, the airship sailed quickly. Inside the pink airship, Levi suddenly felt his hair stand on end. With a thought, he roughly knew what was going on. Rose, you guys drive the airship with all your might from now on, Levi suddenly said. What's wrong? Rose asked. I suspect the enemy has caught up. What? Why don't I feel it? Regardless of whether it's true or not, we can't leave you here alone, Rose said. Don't worry, Levi said. Don't you know my personality? Would I do something I'm not sure of? On the sea behind the airship, an angry figure burned with angry flames. Lola. Bitch. The Master of Flames learned from the soul token that the third circle wizards he sent out had all been killed, so he knew that someone had come to save the lush forest witch. In his anxiety, he hurriedly chased after them. During this time, he even used a precious teleportation scroll. How could people be so unlucky? Chlor's anger burned his heart. He no longer cared if the enemy was too strong. In any case, if he did not kill Lola, he felt that he would not be able to calm down in his meditation in the future. If he let this bitch escape this time, he would not have a chance in the future. To advance to the fourth circle and take revenge, he had already spent 100 years of hard work and luck. In the air ahead, Levi's figure appeared. He stood in the void and watched as the airship gradually disappeared into the distance. He watched as Master of Flames rushed over. On the airship, Rose, who was persuaded by Levi, continued to move forward. Rose? Are we going to let him handle this alone? From the terrifying aura fluctuations, he might be a fourth circle wizard. Lily could not bear to see him like this. Yes, I don't think it's appropriate either. Let the lush forest witch lead the team forward. The four of us will go and help the team leader. Violet's expression was solemn. It was too cruel for Levi to face a fourth circle wizard alone. From the lush forest witch, they knew that the Master of Flames was a true fourth circle who had already passed the transition period. He was a powerful existence with all his spiritual force liquefaction. He was different from those who were still in the transition period. Moreover, after the other party joined the Black Sun, the original ordinary burning faction spells were transformed into their unique black fire spells with the help of the Black Sun steeple. Compared to ordinary burning faction wizards, they were even more vicious. Anya was silent, and there was a faint fighting spirit burning in his heart. Is he so crazy? A third circle realm cultivator fighting against a fourth circle cultivator at his peak. Even I wouldn't dare to do this. He deliberately pretended to be casual because he didn't want us to worry. I didn't expect him to be so self-aware. Anya knew that even if he was a prodigy, there was no doubt a third circle would be nervous when facing a fourth circle. After middle level, there was a difference between each circle. The difference needed many powerful trump cards to narrow it. Levi's actions led Anya to evaluate him more and more. It took a lot of courage to do something you knew you couldn't do. Levi's figure could no longer be seen. You guys retreat first. I'll go help the team leader. The taciturn man made up his mind and suddenly said. What? You don't want to live anymore? Lily couldn't help but ask. It's settled then. I, Anya, don't like to owe people favors, not to mention a favor at the cost of my life. He looked determined and wanted to leave the airship, but was stopped by the lush forest witch. I'll go. I have something to do with this. You young people have a bright future ahead of you. Stop. Our main mission is to escort you back. If you go, our mission will fail. Rose suddenly said loudly. I'm the deputy team leader. I'll go. She thought to herself that since she was going to die in the nightmare world sooner or later, she might as well be free here and avoid being tortured to death by that terrifying nightmare. Boom. Just as everyone was arguing, there was a violent fluctuation in the distance. Although the fluctuation was very weak when they arrived, it was still captured by the mental strength of these third circle wizards. On the sea behind, the Master of Flames looked at Levi, who had blocked his fourth circle spell, with a ferocious expression. Kid, you might be able to block it once, but I don't believe you can block it a second time. Do you think that by sacrificing yourself, you can exchange for the gratitude of those you protect? You're thinking too much. Since you want to be a hero, die. The black wall of fire formed by third circle innate spells around the Master of Flames swept towards Levi. After entering the fourth circle, the power of his third circle innate spell was not inferior to that of a fourth circle spell. Therefore, including the fourth circle spell that he had already mastered, he actually had 4 fourth circles. Chapter 889, Sudden Wealth, Undying Bird Fruit. 4. The other party was only at the third circle. How could he block it? Levi breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that the group was already far away. The spoils of war from the fourth circle are all mine. Flame Dragon's true form. Crimson Dragon Slash. Boom. Around Levi's golden armor, scarlet flames soared into the sky, forming a wall of fire. It collided with the black wall of fire, causing a shocking explosion. His figure shot over as sword chi wrapped around the Crimson Dragon Slash. Boom. The grayish-white sword energy tore through the flames. The Master of Flames was shocked. The flames around him formed a spinning shield. There was a thud. The fourth circle defensive field shattered. The third circle wizard tool that he used for self-defense was also sent flying, and cracks had already begun to spread. He had barely survived. However, he realized that Levi was overjoyed. After that strike just now, his destruction sword chi had actually leveled up. Levi. Destruction Sword Chi, Level 8, 1/100,000, Special Effect, Power of Destruction, Level 2. What a pleasant surprise! Levi swung his sword again. As strength surged into the Crimson Dragon Slash, the grayish-white sword chi turned black. Black sword chi as black as ink surged. When this sword slashed out, the world changed color. A hole was torn in the clouds, and they were illuminated by the sword chi into dark clouds. A sword strike descended at the darkest moment. 4 black suns appeared around the Master of Flames. 4 black pillars of light converged and headed toward Levi. Boom! The level 8 destruction sword chi collided with Master of Flames' strongest spell. The shockwaves caused by this rare shocking battle in the outer sea region kept spreading into the distance. Under the sword aura, the Master of Flames' defense was like paper and instantly shattered. His shattered body fell from midair. There was fear and unwillingness in his eyes. So fourth circle cultivators are also this weak. After devouring the Master of Flames' fourth circle soul, Leon returned to the immortal house to rest. Levi did not waste the corpse and converted it into a gold coin. Now, he already had 3 gold coins. They came from the Blood Flame Demon Wizard, Barzan, and Master of Flames. I gave Owen so many copper coins, silver coins, and crystals some time ago. It's time for him to advance to the 4th stage of the Grey Swordsman. If he can't advance even with this, I'll just find someone else to contract. The strongest person in Windmill Village, Levi put away the gold coins. Only when Owens reached the 4th stage could he truly show the value of the gold coins. After killing Clor, Levi rushed to Hot Wind Harbor as fast as he could. This was the lair of the Master of Flames. Now that the boss was dead, only some of his subordinates were still here, but not many. However, no matter how small a mosquito's meat was, it was still meat. Kill them all. The metal voodoo clone appeared and transformed into a golden light as it killed below. Screams rose and fell. Before long, the metal voodoo flew over with a pile of storage bags tied up. These are all mine. Levi counted the spoils of war in the storage bags on the spot. Including Clor, it was a total of 500,000 ether stones. Not bad. To be able to have so much cash in this outer sea region, that's enough. I'll find a place to deal with those trash wizard tools and those materials. The actual harvest should be 700 to 800,000. This did not include the spoils of war from the dark wizards in the giant tree secret realm. Actually, the Master of Flames was richer than this, but he had already hired the Black-Eyed Crow to kill Riemann. However, after this wave, there aren't many dark wizards in the outer circle area that I can deal with. The only one I know is the Black-Eyed Crow, one of the top 10 powerhouses on the black list. There are too many dark wizard powerhouses in the inner circle area. For the time being, I can't afford to provoke them. Levi left the place in satisfaction. The next day, he chased after the wizard airship with a pale face. "You're back," the Rose Witch said in surprise. "Yeah, it took a lot of work to get rid of the enemy. Returning to the airship, Levi drank a bottle of potion and breathed a sigh of relief. A fourth circle wizard is really powerful. Just a little bit more, and I might not have been able to come back, he said with lingering fear. Anya was shocked to see Levi return. To be able to return safely after facing a fourth circle wizard directly, such courage indeed required the corresponding strength. Team leader, I will go into seclusion after returning to Nether Capital. You guys can split the spoils of war. Anya was motivated by Levi and decided to go into seclusion. His spiritual force liquefaction allowed him to break through to the fourth circle. There was no doubt that Levi had contributed more to this operation than the few of them combined. He was too embarrassed to divide the spoils of war. What's more, Levi had risked his life to save them. Such a righteous team leader was worth giving up the spoils of war for. Go into seclusion. I'll put your share in your mailbox. Remember to take it. It's decided, Levi said unquestionably. Although Anya was mysterious, Levi could tell that he had a powerful background. Since he was so tactful, Levi would not be stingy. But Levi would never have guessed that this reticent Anya could be the child of Ms. Triss's cheerful stunner. Warmth flowed through his heart. Anya looked at Levi and realized that his mother was a good judge of character. The rest of the journey was smooth. A month later, they returned to Nether Capital. However, Triss was currently busy at the Pharmacist Association, so the lush forest witch did not see her. But she had already arranged for someone to pick up Levi and the others. The members of the lush forest tower were brought to a small island near Nether Capital. This was the property under Triss. Chapter 890, Sudden Wealth, Undying Birdfruit. 5. This woman was too rich. In the Star Sea, every island was many times more valuable than the Outer Sea region. Levi could afford it, but he felt that there was no need. He could return to the witch's family at any time in Nether Capital. This way, it would be more convenient for him to take refuge. You guys can cultivate here. I still have something to do here. Levi said as they parted. Sorry to trouble you. Marlene smiled bitterly. Thank you for treating me, Winnie whispered with a red face. When she was unconscious, she only felt something warm enter her body and look at her inside and out. Later, she found out that Levi cured her of her coma. You're welcome. I still remember your kindness in leading the way back then, Levi sighed. When one was old, one would always start to remember. 100 years ago, the young knight who entered the wizard world had finally made a name for himself. All of this was due to Levi's hard work and caution, but most of it was because of the panel. After all, in the wizard world, many people were more hardworking and cautious than him and were more talented than him. It was important for people to know their limits so that they could go further and further. After returning to Nether Capital, Anya visited Levi, thanked him again, and went into seclusion. His spiritual force was already at 200 points of perfection. This mission made Anya, who had always been a little conceited, realize that there was always someone better. He began to see Levi as his target. He wanted his mother to admire him the way she admired Levi. Levi finished counting the spoils of war of the Dark Wizards. Just the ether stones alone were more than 1.2 million. In the wizard world, because of the storage space, most wizards like to carry valuable items with them. Levi estimated that this was the total net worth of those wizards. Of course, most of this money came from those third circle dark wizards. All of them were quite rich. Although Rose and the rest were too embarrassed to split the spoils of war, Levi still gave these team members 100,000 ether stones each. Anya's contribution was only second to Levi's. He received 200,000 ether stones. The remaining 700,000 ether stones and other miscellaneous items belonged to Levi. 100,000 ether stones was a huge sum of money for Rose and the rest. As a result, Levi's cash reserves had reached 1.5 million ether stones. Then, he would find a black market to secretly sell the wizard tools that were not damaged by the battle. He estimated that 2 million ether stones would not be a problem. I've never been so rich before. Even breathing feels extremely carefree. This is the taste of money. Levi looked at the mountain of ether stones in his storage space. In addition, there were also some spell books, but they required the Black Sun Steeple's Black Sun meditation art. To Levi, they were useless. Over the past few days, he had sorted out his gains. After disguising himself, he ran to many underground black markets in the Star Sea. He didn't get rid of them all at once. Instead, he randomly found a place to deal with them every once in a while. Just like that, a year later. It was not until 1119 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the 88th year of the Great Expedition, that these stolen goods were dealt with. In the end, after Levi finished counting, he could not help but take a deep breath. 2.2 million ether stones. Other than fifth circle wizards, there shouldn't be more than 10 people in Nether Capital who are richer than me. A year had passed in the Nether Capital. Levi's path as a wizard became more and more profound. The second innate spell, the Earth Dragon Barrier, had reached level 8. Its defense was already similar to the level 9 Heavy Water Barrier. Levi also began to plan for the third innate spell. I have the Fire Dragon Tribulation and the Earth Dragon Barrier now. These two aren't the Endless Sea's home ground spells. This third spell has to be from the Ocean faction, and it has to be a control spell. In most places in the Endless Sea, spells that could unleash their full power undoubtedly required the power of water elements. Speaking of which, the Golden Snake breathing technique is about to reach level 14 perfection. I wonder if I can continue to level up or if I need to break through the limit. Levi looked at the proficiency panel. The progress of the Golden Snake breathing technique, which had both water and earth elements, was mainly delayed by the mixed blood dragon clan with water elements. After all, Gustav was only at the peak of level 2. Moreover, a year ago, Gustav seemed to be about to break through. He found a cave at the bottom of the lake in Alice's ring and began to sleep. Fortunately, the level 4 ground drilling earthworm that Levi had captured in the ancient Saint Plain was powerful and allowed the Golden Snake to continue advancing. In addition, the proficiency of the Death Ember breathing technique had also increased significantly. It should be able to enter level 14 before Levi advanced to the fourth circle. The Nightmare Dragon's breathing law had already reached level 13. Levi's perception range reached 100 miles. However, the further away he was, the lower the accuracy of his perception. However, it was still much better than the mental power perception of most third circle wizards. After level 13, the Nightmare Dragon's cultivation became slower and slower. The level 2 Nightmare Crown Lizard could no longer keep up with Levi's progress. Looks like I have to enter the Nightmare World to hunt stronger nightmare creatures. Levi hesitated. The Nightmare Dragon could still cultivate now, but after level 14, Levi would probably have a hard time without the secret medicine. After I break through to the fourth circle, I'll start exploring the Nightmare World. I'm still different from those wizards who rely on hallucinatory potions to enter. Chapter 891, Sudden Wealth, Undying Bird Fruit. 6. In the past, Levi could sense that there was a dark tide in the wizard world. There were rumors of meteors falling into the Endless Sea every once in a while. Then, whether it was the key to the Dark Ancient Tower or not, it would always attract a group of wizards, including Fourth Circle, Fifth Circle, and even Primordial Soul Wizards. Whether it was the Dark Wizards or the Righteous Wizards, the progress of the war began to slow down. The higher-ups of both sides began to send more people to the vast Outer Sea region and Inner Sea region of the Endless Sea to search for the Dark Ancient Tower. The two sides began to place the competition track in the Dark Ancient Tower. Only the small fries at the bottom who did not know about the Dark Ancient Tower were still fighting in full swing and wasting their energy. These giant organizations often had special astrology skills that could more accurately locate the whereabouts of the key. Therefore, Levi had no intention of snatching the key from these people. Firstly, he didn't have much desire for the things inside the Dark Divine Tower. He had a panel and was still young. He was about to advance to the fourth circle. By then, his lifespan of 700 years, in addition to his path of nights, might be more than 700 years. He still had more than 500 years to advance to the fifth circle. After the fifth circle, he would have 1,000 years of lifespan. To him, he had a high chance of breaking through to the primordial soul realm if he cultivated normally. It was just that he was a little slow. He also learned from Triss that the Dark Ancient Tower could only be entered by experts above the Grand Wizard level. This meant that primordial soul experts could also enter. The Dark Ancient Tower was already filled with danger, and with these primordial soul experts, Levi had already expected that there would be endless bloodshed in the future wizard world because of the Dark Ancient Tower. However, according to Triss, under normal circumstances, after the primordial soul wizards entered the Dark Ancient Tower, they would not stop at the bottom level at all. This was because, to them, the items on the first 5 levels of the Dark Ancient Tower were not worth their time and energy. They would directly rely on their powerful strength to enter the 6th level and above in the shortest time to seize the initiative. It was said that that was the battlefield of primordial soul wizards. So far, according to the historical records of the major organizations, the highest record of the primordial soul wizard was that he had entered the 9th level and obtained a radiant sun truth oddity and mythical sacred medicines. The undying bird fruit. It was said that directly consuming those sacred medicines could extend one's lifespan by a full 1,000 years. One had to know that the lifespan of an 8th circle primordial soul wizard was also 3,000 years. If the sacred medicines were to be refined by a 9th circle pharmacist into a potion called water of samsara. After a wizard consumed it, after their lifespan was exhausted and they died, their soul could preserve all the memories of their previous life. The return of their true soul from the underworld was equivalent to defying the heavens and living a second life. It was also the kind of reincarnation where they could choose their birth. As for the 10th level, no one had entered it since ancient times. Those who had the strength to step into the 10th level had to be at the level of a grand wizard. The problem was that grand wizards were not qualified to step into the dark ancient tower at all. The outside world was in turmoil for the dark ancient tower, while Levi was quietly cultivating in the nether capital. Let's go. It's best if we all go to the dark ancient tower to fight and kill. Wouldn't it be wonderful to leave me alone in the wizard world? However, Madame Triss said that she would fight for a spot for me. If I fight for it, should I go or not? Levi did not have the chance to enter now. If he did, he felt that he might not be able to resist the temptation. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Year 1120 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the first day of the month of beginning. Levi was about to hold a meeting when he suddenly felt something strange in Alice's ring. When his spiritual force entered the lake, he found that the lake water began to churn. A scaled behemoth emerged from the lake water, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Gustav, you're already at the 3rd circle. It's not easy for transcendent creatures to advance. There is hope for my secret medicine once more. Chapter 892, Perfection. 1. Inside Alice's ring. Gustav, who had already advanced to the 3rd circle, was very pleased with himself. He roared at the sky, his voice sweeping through the air. The wind thunder winged dragon and the crimson netherworld sparrow circled in the sky and watched. The two of them were 3rd circle pets that Levi often used in battle. Gustav's appearance as a newly promoted 3rd circle made them feel a sense of danger in the workplace. Especially the wind thunder winged dragon. He had been with Levi for decades, but he had always been at the peak of the 3rd circle and could not improve. Although Levi often extracted their bloodline essence, their food was sufficient. He often refined potions specially used by transcendent creatures to promote growth and make up for the deficiency of blood essence. Levi had always thought that the reason why these guys could not advance was not because he was squeezing them dry and harvesting them, but because they did not work hard enough. If you want to live a sweet life, how can you slack off? Did you see that? Gustav has already reached the 3rd circle. This is the pet that Master needs the most. You guys had better learn from Gustav, Levi said. Gustav came to Levi's side. Master, after I advanced to the 3rd circle, I seem to have awakened some inherited memories. I need some time to digest them. Its voice sounded in Levi's mind. No problem. Before you digest it, let me take your blood for a test. This will also be beneficial to your growth. I can also monitor your health level at all times, Levi said. Yes, Master. Levi immediately took out a large vat specially used for blood storage and used the crimson dragon slash to make an incision on Gustav's body before starting to extract his blood. Master, draw more. I can still hold on, Gustav said. No need. 3 vats are enough. Have a good rest. Levi stroked Gustav's head and fed him some high-quality sea beast meat. Gustav was second only to Leviathan. Leviathan had reached the 2nd circle, but Levi guessed that Leviathan would be at the 5th circle by the time Levi reached the 3rd circle. Leviathan was now a man-made fountain in Alice's ring, responsible for spraying water. Levi only rubbed some powder from his horn for his pharmacy. Speaking of which, it's been 80 years since I subdued Gustav in 1043. From a rookie who had just entered the 2nd circle, I'm about to reach the 4th circle. As for Gustav, he was already at the peak of the 2nd circle when he was captured back then. Now, he's only at the 3rd circle in 80 years. It'll probably be very difficult for him to reach the 4th circle in the future unless he has a huge opportunity. Among Levi's current transcendent creatures, the ground-drilling earthworm was the only 4th circle one. The 3rd circle ones were the flame-blood earthly dragon beast, Gustav, the wind thunder winged dragon, and the crimson netherworld sparrow. There were many 1st circle and 2nd circle ones, but other than the nightmare crown lizard, the others were not very useful to Levi. However, these transcendent creatures were more or less Levi's contributors, so he had been raising them. Sometimes, when he found an opposite-sex species, he would even arrange a partner for them. When my weapon refinement skill cultivates to the 5th circle, I should be able to rely on my ability to repair Alice's ring. At that time, the space will expand further, and it will be more suitable for them to grow inside. Levi's consciousness left Alice's ring. My spiritual force is already at 190 points. I'm only 10 points away from perfection. Then, I'll use liquefaction and advance to the 4th circle. I'll prepare to obtain the succubus breast milk. If I can capture a succubus alive and bring her back, as long as I can gather all the other ingredients in the future, I can continuously refine 4th circle potions. This way, I won't have any money. Other than finding dark wizards, selling breakthrough potions is also a way. Although it was profitable to rob the dark wizards, there were always risks. Besides, Levi was familiar with the dark wizards in the outer sea region. He was about to harvest all of them. Thinking of this, Levi closed the array of the wizard tower. In the secret room, he released the mind flayer. As soon as the mind flayer appeared, it half knelt in front of Levi with its tentacles lowered. This was a sign of its submission. Do you have any way to ask Maria out? Levi asked. Master, you want to attack Maria? She definitely has Sarit's tracking mark on her, and she has been locked up by Sarit. She's a tool for Sarit to satisfy his desires. It's very difficult for me to ask her out, said the mind flayer. In other words, if we want to capture Maria, we have to get past Sarit. Levi pondered. So far, that's what it looks like. Levi pondered. Sarit was already a 5th circle wizard. Among the 5th circle wizards, he should be one of the top ones. Even if Levi had killed a few 4th circle cultivators, he would not be so arrogant as to clash head-on with an expert like Sarit. Relying on Sarit's powerful strength, the Thunder Dragon family had become the overlord of Area 7 in the Inner Sea region over the years. Not only was his elemental talent not bad, but he also had the second talent Thunder Heart. He was born for the Lightning faction. Let's wait for a while. If I can buy a breakthrough potion from the Witch's family or Nether capital, I won't refine it myself. Although it was a pity, Levi could not think of a way to break out of this situation for the time being. Today was the 18th round table meeting. Levi started the meeting and pulled in the knights from all over the world. The Blood Knight and the others sat in front of the round table. Blood Knight, how's the situation in the human world? Tell me about the Dusk Holy Temple and the Forsaken Land of the God, Levi asked. Chapter 893, Perfection. 2. Commander, everything is normal in the Dusk Holy Temple. However, some time ago, a cave wizard from the Forsaken Land of God tried to invade the Holy Temple and was killed by the Grand Array. Then, a top-notch Grand Knight went into seclusion some time ago and had a chance to break through to Legendary. Cave Wizard? Levi asked. Yes, this is a saying spread by the Church. They call those strange people who mastered spells in the Forsaken Land of the God Cave Wizards. It's said that these wizards live deep underground in the continent and the sea on the other side of the Forsaken Land of the God all year round to avoid the corrosion of the power of darkness, so many of their organs are already different from ordinary wizards, the Blood Knight explained. It seems that some ancient wizards were left in the Forsaken Land of the God for some reason and did not enter the realm of the unbelievers, Levi analyzed. Emperor Mu, what about you? Is there any news of the land of extreme cold I asked you to find out? Levi asked. Commander, as far as I know, in the snow capital of the realm of ice, there's a cold pool that doesn't freeze. It's called the Eye of the Ice Emperor. The water in the pool is abnormally cold. Even the defensive field of a 3rd circle wizard can't stay in it for long. The frost elemental power is relatively strong, so it was occupied by the city lord of the snow capital, a 5th circle wizard. He contracted it out and rented out the cultivation place at a high price to the outside world. He made a lot of money, Emperor Mu said. I got it. To Levi, money was not a problem as long as that place could allow him to advance to the 4th circle faster and more successfully. Now that the Dark Ancient Tower was about to appear, both sides of the war between the Dark and Righteous Wizards tacitly stopped the large-scale war. Levi had already heard the news that the teleportation portals between the various realms of the unbelievers would gradually be unsealed in the future. Some passages from the realm of the unbelievers to the human world had already been unsealed. It was just that the Endless Sea had not been unsealed yet. After all, the dark wizards in the Endless Sea were relatively powerful. After the meeting, Levi went offline. In the following days, he cultivated in the Nether capital as usual, waiting for his spiritual force to completely reach perfection. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1121, month of flowers. It was the 90th year of the Great Expedition. In the dark void, far away from Nora's plane, there was a strange plane. Ordinary planes were all spheres. However, this plane was like a huge well. The crystal wall formed the wall of the well. To be precise, it was a funnel-shaped well in the land of darkness. One end was extremely narrow, and the lower it went, the thicker it became. On the narrow end, a dark hole stretched out from the land of darkness and devoured everything around it. This was one of the most powerful and terrifying places in the multidimensional plane. For millions of years, war and blood, slaughter, and destruction had been the main theme here. This was the abyss. Because it was layered and seemed endless, it was also called the bottomless abyss. No one knew how many levels there were in the abyss, not even the demons themselves. The wizards tentatively set the abyss to have 666 levels because Sauron had personally fought there before and finally stopped. Demons were synonymous with destruction. They advocated chaos and hated order. Compared to demons, dark wizards were just a group of law-abiding fellows. Even those demon lords found it difficult to make all the demons, big and small, obey them unless they enslaved them with spells. Things that were too powerful would often be dragged down by themselves. This was the case for the abyss. Because the will of the entire abyss was chaotic, the demons were not only invading other planes to engage in bloody battles with the outside world, but they were also engaged in bloody battles within the abyss. The demon lords fought back and forth, never getting tired of it. On the one hand, they relied on devouring and killing other demons to advance their strength, but on the other hand, they mostly enjoyed themselves. If one wanted to become an abyss lord, he had to be at least a level 6 high-level demon, even if he was only a first-level lord. The first level was located at the narrow opening of the funnel. It had the smallest area, and the further down it went, the larger it became. Of course, the demon lord's strength would also become stronger. Generally speaking, after the 500th level, the strength of the abyss lord would begin to be infinitely close to the level of a grand wizard. After the 600th level, there would gradually be abyss lords comparable to legendary wizards. These guys who were as powerful as the gods were not afraid of anything. The gazes of the gods in the astral world would never notice the abyss. There was no way to spread faith here, and the gods did not want to provoke the abyss. And now, a Sky City was roaming in the blood-colored sky of the 600th level of the abyss. Sky City was severely damaged, but it was still standing. At the top of the wizard tower, Deep Blue Sage Luther stood with his hands behind his back. The wizards below looked exhausted. Some were afraid, while others were excited. Herman and Stella were no longer in the shape of balls. In the past 30 years, Herman had relied on the parts he brought out of the mechanical cemetery to transform himself into a 5-meter-tall mechanical creation with a dragon-like head and wings on its back. Stella, on the other hand, had transformed into a beautiful giant snake with a slender body covered in some kind of aquamarine metal armor. However, the head of the giant snake resembled a dragon's head more. This style was countless times more handsome than the previous iron ball forms they had adopted. Not only that, but their strength had also increased. Some time ago, Stella had used her body to strangle a level 3 demon to death. In an instant, Herman and Stella became famous figures in Sky City. Chapter 894, Perfection. 3. Everyone called them the Steel Dragon Couple. Herman's appearance was not made up by him, but a design blueprint from the machine sage. This mechanical creator had designed a series of flashy and powerful mechanical beast blueprints. Herman's model was called the Iron-Winged Tyrannosaurus. Stella's model was a steel sea dragon. Its original form was from the mixed blood dragon clan. However, these mechanical creations were much stronger than ordinary mixed blood dragon clan members. It was also because of this that the Steel Dragon Couple followed legendary wizard Luther all the way. Under the lead of this legendary wizard, they lured the terrifying dark insects to the 600th floor. To be honest, it's worth it to die here. I, Ka Carter, can be considered someone who has been to the abyss, and it's the 600th level. Even a grand wizard can't come here, right? A fifth circle wizard laughed. It's not easy. After 30 years of effort and 600 levels of the abyss, we've finally gotten rid of the pursuit of those dark insects. Those guys should still be fighting with the Abyss Lord above. The strength of the dark insects is still inferior to the deep blue sage, Herman lamented. The dark insects was the name Luther had given them. This was because these insects seemed to be born in the land of darkness. Luther looked at the wizards who had survived the calamity chatting, but his expression was still solemn. Just an insect army is already so difficult to deal with, and there's even a level 10 existence among them. I can't imagine how powerful this terrifying civilization is. Perhaps it's not inferior to the Abyss. The wizard civilization has started too late. Although it developed rapidly, it is still too inexperienced compared to those naturally powerful ancient races and civilizations. Back then, when Lord Sauron reached the 666th level, it was unimaginable. I spent a lot of time to kill the Lord on the 600th floor. However, the Abyss regenerates too quickly. It might not be long before powerful demon lords would be born in the bloody battle to fill the vacancy of the 600th level. To a certain extent, the will of the Abyss might be the same as the mother nest's will of the dark insects. It is him who spurred and facilitated all of this. Therefore, I suspect that Lord Sauron stopped after reaching the 666th floor because he discovered this pattern. No matter how many demons or Abyss lords he killed, he could not eliminate them from the root. This is because, above all demons and demon lords, there's a supreme will. That is the true Abyss. That is a level that could no longer be measured by the common knowledge of wizards. In short, it is an existence that far exceeds level 10. After all, from the current historical research, Lord Sauron had already surpassed level 10 before he disappeared. If even he felt powerless, how powerful must the enemy be? Perhaps one day, someone will be able to truly pierce through the entire Abyss and arrive at the deepest part of the Abyss. Only then will they be qualified to understand the true secrets of the Abyss. Suddenly, a powerful and familiar will descended on the 600th floor unknowingly. Luther's expression changed. That mother nest's will is here again. In the next moment, another chaotic and violent will descended. This was a battle that even legendary wizards could not understand. It was a battle of another dimension. Everyone, enter Sky City. I want to drag you into my demi-plane, Luther said. The wizards ran into the city. He waved his hand, and a dark blue light appeared, pulling Sky City into it. In the deep blue sage's demi-plane. This was Luther's demi-plane. Similar to the endless sea, this place was blue, and so was the sky. It was as if they had returned to the wizard world. Is this the legendary demi-plane? I can't feel the edge at all. I don't know how big it is. It feels like it's comparable to a small secret realm. Herman exclaimed. This wasn't a secret realm that relied on the main material plane or a spatial ring, but a true embryonic form of a plane. Legend had it that a legendary demi-plane could grow continuously. In theory, a demi-plane had the chance to develop into a real plane. Even if it was just a small plane, it was still a miracle like the creation of the gods. Stella, the steel sea dragon, was swimming in the sea. She looked at the center of the sea, where there was a wizard tower. A dark blue wizard tower that was truly indomitable. It was as if this wizard tower, like a pillar, supported this world. A benevolent face that looked like a god appeared on the wizard tower. This is my demi-plane. You can cultivate here normally. Next, someone will introduce to you the demi-plane rules of my demi-plane. You must remember to abide by them. Otherwise, you will be treated as invaders by the demi-plane rules and killed, Luther reminded. After saying this, everyone fell silent and obediently found a place to start cultivating. Outside, while the two supreme wills were fighting, the deep blue sage immediately tore apart the barriers between each floor of the Abyss with a legendary spell and headed for the 599th floor. The two supreme wills clashed and had no time to care about him. Now, it was time to return. Nether Capital. In the past year, Levi's meditation supplementary potion supply had never stopped with enough money. His spiritual force was steadily increasing every year. At the same time, the materials for the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array were ready. Chapter 895, Perfection. 4. Levi immediately began to refine the array. Levi had high hopes for this expensive combat array. The refinement difficulty was much higher than 40,000 glory. However, in the end, Levi managed to successfully refine it without any mishaps. In the Wizard Tower, a total of 24 array items floated like war drums in front of Levi. On the surface of the war drum, there were 24 different patterns of evil ghosts from hell. Among the 24 war drums, 4 were array cores that needed to be controlled by wizards. There were no other requirements. They only needed to be carried with them. Each wizard needs a total of 4 wizards to preside over an array core. Their cultivation level has to be above the second circle level. If it's too low, they can't preside over the third circle array. After so many years of development, the Shinik Academy should be able to recruit corresponding wizards. If it doesn't work, I'll capture a few people from the wizard world. Levi could not wait to return to the ancient saint plane to test the power of this array. The attacks of the 20 senior state assembly ancient saints were enhanced and transformed by this array. Even ordinary 5th circle wizards would not dare to take them head on. This way, the ancient saint plane would be safe for a long time. However, the elemental power in the ancient saint plane is not as rich as in the Star Sea. I'll go home to take a look after I perfect my spiritual force here. After taking pills, arrays, and covering his daily expenses for 2 years, Levi still had more than 2 million ether stones in his reserves. It felt good to be rich. Suddenly, Levi's wizard tower trembled. He hurriedly ran out of the wizard tower and realized that 2 figures were fighting and chasing in the air under the pressure of the Nether Capital's no-flight array. 5th circle wizard. Looks like he's snatching the key to the dark ancient tower again. Levi saw that one of the wizards was glowing. He shook his head. Now, news about the dark ancient tower had already begun to spread among the intermediate wizards outside some large organizations. This made the disputes between wizards more frequent. Looks like the rumors are true. There are no primordial soul wizards in Nether Capital anymore. The city lord is most likely in seclusion. Otherwise, a fight in the city would not have happened. The 2 5th circle wizards gradually left. Algerta watched all of this with lingering fear. She said with envy, they can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They are omnipotent. When will I be able to have 1/10 of their strength? You're already at the peak of legendary. When you reach the 2nd step of knighthood, you can learn my blood chi wings. From now on, you can soar in the sky too. Levi touched the white wolf's head and enjoyed the comfortable feeling. The white wolf rubbed against him affectionately, letting out low grunts from time to time. I heard that a 4th circle potion is on the shelves. I have to hurry up and take a look. Levi chanted an incantation and entered the witch's family. He immediately went to the witch shop to see if any potions could help him break through to the 4th circle. Previously, he could not make it in time as every time he came, and they were all snatched up. He had no choice but to spend a lot of money to bribe a witch in the witch shop to open a back door for him. Today, he finally got the chance. It wasn't easy to break through to the 4th circle. Therefore, even for a giant organization like the witch's family, 4th circle wizards were at the upper middle level. 5th circle wizards were at the upper level. As for primordial soul wizards, they were all at the upper level. Beautiful Miss Linda, I heard that a breakthrough potion is on sale, Levi rushed over and said with a smile. Yes, Sir Levi. I informed you as soon as it was put up for sale. The witch Linda was the salesperson of the witch shop. It was said that her mother was a 5th circle wizard of the witch's family. That was why she could get such a good idle position with a mere 3rd circle cultivation. Levi immediately pulled out the information about the potion. Deep water potion, a 3rd circle superior potion. Consumed before spiritual force liquefaction can increase the success rate by 8%. Price, 200,000 ether stones. Only 8%. Levi frowned. That's right, so the price is also very cheap. It only cost 200,000 ether stones. After all, this is only a 3rd circle potion. The potions that can increase the success rate by 20% are all 4th circle potions. There are not many 4th circle pharmacists in the witch's family. Moreover, the raw materials for such a potion are extremely scarce. With Sir Levi's talent of reaching the peak of the 3rd circle before the age of 200, the success rate of taking this potion is definitely more than 50%. I think you can give it a try. Sigh, if I had a 1/3 success rate, I would have broken through without hesitation. The witch Linda said enviously. Although she was the descendant of a 5th circle wizard, she was not very talented. Her achievements today were all because of the resources in her family. Forget it, I'll take it. Levi was worried that if he missed this round, he would not have another chance. In any case, 200,000 ether stones was not expensive. He would buy it first. If there were better substitutes in the future, he could sell this deep water potion again. Levi would not have to worry about finding someone else for the breakthrough potion. There would be a market at any time, and Levi would not lose money. Levi wanted to pursue a more stable breakthrough, but many ordinary third circle wizards would be lucky to have potions. They did not care if it was a 10% success rate or a 20% success rate. Whether it's this deep water potion or Madame Yi's heart potion that could increase the success rate by 20% at the Nether Capital auction some time ago, they can't compare to the succubus potion. That's a 30% success rate. With my talent, taking the succubus potion has a success rate of more than 90%. Unless it's especially unlucky, it's very difficult to fail. Chapter 896, Perfection. 5. Levi analyzed in his heart and left the witch's family. In any case, there was still some time before his spiritual force reached perfection. He still had a chance. He left Nether Capital to visit Ms. Marlene and the others. On the way back, he saw the two 5th Circle wizards fighting for the key from afar. Vaguely, some 4th Circle and 3rd Circle wizards were hiding nearby, risking their lives to pick up scraps. In the wizard world now, resources are obtained through competition. Levi had underestimated the allure of the Dark Ancient Tower to ordinary wizards. Now, we've really completely regressed to the ancient era. The Order of the Congress only exists in name. There's no longer a so-called division between dark wizards and white wizards. There's no restriction. Anyone can turn from a righteous wizard to a dark wizard with a thought. That's right. Even if there's order, how many of those so-called righteous wizards are righteous in the darkness where light can't reach? For example, Levi himself wandered around all kinds of grey areas. He knew very well that many of the things he did could not be exposed. On the way back, Levi felt that a wizard was following him. Nowadays, even 3rd Circle wizards are starting to have designs on me. It seems that I'm still too low-key in Nether Capital. They all think that I'm a pushover. Levi quickly flew into the distance. Not long after, a strange wizard with skin as green as tree bark appeared here. Hey, you're quite alert. But can you run? 15 minutes later. Levi returned to Nether Capital with a good expression. He quickly returned to the wizard tower and closed the array and restrictions. He took out a storage item and a cyan wizard's corpse. He's just a 3rd Circle body refining wizard. He wants to rob me just because he's proficient in concealing his aura. This person only had 70 to 80,000 ether stones in his storage space and was very poor. The magic tool was only a 2nd Circle wizard tool. Levi usually did not notice such a character. However, this tree spirit body tempering technique is not a bad body tempering technique. It's a body tempering technique of the life faction. It's different from the previous bloodline transformation wizards. There's no need to transplant transcendent creature organs. Levi kept this technique for future cultivation and fused it with his metal voodoo body. This body refining wizard's body is not bad to use as a shell for Mind Flayer. Levi released the Mind Flayer. As soon as the Mind Flayer appeared, he took a liking to this corpse. Master, can I stay in it? The Mind Flayer asked. This is for you, Levi said. Thank you. The Mind Flayer's entire body turned illusory before transforming into a beam of light that fused into its body. As the cyan corpse trembled, it did not take long for the corpse to stand up like a zombie. This body is much better than my previous one. The Mind Flayer's pleasantly surprised voice sounded. After a series of changes, the corpse turned into a young man. Levi used perception and realized that the Mind Flayer's hidden ability was not an exaggeration. Once this guy took over the body, he could not find any difference between him and an ordinary wizard. Unless he took the initiative to expose himself, it would probably be very difficult for even a 5th Circle wizard to discover anything strange. This was also the reason why the Mind Flayer was so notorious in the multidimensional plane. Many wizards suspected that the higher-ups of the Wizard Council had long been controlled by some powerful Mind Flayer. In the past, Levi had treated these rumors as conspiracy theories that had no foundation. After personally witnessing the Mind Flayer's abilities, Levi felt that this might be true. After giving the Mind Flayer a body, Levi dismissed him. The Mind Flayer had an important mission, which was to participate in the demon banquet and obtain information about the succubus and sorcerer for Levi. He did not need the Mind Flayer to fight for him. Mind Flayers were not good at fighting. Instead, he wanted him to go deep into the enemy's territory to spy on them. Levi continued to cultivate in the Nether Capital. Although Nether Capital was relatively chaotic now, there was no need to go to other cities and start over. Moreover, if anything happened, he could return to the witch's family. This place was still very safe. On this day, while Levi was cultivating, he relied on the Death Ember power to enter the Ashen World. The sky filled with ashes appeared in front of him again. It's been a long time. He remembered that the last time he entered Lion King City, he had appeared in a spacious Lion King City. This time, what appeared in front of him was the same dilapidated and dead nether capital. All the places in Nora's plane are mapped in the Ashen World, Levi was puzzled. What does the Ashen World have to do with Nora's plane? Is it the inner world? If it's the inner world, and the nightmare world has invaded the inner world, then the next step is to invade the real Nora world. Levi walked out of the wizard tower with many questions. In the nether capital, he could feel powerful bonfires burning in some mansions. Those were the reflections of the powerful vitality of intermediate wizards in this world. Some of the bonfires were obviously from fifth circle wizards. In front of their powerful flames, even third circle wizards seemed minuscule. Levi was not in the same dimension as them, so these wizards could not sense Levi. In the center of Nether Capital, there was a 1,000-foot tall wizard tower. Levi remembered that it was the residence of Nether Capital's city lord. Chapter 897, Perfection. 6. Now, at the highest point of the wizard tower, there was a bonfire that was like the sun. It was sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, as if it was in an unstable state. The only primordial soul wizard in the city. It seems like the rumors are true. He's in seclusion because of his serious injuries. He came to the surface of the sea. It was the same as the surface of the sea in the real world, except that the surface here was filled with ashes. If that's the case, this place is very far from the Windmill Village where Owens is. After all, Windmill Village is beside the Yellow Earth Continent's Lion King City. Levi returned to Nether Capital. When he returned home, he realized that there was a twisted, long humanoid monster half the height of the wizard tower lying at the entrance. It was looking inside with its bloodshot eyes. Deathfall. Moreover, from the degree of danger, it might be comparable to a fourth circle wizard. Levi's Death Ember seed roared and black Death Ember power surged out. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of this world. The huge sword condensed from the Death Ember power slashed out, and the Death Fall was split into two. It didn't die. Instead, it came back together and attacked Levi. The level 4 Death Fall made Levi's invincible Death Ember power unable to instantly kill him. Flame Dragon's true form. In this grey world, scarlet flames burned, illuminating the dim street. Levi fought the level 4 Death Fall for dozens of rounds before killing it. A black crystal appeared in his hand. Levi had tried to refine and absorb the power in it like Owens, but he hadn't succeeded. His Nightmare Dragon Seed and Dead Ember Seed seemed to be rejecting or despising this power. On the other hand, Leon could absorb the energy to evolve. There's also Deathfall here in Nether Capital. This Ashen world seems to be finished. There might not be many normal people like Owens left. Where did those powerful Ashen Kings go? Levi left the Ashen world and returned to the Wizard Tower full of questions. Forget it. I originally wanted to explore the Ashen world to see if there were any treasures. From the looks of it, other than ashes, there's only Deathfall in this world. There's no value in exploring. Levi muttered softly to himself. With a flick of his finger, a copper coin flew into the air. Unyielding silver seat Owens. Following Levi's summons, the halfling Owens appeared excitedly. Tell me, who am I fighting? It's a good opportunity to try out my newly comprehended sword skill, Crow Flowing Wind Slash. You're not fighting anyone. What's your strength now? Levi asked. Thanks to you, I've successfully advanced to the 4th stage of the Grey Swordsman. There hasn't been an expert like me among the ancestors of Windmill Village. If my great-grandfather was still alive and saw my current achievements, he would be happy for me. That's right. Are you still in Windmill Village? Levi asked. That's right. Next, I might need your help. Try to increase your strength as much as possible and prepare for a big battle. No problem. After Owens left, Levi threw the black crystal to Leon. Leon ate happily. After devouring many crystals and souls, this strange insect's current strength was no weaker than ordinary 4th circle wizards. Levi did not dare to let it get too strong, lest it escape his control. With Owens and the Mind Flayer, I have a lot of 4th circle combat power left. There shouldn't be any problems during the trip to the Ice Realm soon. Time passed, and he could not bear to part with day and night. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1125, Month of Wheatfield. The 94th year of the Great Expedition. Levi was 135 years old. In the Nether capital, Levi spent 4 years aloof from worldly affairs. His self-created ether meditation art had been cultivated to the maximum of level 9. Levi. Ether meditation art, level 9, maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, ether dominance. If I want to break through the limit, I need to take the most crucial step, which is spiritual force liquefaction. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 200. Spell power, 8000. Levi's spiritual power had reached 200 points, which was the perfection stage of a third circle wizard. His spell power had also reached the maximum. In his mind, the gas magic ring formed by spiritual force particles had already reached perfection. It was difficult to increase it at all. If he wanted to advance further, he would have to condense the dew of spiritual force in the center of the gas magic ring and purify the quality of his spiritual force. Gasification from liquid form, only then could it accommodate more. Once a drop was condensed, one would step into the fourth circle. Everything is ready. There are only 2 things left. One is the construction of the third innate spell, and the other is the refinement of the succubus potion. In the year 1070 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, I stepped into the third circle at the age of 80. Now, I am 135 years old and have reached the perfection stage of the third circle. After 50 years. This speed is not bad. Next, I have to prepare the third innate spell. At the same time, I have to wait for news from the Mind Flayer. If I still cannot obtain the succubus breast milk after the third innate spell is prepared, then I'll advance with the deep water potion. Chapter 898, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 1. Nether Capital. In a wizard tower in the inner city. The arrays built on the wizard tower were all high-level fourth circle arrays that were very protective. In the courtyard of the wizard tower, there was also a white-haired old man who looked quite elegant. He was trimming the flowers and plants and looked very relaxed. A tall, mature witch with an outstanding temperament was wearing a pair of long boots. Under the red windbreaker-styled witch robe, her long and slender legs were slightly revealed. It was Madame Triss. When the old man saw this lady, he quickly said, "Madam, why are you here?" "Butler Drake, how's Anya been all these years?" Triss asked. "Anya, after young Master Anya came back 8 years ago, he has been in seclusion in the wizard tower. He said that he wanted to break through to the fourth circle. He hasn't come out yet," Drake said. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Triss' mouth, and she felt gratified in her heart. It seems that this child has been stimulated by Levi. He has never worked so hard in cultivation before. "Madam, do you want me to inform the young master that you're here?" Drake asked. "No need. Recently, Nether Capital has become more and more chaotic. Just keep an eye on him. However, unless there's a life and death crisis, don't interfere. Give him a chance to grow," Madame Triss said softly. "Yes, ma'am." Triss was happy to see her child grow up. With his talent, he should have succeeded in breaking through by now. However, the transition period won't end in a day or 2. That kid Levi is also in seclusion. I originally wanted to talk to him. Does this guy want to go to the Dark Ancient Tower or not? If he can go, I'll be more at ease if he forms a team with Anya. Triss would not go to the Dark Ancient Tower this time. Although she was a primordial soul wizard, her main focus was on pharmacy, so she was inferior in terms of spell battles. The work at the Pharmacist Association headquarters could not do without her. Moreover, even if she went, it would be difficult to take care of Anya. Intermediate wizards like Anya mainly stayed on the first 5 floors. If a primordial soul like her went there, she would have to rush to the 6th floor. As for the threat that other primordial soul wizards might pose to Anya, Triss was not too worried. After all, the common rule among primordial souls was not to kill intermediate wizards in the lower levels. In history, there were not many cases where primordial souls attacked intermediate wizards. This was because after some wizards' investigations, they discovered that primordial soul wizards, who often abused newbies at the bottom, would encounter all kinds of dangers and accidents at the upper levels. The mortality rate was very high. It was as if the Dark Ancient Tower itself had a will to watch everything. One would compete at whatever level they were at. If they blew up the fish pond, then, they would die a horrible death. Triss and Levi had talked about these unspoken rules, but that kid was worried about this and that. However, it's still too early to think about this. I might not be able to fight for a spot for Levi in front of those old fellows. With Triss's status and position, she could fight for a spot for her son Anya. This was a sure thing. However, Levi was an outsider and she was not confident. I'm still worried too much about Anya. Alas, it's not easy to be a mother and take care of my child alone. A month later. Nether capital. In Levi's wizard tower, Algerda and Tika had already packed their luggage. Levi waved his hand gently, and the items were all collected. It's time to leave. I can't wait anymore. It's time to return to the human world. Levi looked at Nether capital, which had lived for a long time. He was here to train his spiritual force to the perfection stage. It was time to bid farewell. He chanted an incantation. Levi came to the witch's family. Triss residence. Madam Triss, I plan to travel for a while. Levi looked at Triss, who was lying on her side on the sofa, revealing the cleavage in her chest. There was a hint of drunkenness in her eyes, as if she had just drunk. Go, but what are your thoughts about the dark ancient tower? Triss asked as she exhaled a wine-laced breath. Ma'am, I'm willing to go, Levi said. This was the result of his careful consideration. He heard that it would take decades for the dark ancient tower to open. At that time, he would have advanced to a fourth circle wizard, and his path of knights would have improved further. He felt that other than primordial soul wizards, he could even fight a fifth circle wizard. At the very least, he could run away even if he couldn't win. Moreover, he had also calculated the survival rate of members of large organizations like the Witch's family in the past years according to the information provided by Triss. Each level of the Dark Ancient Tower was very vast. After entering, Levi found a place to hide and investigate the situation before slowly collecting some resources. He also understood that he had to fight for a huge opportunity like the Dark Ancient Tower that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Although there would definitely be danger and accidents, it was the same no matter what. If he was too timid, how could he advance to the primordial soul in the future? If he was lucky and encountered a truth oddity, he might be able to lay the foundation for advancing to a primordial soul. Most importantly, the Dark Ancient Tower was most likely a supreme treasure surpassing the legendary wizard tool that Sauron had created using the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Levi was also curious. What was the Dark Ancient Tower like? Could the last of the four treasures, the Holy Grail of Immortality, be inside? Chapter 899, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 2. In short, after doing a lot of thinking and analyzing the pros and cons, Levi decided not to back down this time. He would just do it. All right, I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Triss smiled seductively. Go ahead, but the Endless Sea has been rather chaotic recently. Be careful. Levi breathed a sigh of relief as he left Triss's house. Inside the witch shop in Nether Capital. Celia, I'll be away for a while. See you in the future. Thank you for this period of time, Levi said with a smile. Sir Levi, have a safe trip. I guess you're going to advance to the fourth circle, Celia said enviously with a pout. Levi smiled but said nothing. Goodbye, Sir Levi. The little witch Kelly waved her little hands and flapped her wings, looking very cute. Bye, guys. Levi waved and turned to leave. When I return, I'll be a fourth circle cultivator. Area 7 of the Inner Sea region. In the secret realm of the Saurit family. Deep in the mine. It was another year of the demon banquet. On the throne. Behind Saurit, a black shadow stood proudly. He wore a crown and crow feathers. It was the Black Feather Demon King, Victor. Not long after, a green-skinned wizard walked in. Guillermo, you're late again. The succubus Maria said with a smile. Why? Do you have a problem with that? The Mind Flayer said in a low voice, No, it's just that this new body of yours looks really good. It makes me a little horny. I like mighty and majestic bodies. Only in this way can my pleasure be satisfied. Maria licked her lips. Her chest rose and fell, and her hooves rubbed back and forth, making one's heart itch. Get lost. Don't try to tempt me. It wasn't easy for me to get this third circle body refining wizard's body. I don't want you to damage it. Guillermo didn't buy it at all. Level 4 demons like them did not get along with each other. They were only able to gather because of the Black Feather Demon King. Stop arguing, Victor said coldly. The contents of this banquet are very important. It concerns the recovery of my strength and the development of us demons in the Endless Sea. Sorcerer, tell me your next plan. Sorcerer, who was sitting on the throne, opened his eyes. Lightning exploded in the air, making the level 4 demons tremble and instinctively feel fear. No matter how arrogant they were, Sorcerer's strength made them fear him. After decades of planning, our Sorcerer family has completely taken down Area 7 in the Inner Sea region and Area 5 in the Inner Sea region. However, there's still Area 5 between Area 7 and Area 5. It's an eyesore to stand in the middle. In the past, I didn't have the ability to take down this district and lost to a damn woman. But now, I'm already prepared. As long as everyone helps me take down Riptide City. Then I guarantee that as long as it's within the territory of the Thunder Dragon family in Areas 5, 6, and 7, you can also live under the sun. I'll also find a suitable body for Victor and let him recover his Demon King strength. With the Demon King's protection, you don't have to worry about that primordial soul wizard in the Endless Sea. He was making a deal with a demon. It seemed dangerous and could be consigned to eternal damnation at any time, but he was already prepared. That's right. This body is the City Lord of Riptide City, Blue Dragon Lady Elsie. As far as I know, she's a dragon descendant wizard of a pure-blooded dragon. Her strength is also one of the best among the fifth circles. With this body, it won't be long before I can recover my Demon King strength, Victor said proudly. In the Endless Sea, other than primordial soul wizards, there was nothing more suitable than the dragon descendant's powerful body to carry his Demon King strength. But, isn't the Blue Dragon Lady a woman? The Mind Flayer asked. It doesn't matter. I'm only using it for the time being. When I find a way to return to the abyss, I'll take back my Demon King body. As long as I'm strong enough, so what if I become a woman? Understood. When do we take action? Asked the Mind Flayer. 3 years later. Guillermo, first use your ability to steal the soul of a higher-up in Riptide City and spy on Blue Dragon Lady to gain her trust. When we launch an all-out attack, I need you to ambush Blue Dragon Lady and create an opportunity for Sorcerer and me to kill the Blue Dragon Lady, Victor said. Me? You think too highly of me. It's not a problem for me to hide by her side, but even if I launch a sneak attack, I won't be able to break through her automatic protective force field. Don't underestimate a fifth circle wizard, and a dragon descendant at that, Guillermo said with a frown. This job was too dangerous. Don't worry, we're ready. Victor smiled confidently. Immediately after, Victor's face began to contort in pain. He stabbed his hand into his heart and a heart-wrenching scream sounded in the mine. Then, he slowly pulled his hand out. The root of a pitch-black feather still had flesh attached to it. This is Victor's feather. Take good care of it. This feather can only be used once. Believe me, even if it's only a trace of my main body's strength, it's enough to pierce through the fifth circle wizard's protective force field. Even her dragon descendant body can't withstand it. Guillermo, don't disappoint me. When I return to the abyss and recover my peak strength, I can make you a new demonic spirit and eliminate those damned traitors. Chapter 900, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 3. Victor gritted his teeth in hatred when he thought of the demonic spirit that had betrayed him. All right. I understand. The Mind Flayer took the heavy feather solemnly and slowly retreated into the shadows, secretly delighted. In midair, the pink light airship was moving quickly. A month later, Levi returned to Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. Along the way, they basically did not encounter any dark wizards. It was very smooth. When he passed by Riptide City, Levi originally wanted to revisit the old place. However, when he remembered his identity as a dead person, he decided to forget it. He flew straight towards the Hundred-Eyed Demon territory. Suddenly, he frowned and the airship stopped in midair. A yellowed letter appeared in his hand, and a quill wrote automatically on it. This was a communication tool that Levi had spent a lot of money to buy after he became rich. This way, it was easier for him and his subordinates to exchange information across the Endless Sea. This kind of prop could only send a short message. It was different from a video conference tool like the Tea Time Round Table. Be it the communication distance or the transmission efficiency, they were far inferior. The message read, 3 years later, Sorcerer and the demons would besiege Riptide City. I'm already planning to return to the human world. Levi muttered to himself. Forget it. I'll meet Guillermo first and get the details. 7 days later. Levi sat cross-legged alone on an island near Riptide City. In front, the Mind Flayer appeared. After he arrived, he knelt in front of Levi. Master, there's a turning point, the Mind Flayer said excitedly. What's going on? Is Sarit going to attack Riptide City again? Levi asked. That's right. This will be a huge operation. Sarit, Victor, and most of the demons at the demon banquet, including the succubus Maria, will also take action. When the time comes, it will be chaotic, said the Mind Flayer. Looks like Sarit is very confident this time, Levi thought. Victor even asked me to be a spy. He wanted me to infiltrate the Blue Dragon Lady's inner circle in Riptide City. On the day of the attack, I will give the Blue Dragon Lady a fatal blow. You? Even 10 of you wouldn't be a match for Blue Dragon Lady. It's naturally impossible for me, but Victor gave me a treasure. It's his origin feather. The Mind Flayer carefully took out a black feather that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Levi took a look and felt a little uncomfortable. Victor is so strong. Of course. At his peak, he was a level 8 demon king, said the Mind Flayer. Then follow their plan. However, on the day of the attack, don't stab the feather at the Blue Dragon Lady. I want you to find an opportunity to stab Sarit in the back. It's best if you can kill him. If you can't, it'll also make it easier for me to snatch the succubus, Levi said. I understand. I will adapt to the situation. The Mind Flayer nodded. Levi was very confident in the intelligence and abilities of the Mind Flayer. Levi would not have dared to do this to any other contract than the Scarlet Contract. That would be playing with fire. After the master and servant discussed the plan, the Mind Flayer left while Levi headed for Riptide City. He didn't know which unlucky person would be possessed next. I won't be returning to Riptide City now. Even if I go, I won't be able to help the Mind Flayer. Should I return to the Nether capital? It seems too far. There's no need. Besides, I've just bid farewell to Celia and the others, dying the atmosphere of farewell. It's a little strange to go back. Forget it, I'll just find a random place to stay for 3 years. Whether I succeed or not, I'll stay for these 3 years. If the plan fails, I will give up and use the deep water potion to break through in peace. If the plan succeeds, I can have a succubus and endless succubus milk. By the way, my Scarlet Contract is already full. I have to leave a spot for the succubus. Levi had contracted the Sea Clan Baron Baghdad, the Blood Clan Claire, and the Mind Flayer Guillermo. The latter two were rather special. One was a Blood Clan member who was not afraid of death, and the other was a dangerous and cunning Mind Flayer. Other than the Scarlet Contract, the other contracts might not be able to suppress them. I might as well cancel the Sea Clan Baron's contract and exchange it for Excalibur's oath. As for my cultivation place for the next 3 years, I'll return to my hometown. Someone has been occupying my house for decades. It's time for him to pay the rent. I'll use his life to repay it. After making up his mind, Levi flew towards Area 9 of the Outer Sea region. The ancient Saint Plain. In this small plain, the ancient Dragon Empire was flourishing. Under the governance of the Senior State Assembly, at the very least, the situation of the city-states had ended. After the establishment of the Chinook Academy, some lizardmen who already had good Chinook talent gave up the traditional ancient Saint Dharmic formulation and switched to mysterious Chinook power. Before the birth of the Chinook Academy, there were already some scattered lizardmen spellcasters who were comparable to wizards. After the establishment of the Chinook Academy, these spellcasters had received systematic training and their strength had improved significantly. Some lizardmen who were comparable to First Circle and even Second Circle wizards had already been born. It could be imagined that in the future, in this small ancient dragon empire, other than the original ancient Saint Dharmic formulation, a new spiritual energy transcendent path would gradually rise. This was enough to make up for the flaws of the ancient Saint Dharmic formation. In some primitive forests of the ancient dragon empire, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple were training there. Chapter 901, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 4. They were looking for medicinal herbs, ores, transcendent creatures, and other resources from the bounty missions of the Holy Temple. They were going to the Holy Temple to exchange for cultivation resources such as knowledge, secret medicine, and guidance from legendary knights. On this day, outside the ancient Saint Plain, faint flames tore through the sky and fell into it. This flame passed through the clouds and finally appeared in the sky above the southern sea. The vast Sea King hugged a group of burly but curvaceous lizard women in his arms and was about to make out. There was a loud slap. It was as if something had smashed the roof of the vast Sea King's palace. Tiles and stones flew everywhere. The next moment, a pitch-black object smashed into the center of the palace. The vast Sea King was shocked and instantly could not take it anymore. His expression was sullen. Damn it, what's going on now? Where are the guards? What's this? The vast Sea King suddenly discovered that this thing was not an ordinary meteorite, but a pitch-black small pagoda. The small pagoda had a total of 10 floors and was emitting a dazzling light. This looks like a treasure, the vast Sea King's eyes lit up as he hurriedly got someone to lift this thing. Treasure, can you speak? After the lesson from Excalibur, the vast Sea King had learned his lesson. After a while, no one answered. Your Majesty, why are you talking to inanimate objects? The lizard woman asked in confusion. What do you know? This is a treasure. Guards, collect it for me. A month later. On the island where the entrance to the ancient Saint Plain was. Bo Gang was guarding this place conscientiously. He sat at the array core of the King of Earth Grand Array and watched as the 3 cave wizards outside the Grand Array tried to break through. How many batches of people have died? I almost forgot. Bo Gang was expressionless. So far, none of those humans had successfully entered the Grand Array. The wizards seemed to have taken out some array items and were chanting. They want to break the array. Bo Gang was alarmed. After the wizards were ready, they sent the array items into the Grand Array of the Glory of the 4 Kings. The operation of the Grand Array seemed to have started to stagnate, and its power had decreased. It seems like it's the array wizard that Master mentioned. I have to get the 4 ancient saints over there to prepare to deal with the enemy. Bogan quickly disappeared from the altar. When he appeared again, he was already in the temple of the ancient Saint Plain. 4 powerful ancient saints were cultivating in the 4 directions of the temple. The mountain giant and the ancient saint had already exchanged greetings, so they were very familiar with each other. Are there foreign enemies who want to invade the ancient dragon empire? An ancient saint asked. That's right. It's 3 humans. I don't know their strength, but they shouldn't be stronger than ancient saints. Be prepared to deal with the enemy. After Bo Gang finished speaking, he hurriedly went out to preside over the array. At this moment, in the array, the 3 almost eyeless pale wizards were wearing the same black magic robe. They were the cave wizards mentioned by the church. They came from a level 5 cave in the Forsaken Land of the God. The cave lord was a 5th circle wizard. The cave lord ordered them to explore the world outside the Forsaken Land of the God, and they accidentally discovered this island. If not for an array wizard, they might not have been able to discover that there was another world on this island. Be careful. Although this is a 3rd circle array, its actual power is not inferior to some 4th circle arrays because it's a combination array. I observed for a while. The array in the direction of Earth should have an Earth attribute transcendent creature guarding it. It's relatively dangerous there. Let's try our best to go around it. However, the more this is the case, the more it means that this array should exist to protect some important resources. I suspect that this is the secret realm entrance of a certain wizard organization. The wizard who set up this 3rd circle array has a very high level of arrays. He's probably not weaker than me. And the resources consumed to build such a huge array are also extremely terrifying. Among these 3 cave wizards, there was a 4th circle wizard and 2 3rd circle wizards. One of them was even an array wizard. It was precisely because they had array wizards that they were bold enough to barge into the Grand Array. Boom! At the King of Fire's array, fireballs fell from the sky one after another in an extremely dense manner. I'll do it! With a thought from this 4th circle wizard, his 4th circle innate spell raised a huge black umbrella. The innate spell, Sky Umbrella. The fireballs landed on the black umbrella, causing it to tremble. Hurry up and enter the next water element array. The attacks there should be weaker. I won't be able to last long here, the 4th circle wizard said. Under the guidance of the 3rd circle array wizard, they arrived at the King of Water's array without mishaps. This seemed to be a world of water. Suddenly, a stream of water attacked them, binding one of the 3rd circle wizards and dragging him into the water. The 3rd circle wizard had just escaped the restraint of the water current. A terrifying hurricane blew over from the surface of the water, accompanied by wind blades. Puff! 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 In an instant, the 3rd circle wizard's protective force field shattered and he was cut into pieces. It was a tragic sight. Akasha! The other array wizard had an ugly expression. There's no time to mourn. We can only move forward now, or he'll die in vain, the 4th circle wizard said. In the end, with the help of the array wizard and the powerful strength of this 4th circle wizard, they finally passed all the arrays. They looked at the teleportation portal protected by the array and heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, this should be the entrance to a secret realm. Chapter 902, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 5. Let's go in and take a look. The outside world is indeed rich. I reckon that this secret realm has a lot of resources. We don't have to go deep into this exploration. We just need to confirm the location and report it to the Cave Lord when we return, the fourth circle wizard said. Yes, be careful. After resting for a moment, the two wizards lit up their protective force fields and stepped into the altar. In the next moment, they appeared in the temple. At the same time, 4 terrifying attacks arrived. Lizardmen. The 4 ancient saints had been prepared for a long time. They attacked with their strongest attacks. Although the third circle array wizard was already prepared, he was still killed instantly. The other fourth circle wizard was slightly better, but his protective force field was also shattered. He was hit and was seriously injured. He hurriedly retreated to the other island through the altar. That was close. He did not have time to rest. His force field and protective spells all lit up. He barged into the protective array and wanted to kill his way out. This time, no array wizards were leading the way. As he walked, he arrived at the King of Earth array. Boom! Spikes drilled out of the earth one after another. Damn it! With Bo Gang presiding over it, the King of Earth's array was extremely terrifying. In addition, this fourth circle wizard was already seriously injured. In the end, he died in the array in despair. Bo Gang appeared in front of his corpse, took away his storage bags, and threw the corpse into the King of Fire's array to burn it. This human world is becoming more and more unstable. I wonder when Master will return. Bo Gang's expression was solemn. Not long after the 3 wizards died, far away in the outer seas, on the other side of the mortal barrier, in the forsaken land of the god. On the devastated land, dark and deep cracks were densely covering it. Following the complicated cracks in the ground, continuing to descend 100 feet, and 1,000 feet deep. Suddenly, it opened up and a huge underground world came into view. Water flowed, and the roars of transcendent creatures could be heard. This was the Black Light Crypt, a level 5 cave, built by the ancient wizard organization Black Light Tower. Now, after a long time, the once glorious Black Light Tower only had 1/5 circle wizard guarding it. In the cave, the elemental power was much richer than in the outside world. It could also greatly reduce the corrosion of the dark power and avoid the attacks of the cataclysm beasts on the surface. Cataclysm beasts were also known as black beasts, calamity beasts, and so on. Some of these guys were caused by the dark corrosion of transcendent creatures that were also left here in ancient times, and some came from the land of darkness outside Nora's plane. In short, these creatures had completely adapted to the corrosion of the power of darkness. They were powerful, mutated, and ferocious. Even cave wizards did not like to provoke them. The owner of the Black Light Crypt was called the Black Light Master by his subordinates. He was a bald wizard wearing a black robe. There was an extremely docile-looking flame divine bird standing on his shoulder. The team sent to explore the outside world was completely wiped out. A bunch of trash. Do I have to do it myself? However, the tracking mark the first left on one of them has taken effect. When I'm done here, I'll go and see who it is that can destroy my team. After lying low for so long, it's time to start exploring the new world. I've had enough of this lousy place. Don't you think so, little bird? The Black Light Master touched the head of the flame divine bird on his shoulder. You're a bird. Your whole family is birds. I'm the fire element avenger, Anveda. Anveda felt disdain in its heart, but it nodded on the surface. The Outer Sea Region, Area 9. Black Fire Island. In the wizard tower of the Black-Eyed Crow, there was a huge crucible. There was a green potion in the crucible. A corpse was floating in it with its face closed. The once high and mighty star supervisor can only become my poison fire corpse demon now. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Black-Eyed Crow looked excited. 7 years ago, he made a deal with Master of Flames Clor. Clor asked him to kill Riemann at the price of 200,000 ether stones in a giant tree secret realm. He did as he was told, and succeeded. With the 5th circle wizard tool Fire Ouroboros, his strength was naturally not something Riemann could compare to. After killing Riemann, the Black-Eyed Crow went to look for Clor and realized that the trash had disappeared. He asked the organizers and learned that Clor was already dead. He should have died at the hands of the righteous wizards. Although he did not obtain the giant tree secret realm, the black-eyed crow had already made a killing in this transaction, so he could refine his poison fire corpse demon, which was comparable to a fourth circle wizard. Corpse demons were a powerful man-made monster. Many intermediate wizards of the School of Death knew how to refine such monsters. In addition to being a burning faction wizard, the black-eyed crow was also proficient in some death sect spells. What he refined was the poison fire corpse demon among the corpse demons. Its power was much stronger than ordinary corpse demons. The first step of refining this demon corpse was obtaining a powerful corpse. It would be best if it was a body refining wizard. If not, he could use an ordinary wizard. Riemann was not a body refining wizard, but his cultivation level was at the fourth circle, so it was more than enough to refine corpse demons. The second step required the corpse to be soaked in special poisonous water for 9 years. Among them, different incantations and solidification spell runes were needed to allow the poison to permeate the corpse and turn it into an invulnerable poisonous corpse. Chapter 903, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 6. The third step was to refine the corpse in the powerful underground fire for a year, allowing the poisonous corpse to absorb enough fire elemental power and combine it with the poison to mutate the poison fire ability. At the same time, the poison fire corpse demon's body would also be tempered to become stronger. This way, the poison fire corpse demon's body would be refined. The last step was to summon a powerful spirit-type undead creature from hell and sign a contract to let it enter the poison fire corpse demon and become its artifact spirit. This poison fire corpse demon required a huge amount of resources and complicated craftsmanship. It would take 10 years to refine it, so it was considered completed. Black-eyed Crow could already imagine its powerful might. This was simply a work of art. With this corpse demon, I can also fight those old fellows in the top 5 of the dark list. Black-eyed Crow was filled with anticipation. At the same time, Levi had already used the invisibility runes to infiltrate the Black Fire Island. His current spiritual force was 200 points. He needed 600 points, which meant that it required a 5th circle wizard to completely see through his disguise. The miscellaneous disciples of the Black Fire Island, including Black-eyed Crow himself, had not discovered Levi for the time being. He really treats my territory as his own. Levi's heart turned cold. Black-eyed Crow was hiding in the wizard tower, protected by a complicated array. Levi could not sneak in and assassinate him. He rose and arrived above the Black Fire Island. His opponent was Black-eyed Crow, ranked among the top 10 of the dark list. He was a senior 4th circle wizard, and his spiritual force might be twice that of Levi's. He had also mastered 2 4th circle innate spells, 2 3rd circle innate spells, and other unknown trump cards. Hence, Levi went all out as soon as he came up. In the sky, the flame dragon's true form appeared. The flames illuminated the clouds. 9 swords azura condensed. Golden snake, sky dragon, scarlet dragon, nightmare dragon, death ember dragon. All of Levi's breathing techniques were activated at this moment. Giant dragon warrior, nightmare walker, bloodline dharma body. It was daytime, but night had enveloped this area of the Black Fire Island alone. The other low-level wizards were puzzled. Black-eyed Crow in the wizard tower sensed that there was an enemy in the sky. His expression changed and it put away the poison fire corpse demon. Enemy attack. Then, he hurriedly launched the protection of the wizard tower, and the grand array on the entire Black Fire Island began to light up. The well-trained wizards began to fight. Destruction. Levi fell from the sky and dived down rapidly, turning his body into a meteor that burned the surrounding air. On the crimson dragon slash, the pitch-black destruction sword chi slashed out with an unstoppable momentum. This was Levi's strongest attack. Boom! Under this sword, the protective array of the Black Fire Island was the first to shatter. The wizards who were in charge of the array spat out blood in disbelief. Immediately after, cracks began to appear on the surface of the Black-eyed Crow's wizard tower. Finally, with a bang, the wizard tower cracked. Black-eyed Crow flew out in a sorry state. He clearly did not expect the enemy's attack to break its impregnable defense. The metal voodoo appeared on Levi's body. Tyrant 3, the ground-drilling earthworm, the wind-thunder-winged dragon, the crimson netherworld sparrow, blood clan Claire, and the other subordinates had already charged into the enemy camp. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Levi said coldly. Black-eyed Crow had already arrived in the sky to confront him. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Black-eyed Crow's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. You're Black-eyed Crow. That's right. You know who I am, yet you still dare to court death. I'm going to kill you. Levi pointed his finger and the fire dragon tribulation charged towards Black-Eyed Crow. Black Fire Wall. Black-Eyed Crow was indeed a fourth circle senior wizard. With a wave of his hand, he cast a fourth circle innate spell, and a black wall of fire blocked the fire dragon tribulation. Boom! The black flames fused with the scarlet flames and exploded. Black-Eyed Crow did not know who his attacker was, but judging from his spiritual force fluctuation, it was only at the perfection third circle. With such a cultivation, he dared to have designs on him. He definitely had something to rely on. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate his enemy at all. The fourth circle protective force field shone brightly. The black energy was like a hurricane, squeezing everything around it. Levi's body was blown away and he stabilized himself in midair. Black-Eyed Crow was indeed worthy of being ranked in the top 10 of the dark list. He was much stronger than the Master of Flames. But that's not enough. Levi stepped out to sea. The waves rolled up behind him. The crimson dragon streaked across the sea and lit up a white line of smoke between the sea and the sky. The whistling destruction sword chi stacked on top of each other. Black-Eyed Crow felt as if he was facing a great enemy. In his mind, the model of another fourth circle innate spell was circulating crazily, and vast spell power surged in. Boom! Talent, Fire Crow Dance. In the void behind him, black fire crows appeared out of thin air and grew in the wind. Each of them had a wingspan of more than 3 meters, and there were more than 100 of them. Every attack was enough to make the expressions of ordinary third circle wizards change drastically. In the sky above the Black Fire Island, the air had already been roasted until it distorted. Boom! The fire crows swept over. Under the dense attacks, Levi had no room to dodge. Black mushroom clouds appeared in midair. You overestimate yourself. As Black-Eyed Crow sneered, the second batch of fire crows had already formed. This was the power of a fourth circle wizard. Even if that person temporarily had the power to rival a fourth circle wizard, he was still just a clown in front of him. This body is not bad. I can't destroy it. After I prepare enough resources, I can use it to refine a second poison fire corpse demon. Chapter 904, Death of the Black-Eyed Crow. 7. Black-Eyed Crow pondered. He watched as the second wave of fire crow attacks drowned Levi. Suddenly, his expression changed. The third circle innate spell, Feather Shield. Black crow feathers instantly appeared around his body. They layered and emitted a metallic luster as they enveloped him. Sparks flew everywhere. Levi's crimson dragon struck the black crow feathers, and the sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Crack! Layers of crow feathers broke and appeared again. Boom! The crow feathers exploded. Black-Eyed Crow was blown away. He looked at the sky in front of him with lingering fear. Levi had unknowingly appeared at the spot where he was originally standing. He held the crimson dragon and looked stunned. To be able to force me to use 2 innate spells, what faction are you from? You can't be an ordinary wizard, right? Black-Eyed Crow narrowed its eyes and asked warily. I'm an external wizard of the Thunder Dragon family. Do you know the consequences of offending the Thunder Dragon family? Levi sneered. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Believe it or not, humph. Boom. Where Levi had been, a flame exploded. The Black-Eyed Crow took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, Levi's perception was extremely sharp. He had long predicted it and dodged the attack. After fighting for a while, the Black-Eyed Crow realized that it could not take down Levi. Levi was also a little depressed. The power of Black-Eyed Crow's attack was average to him. After all, Black-Eyed Crow mainly used fire element spells. However, the coordination between the Black-Eyed Crow's innate spells was quite perfect. The 4 innate spells, attack and defense, and control were all practiced by him with ease. After all, this guy was a fourth circle senior wizard. It would be troublesome for Levi to defeat him. In the end, after another fruitless attempt, Levi and Black-Eyed Crow had their own thoughts. Levi flicked his finger, and a gold coin turned into a golden light and exploded. In the next moment, a 5-meter-tall swordsman in simple and impressive silver armor appeared beside Levi excitedly with a silver sword in his hand. You're finally willing to summon me. My great sword can't wait anymore. Cut the crap and kill him. Levi raised his sword and charged forward, sword energy rampaging. Owen's body turned into a silver whirlwind. Crow flowing wind slash. The 2 swordsmen attacked from both sides. However, with the warning of danger perception, Levi slowed down without batting an eyelid. Owens took the lead and rushed forward. Black-Eyed Crow suddenly took out a scarlet ring. The ring looked like a small snake. The snake's head bit the snake's tail and formed a circle. As the ring appeared, dense fire elemental power began to ripple. Levi could feel that the underground fire power of the entire Black Fire Island was rolling. "Owens, be careful!" Levi shouted as he retreated. Owens had already reached the Black-Eyed Crow. Slash after slash tore through the air, accompanied by his arrogant laughter. He did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Black-Eyed Crow's expression was dark. The remaining spell power in his body seemed to have been drained in an instant. "You're forcing me to use my 5th circle wizard tool. Die." 5th circle spell, World-Burning Flame Snake. He felt a sense of danger. Levi watched as Owens, who was shouting the name of his move, was instantly reduced to nothing in front of the terrifying 1,000-foot-long fire snake. The next moment, the fire snake rushed towards Levi. This feeling reminded Levi of the level 5 fire elemental spirit. Levi tried his best to dodge, but the fire snake seemed to have locked onto him. Even if he dived into the sea, it was useless. Earth Dragon Barrier. Heavy Water Barrier. Great Black Sky Curtain. Metal Voodoo. As well as the layers of dense scales on the surface of the fire dragon true form. All the defensive measures Levi could think of were added to his body. Boom! In a short moment, the violent explosion directly evaporated the seawater, revealing the seabed that had been roasted black. Then, the seawater poured back and the sea surface returned to normal. Black-Eyed Crow panted, sweat oozing from his forehead. His spiritual power was close to 400 points, and his spell power was less than 20,000 points. Even with such cultivation, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the power of a 5th circle wizard tool. He could only unleash the power of one strike. Even he would die under such an attack, let alone that 3rd circle brat. This fire Ouroboros was an ancestral wizard tool of a destroyed 5th circle wizard family. After generations of refinement, its power was also extraordinary among 5th circle wizard tools. If it was placed on the market, it would start at a few million ether stones. He looked out to sea. There was no sign of Levi at all. "He should evaporate in this heat," he murmured. Exhausted, he used perception to scan the area, but Levi's aura was nowhere to be found within a radius of nearly 100 miles. He drank the potion and looked to the other side. That kid's transcendent creature was still fighting his subordinates. They can't even deal with a bunch of animals. I'm raising a bunch of trash. Black-Eyed Crow was about to deal with these beasts when something unexpected happened. His 3rd circle innate spell lit up, and the black feathers on his body spread out crazily, protecting him layer by layer. At the same time that he looked behind him, the 4th circle spell had already left his hand, and black flames swept out. A flesh monster with hideous antlers and scarlet gold scales on its head and bones exposed from its wounds emitted endless anger as its aura expanded continuously. Densely packed granules were growing crazily. The ashes dissipated, revealing new flesh. He broke through the black flames and pierced through the Black-Eyed Crow's protective force field and wizard tool, nailing it in midair. Slash! Black-Eyed Crow's body was split into two, but he did not die. Instead, he turned into a ball of black flames. The flames condensed into a human figure in the distance. Just as the Black-Eyed Crow heaved a sigh of relief, the 3-headed and 6-armed evil spirit that should have appeared behind Levi quietly appeared behind him. A chill ran down its spine. The evil spirit revealed a terrifying smile. A scarlet sword had appeared in its hand at some point in time. Boom! It was the full force strike of the bloodline Dharma body. Under the destruction sword chi, the Black-Eyed Crow struggled for a moment with spells before being annihilated by the sword chi. How could he survive? That's a 5th circle spell. The Black-Eyed Crow died with remaining grievances. The furious Dragon Lord's state gradually faded. Levi stood on the spot. His body was in a mess. All the bloodline seeds seemed to have wilted. After devouring some potions, Levi only exhaled the turbid air filled with ashes when the Death Ember power repaired his broken body. A 5th circle wizard tool, how ruthless! Chapter 905, Water Dragon's Song. Spiritual Limit Break. 1. In the Endless Sea. Outer Sea Region, Area 9. Black Fire Island. Levi chanted an incantation and released Leon. I'm tired. You can clean up the mess. Yes, Master. Leon, who was now a 4th circle, rushed to the battlefield to help the other transcendent creatures. Levi landed on the Black Fire Island and leaned against a huge rock. After setting up the array, he looked like he was paralyzed. The intelligence caused me harm. If I had known that this black-eyed crow had a fifth circle wizard tool, I definitely would not have come. Levi, oh Levi, you're still too arrogant. You've just killed a few fourth circle wizards and you're already getting carried away. To be able to make it to the top 10 of the Dark List in the Outer Sea region and become famous, he must have some trump cards. However, this trump card is actually a fifth circle wizard tool. It's really unexpected. Most fifth circle wizards might not even have fifth circle wizard tools. Especially since the Antiquity Age, with the depletion of mineral resources, precious materials for refining fifth circle wizard tools had become increasingly rare. As a result, many fifth circle wizards in the current era used fourth circle wizard tools. Those who could have fifth circle wizard tools were either lucky or had strong family backgrounds. In the mouth of some wizard civilization researchers, this phenomenon was known as the wizard tool degrades phenomenon. Due to the increase in the number of wizards and the decrease in resources, in the absence of new resource planes being discovered, wizards could only use backward compatibility when using wizard tools. After becoming an intermediate wizard, it was common for a third circle wizard to use a second circle wizard tool, and a fourth circle wizard to use a third circle wizard tool. Therefore, after Levi obtained the Great Black Sky Curtain, he did not deliberately pursue a higher level wizard tool. It was too expensive. Moreover, he had the Path of Knights to make up for it, so he did not need to rely so much on a wizard tool. However, he did not expect that the Black-Eyed Crow, the wizard who was vicious in the Outer Sea region, would have such a high-level wizard tool. If he had the strength, he wouldn't go to the Inner Sea region but instead decided to use this in the Outer Sea region. Levi was very disdainful of such evil practices. Fortunately, we managed to survive. After witnessing the 1,000-foot-long fire snake instantly kill Owens, a grade 4 grey swordsman, Levi knew that he would not be able to take this attack head-on. He wanted to enter the Ashen World, but it would take some time. By then, he would have been destroyed. Helpless, he dived into the sea. He hoped to use the seawater, which was a natural environmental factor, to restrain the fire snake and to reduce its power. The power was reduced. However, Levi estimated that it was still 300 Ka of energy that could instantly kill most fourth circle wizards. After tearing apart his level 8 Earth Dragon barrier, the maximum of level 9 Heavy Water barrier, and blowing up his invincible Great Black Sky Curtain into pieces of tattered cloth, the remaining energy was at least above 200 calories. After all, even if Levi stacked all of his stats together, he would only be able to unleash the maximum impact of Destruction Sword Chi, which was over 100 Ka. The max level innate spell Fire Dragon Tribulation that he was so proud of only had more than 40 Ka. That was why he was so sure that the wizard tool was a fifth circle wizard tool. After the power of this spell was reduced layer by layer, it still greatly exceeded the scope of a fourth circle wizard tool. Fortunately, Levi's level 2 Fire Dragon True Body had strong fire elemental resistance and the protection of the golden snake scales. A layer of his flesh and blood was blown away, revealing his bones. A fatal injury could still be healed by him with the power of the Dead Ember power. But he didn't want to go through such a painful process a second time. As for escaping in the form of a blood fog, it was even more impossible. With the power of the 1,000-foot-long fire snake, if Levi turned into a blood fog, he would be burned to death on the spot. Currently, his various bloodline seeds are somewhat depleted. In order to condense the bloodline Dharma body and kill the Black-Eyed Crow, he had almost exhausted half of his strength. The Great Black Sky Curtain is gone. Fortunately, the Black-Eyed Crow left me a fifth ring wizard tool. This is still a bloody profit. Lying on the island, Levi saw that Leon and the others had yet to finish their battle. He took out a gold coin and summoned Owens. What's going on? Why did I suddenly disappear just now? Owens, who was only cool for 3 seconds, was dumbfounded. You're too weak. In the future, you can just fight some small fries. Go quickly. Levi pointed at the battlefield. Owens immediately chanted the name of his ultimate skill and charged forward. With Owens joining in, the remaining Black-Eyed Crow's subordinates were quickly slaughtered. Half a day later, the battlefield finally calmed down. The Black Fire Island had been razed to the ground in the war. Fire Dragon Peak was almost destroyed. Levi had finally rested enough. He put away the transcendent creatures. These guys had suffered some injuries, but it was not a big problem. Later on, Levi would refine healing potions for the transcendent creatures for them. At the same time, he would arrange various supplements for them. With their naturally powerful physiques, it was only a matter of time before they recovered. Against powerful enemies, Levi would not allow these transcendent creatures to fight. After all, their main purpose was to refine secret medicine, participating in battles was secondary. If they died, he would suffer a huge loss. Levi used his blood fog form to inspect the transcendent creatures in his own body. After making sure that no tracking marks were left behind, he was relieved to clean up the battlefield and collect all the spoils of war. Black-Eyed Crow was a member of the Black Sun Steeple. He had already cultivated the fourth circle realm and should already be a middle-level backbone. Levi guessed that if he had left a soul token at the Black Sun Steeple, the wizards of the Black Sun Steeple would have known. Chapter 906, Water Dragon's Song. Spiritual Limit Break. 2. Therefore, he thought about it and decided to leave the Black Fire Island in case the people of the Black Sun Steeple came looking for him. The current situation is chaotic. There are still 3 years before the final battle between Sorit and the Blue Dragon Lady. During this time, I can still become stronger so that I can be absolutely safe. Levi pondered. Then, he left Area 9. He had returned to the Hundred-Eyed Demon territory, and he still had an unknown paradise. That was the Sea of Lava. The fire elemental spirit had headed to the forsaken land of the god and it might have already died there. There were no other dangers in this Sea of Lava. Moreover, Ace's fire elemental spirit was already at the peak of level 1. He needed a place with dense land of underground fire to break through to level 2. Levi felt that this was the perfect place. Of course, there was another important reason. In the Black-Eyed Crow's storage items, Levi found an unfinished Poison Fire Corpse Demon in a book titled The Franken Wizard's Corpse Demon Book. It was mentioned that one of the steps in the refinement of demonic corpses was to temper them in the land of earth fire. That place was perfect. Half a month later, Levi arrived at the Magma Ocean. He opened up a shelter on the shore. After that, he set up all the arrays and did a good job of concealment and protection. He placed all the spoils of war on the ground. After taking stock, he had about 1,000,000 ether stones. Why are there so few? This Black-Eyed Crow is much stronger than the Master of Flames. But he only has 1,000,000 ether stones. In fact, 1,000,000 ether stones was not a small amount. However, Levi was worth 2,000,000 now, and he had just killed the Black-Eyed Crow with great difficulty, so he felt that 1,000,000 was a little too little. Levi checked all the loot storage bags to make sure that he did not miss anything. Could it be that he used all of it on the poisonous flame corpse demon? In the corner of the shelter, there was a huge crucible filled with green poisonous water and some materials that Levi could not name. There were medicinal herbs, ores. Judging from the luster emitted by these materials, they were not ordinary items. Levi even saw a small piece of elemental metal that he had once used to refine the Crimson Dragon slaying. Heavenly Fire Meteoric Metal. This prodigal thing used such precious minerals to refine a corpse demon. Levi could not help but curse. However, scolding was scolding. This demonic corpse was already at the final stage of refinement, so he couldn't break it off just like that. In the next 3 years, he planned to study the Book of Corpse Demons. Otherwise, the Black-Eyed Crow's hard work would be wasted. Other than the ether stones, there were also some wizard tools that Levi did not care about. He planned to get rid of them when he returned to the Star Sea after he attained the fourth circle realm. 3,000,000 ether stones. With a fourth circle status, I'll be able to roam freely for a very long time. This is awesome. Levi happily weighed the storage bag. After tidying up his lackey's bags, Levi rummaged through the Black-Eyed Crow's bag. He found the fifth circle wizard tool that had caused him so much trouble. It was a snake-shaped ring with its head and tail connected. The surface of the ring emitted an ancient luster. It was obvious that many people had used it before, and it felt like they had been blessed. A fifth circle wizard tool, but it needs to be appraised. There aren't many appraisers who can appraise wizard tools of this level. I wonder if Newt can do it. This wizard tool shouldn't belong to the Black-Eyed Crow. On the inner side of the ring was a snake-shaped pattern that was obviously the clan emblem. It looked like an inherited wizard tool from a wizard family. The Black-Eyed Crow must have had someone appraise it, so he knew how to use it. Devo Clan. The Endless Sea is too big. Since the Black-Eyed Crow could use this, I think the inheritance force behind this wizard weapon should have been destroyed. If I take it, there won't be any danger. Levi could not use this wizard tool now. Even if he had the incantation and the method to use it, with his strength as a third circle wizard, he would definitely not be able to use a fifth circle wizard tool. This way, the problem of the wizard tool after advancing to the fourth circle will be solved. The black-eyed crow is a good person, giving money and equipment. He carefully put away the wizard tool. Levi continued to search for treasures in the black-eyed crow's bag. The rest were some casting materials and some cultivation potions. Suddenly, Levi found a beautiful crystal box in a corner. In the translucent box, there was a mini blue dragon that seemed to be formed by water. It was spinning inside, and there was a faint sound of water splashing. It was as if there was an ocean in this small crystal box. Levi's breathing became a little hurried. This thing. Could it be a truth oddity? He carefully took out the crystal box. The blue water dragon moved around inside. Countless blue runes were born and destroyed in it, giving off the feeling of a world in water. It probably is. Levi remembered 15 years ago when he had settled down in the Nether capital, it was said that a disciple of a primordial soul wizard family was killed and robbed for possessing a truth oddity. Later on, because of the truth oddity, a small-scale bloodbath was stirred up in the Star Sea. Countless intermediate wizards had joined the fight. After all, even the lowest-level truth oddities were extremely useful to intermediate wizards. Later on, Levi only heard that the truth oddity had been snatched away by a passing dark wizard. Who would have thought that this dark wizard was actually Black-Eyed Crow? Chapter 907, Water Dragon's Song. Spiritual Limit Break. 3. I didn't fight for it. After going around in circles, the strange item still ended up in my hands. This is life. What does this mean? This means that this item is fated with me and should belong to me. Levi was secretly delighted. But I can't be sure. I should go and find some information about the wondrous object first. If it isn't a truth oddity, I'll be happy for nothing, or if I refine it randomly, I'll go berserk or something. When it came to truth oddity, Levi had to be careful. Fifth Circle Wizard Tool, a truth oddity, and the 3 treasures that Sauron created. I, Levi, am also full of treasures. In the future, I must not be rash. Otherwise, if my treasures are destroyed by others, the gains will not make up for the losses. If this is a truth oddity, even if it's of the lowest quality, I should be able to achieve a 100% success rate with the succubus potion. There's no chance of failure. Even if I don't use the succubus potion, I should have an 80% success rate with the deep water potion. However, since I already have the chance to obtain a succubus and advance to the 4th circle without a hitch, I'll wait a little longer. The next day, Levi sat in the shelter, reading the Book of Corpse Demons with great interest. Interestingly, the author of this book was the same person as Levi's Frankenwizard's Monster Manual. They were all Frankenwizards. This author was proficient in the 2 major factions of life and death, so he should not be an ordinary person. In the Book of Corpse Demons, there was a detailed introduction to the refinement of man-made undead monsters like corpse demons. In short, the corpse demons were similar to the zombies in Levi's previous life. In essence, it was similar to the seal of hell that Levi had learned when he was an apprentice. However, the level of a corpse demon was much higher than that of the living dead. The strongest living dead of the seal of hell were only at the level of the 1st circle. As for demonic corpses, the weakest one was at the level of the 1st circle. This Book of Corpse Demons divided corpse demons into 5 levels. For example, the poison fire corpse demon that the Black-Eyed Crow had refined could be considered a level 4 corpse demon. Its strength was not inferior to that of a 4th circle wizard. A level 5 corpse demon was also known as a corpse demon king. It was a terrifying monster that could go head-to-head with a 5th circle wizard. However, the conditions for crafting it were also extremely harsh, and the cost was high. It was even more difficult than crafting a 5th circle wizard tool. In the current wizard world, even the wizards of the Death Sect rarely refine these corpse demons. It just so happens that my meditation art has reached the maximum. In the next 3 years, besides cultivating the breathing technique, I'll refine this corpse demon as well. That way, I'll have another trump card. Levi calmed down and began to study the Book of Corpse Demons. After studying it, he discovered that the refinement of this corpse demon was actually similar to the refinement of alchemical creatures. For Levi, who had attained 3rd circle weapon refinement skills, it was quite easy for him to learn. Time passed quickly. Cultivation always made Levi forget the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, in the shelter, Levi sat cross-legged in front of the crucible used to refine the corpse demon. Sir Riemann, you died a horrible death. However, you can go without worry. I've already taken care of your lover, the lush forest witch. I'll visit her from time to time. It was the black-eyed crow who refined you into a corpse demon. I was just pushing the boat along the current. After saying that, Levi began to chant a complicated incantation and threw the materials into the crucible. The poisonous water rolled, bubbled, and spun, transforming into all kinds of terrifying scenes. In the end, all the poisonous water seeped into the corpse demon's body. A dark green corpse appeared at the bottom of the crucible. Coin-like runes were stacked on top of each other on the corpse's body, flickering non-stop. Although it was not refined from the corpse of a body-refining wizard, after the penetration of the poisonous water and the metal power, the strength of this corpse demon's body is not inferior to my third circle metal voodoo. Moreover, it also contains a lethal poison. After a year of refining, the third last step of the poison fire corpse demon was completed. Next, I'll put it into the underground fire to temper it at all times. I'll strengthen my body further and give it the ability of fire. Levi walked out of the shelter and went to the sea of lava. He found a place with a lower temperature and began to refine. When the corpse demon could gradually adapt to the higher temperature, he began to move deeper into the sea of fire. Time flew by. Not long after, Ace, the fire elemental spirit, had also successfully advanced to level 2, although it was useless to Levi. However, with the help of the ether stones, he could at least barely activate Tyrant 3, reducing the consumption of the ether stones. As for Levi, he finally found an ancient book that introduced Truth Oddity in a nearby market. Truth Oddities were rarely repeated. They were all unique. However, some low-level Truth Oddities could be born repeatedly in some areas, even though the cycle of their reappearance might be thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Just as he had guessed, Levi had obtained the Water Dragon's Song, which was the lowest Earth-level Truth Oddity. Even so, this was still a priceless treasure. After confirming that it was a Truth Oddity, Levi started to learn the general method from the ancient book and tried to refine it. It was because the black-eyed crow was not from the ocean faction. Otherwise, this thing would have been refined by him long ago. On this day, in the shelter. After he was ready, Levi took out the blue water dragon from the crystal box. As soon as the water dragon appeared, it tried to escape but was stopped by the array Levi had set up. Chapter 908, Water Dragon's Song. Spiritual Limit Break. 4. He enveloped the water dragon with his spiritual force. It was said that if one wanted to refine a truth oddity, one had to constantly nourish it with spiritual force and couldn't swallow it directly. The water dragon gradually became gentle from the initial restlessness. A month later, it could already circle around Levi's body, allowing him to caress it as if it were alive. Maybe it's because of the special effect Golden Snake playing with water that my affinity with the water element is not bad. It's not very difficult to refine it. Levi increased his strength and used his spiritual force to nourish the water dragon's song. When he was tired, he would go to the lava sea to refine the poison fire corpse demon. These two things were too taxing, so much so that Levi temporarily put aside his breathing technique cultivation. After analyzing and calculating, he found that it would be difficult to make a big breakthrough in breathing techniques in 1 or 2 years. He might as well refine the corpse demon and the strange item. Perhaps his strength could advance further. Year 1128 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the first month. Year 97 of the Great Expedition. Levi had just held the 26th Round Table meeting. He learned from Emperor Mu that the teleportation portal between the realm of ice and the realm of azure cloud had been opened. In the human world, some crypt wizard organizations had already begun to invade the Seven Kingdoms continent and were fighting with the Church. Taking this opportunity, the other secret organizations also appeared one after another, hoping to benefit from it. Now, the Church was in a terrible state. Levi told the Dusk Holy Temple to continue developing steadily and not to get involved in the conflict for the time being. It was worth mentioning that the Dusk Holy Temple had produced another legendary knight. Dark Moon Knight Radel. Radel was born into a noble family in the Constellation Empire. He had joined the Dusk Holy Temple for nearly 20 years, and he was already a top-notch Grand Knight. Now that he had advanced to the legendary level, Levi was not surprised. Because Levi did not have Radel's mark, he could not be pulled into the Round Table meeting. He only learned from the Blood Knight that Radel cultivated the Lunar Eclipse breathing technique. Lunar Eclipse was a legendary demonic wolf that could devour the moon. Levi had seen this breathing technique in the collection of breathing techniques Andrew had given him. He must have gotten it from Radel. However, he had not cultivated it yet. The Aurora breathing technique and Peacock breathing technique that he had learned before. He hadn't reached the maximum for them yet. These breathing techniques did not increase Levi's strength in the short term, so he only learned them occasionally. It wouldn't be too late to practice it when his six-dimensional breathing technique needed to break through its limits. It had been 3 years since Levi left the Nether capital. The Mind Flayers had sent a message to Levi some time ago that in half a year, Sarit would make a move on the Blue Dragon Lady. Now that the Thunder Dragon family was at its peak, with a total of 4 Fifth Circle wizards in charge, Sarit's ambition could no longer be hidden. The Mind Flayers had also successfully infiltrated the Blue Dragon Lady's ranks and become the commander of the Riptide City. It was hard to imagine that a demon had become a commander among humans. At the same time, after making the Baron Deepsea swear an oath to the Excalibur, Levi cancelled the Scarlet contract with the Baron. This way, he could leave a spot for the succubus to contract. If he wanted to get fresh milk within 24 hours, he had to capture the succubus alive. Levi seriously suspected that the wizard who created this succubus potion must have raised a succubus maid at home. Otherwise, it would be impossible to develop such a perverted potion. On this day, in the depths of the sea of lava, Levi sat cross-legged in front of a red-hot corpse. After Levi finished reciting the incantation, the last spell rune was imprinted on his forehead. This poison fire corpse demon could be considered to have been completely refined. Next, I'm only one step away from summoning a spirit-type undead from hell to be its artifact spirit and control this corpse demon. However, I haven't learned the high-level summoning spells of the School of Death yet. Thus, I can temporarily use my metal voodoo to control it. His metal voodoo clone emerged from his body and turned into a golden liquid that surged into the poison fire corpse demon's nostrils. In the end, the poison fire corpse demon emitted a faint golden light and bounced up like a zombie. After the poison fire corpse demon has been tempered by the underground fire, its body is as strong as some fourth circle wizard tools. In addition to its highly toxic body and the art of poison flame, it is the most suitable combination with the metal voodoo. The poison of the metal voodoo and the defense of the luminant gold can also increase the attributes of the poison fire corpse demon. The combination of the metal voodoo and the poison fire corpse demon created a golden corpse demon. The corpse demon opened its mouth and swallowed large mouthfuls of lava and the power of the underground fire into its stomach, storing them and turning them into its own terrifying poisonous fire. Go ahead and absorb as much as you want. When the time comes, I'll rely on you. Levi was in a good mood. Half a day later, the poison fire corpse demon finally stopped. His abdomen seemed to contain a small sun, emitting a scorching light. The poison fire corpse demon stood at the bottom of the sea. He opened his pitch-black mouth, and flames were brewing in his throat. Boom! The pillar of black poisonous fire was hundreds of meters long, mixed with thick smoke and debris. The sea water evaporated, forming a void passage. The surface of the sea exploded, and the black fire pillar shot straight into the sky, exploding like fireworks. A number appeared on Levi's single-rimmed glasses. 90 Ka. 90 Ka. Not bad. It's only slightly weaker than my destruction sword chi at its limit. Compared to many fourth circle spells, its power is even stronger. This poison fire corpse demon should be able to beat up a newbie fourth circle wizard like the Master of Flames. Chapter 909, Water Dragon's Song. Spiritual Limit Break. 5. No wonder the Black-Eyed Crow spent so much effort and money to refine this thing. This power was indeed enviable. Just the strength of the poison fire corpse demon alone was enough to rank in the top 10 of the dark list. Coupled with the strength of the Black-Eyed Crow himself, if he really refined it, not many people in the outer sea region would be his match. Immediately after, Levi had the poison fire corpse demon not move and use its poison fire ability and attack him with its physical body. Boom! 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 The two monsters that looked like ferocious beasts were rampaging at the bottom of the sea. Pieces of underwater reefs were shattered under the impact of their fists. 15 minutes later, Levi stopped in his tracks, his face filled with excitement. There aren't many body-refining wizards who can fight head-on with me. This poison fire corpse demon, coupled with the perfect fusion of the metal voodoo, is comparable to a body-refining wizard like Barzan. After the test, Levi placed the poison fire corpse demon in the sea of lava with satisfaction. This allowed it to absorb the power of the underground fire on its own in case of emergency. This poison fire corpse demon was equivalent to a low-level version of Levi. It also had both body tempering and spells. The foundation of the body of this poison fire corpse demon is still not enough. If I use the body of a body refining wizard or an ancient saint, it would probably be better when the old lizards of the senior state assembly die of old age. I will use them to refine corpse demons. This way, their corpses won't be wasted. Wouldn't it be beautiful to refine dozens of poison fire corpse demons? Of course, Levi could only fantasize about it. Refining corpse demons consumed a lot of resources and time, and he could not mass-produce them. With this corpse demon as a trump card, the trip to Riptide City will be much safer. Levi returned to his cave abode. There was one more thing he needed to do before he could leave for Riptide City. That was to completely refine the truth oddity, Water Dragon's Song. In the shelter, Levi entered a meditative state. In his mind, on the wall of the Divine Ring Tower, a blue water dragon was imprinted on it, burning fiercely. This was the truth oddity that Levi had already refined into his mind. In Levi's eyes, the truth oddity was not some kind of substance. They were more like a law, a magical object that contained natural knowledge and truth, a pure natural spell model. After 2 years of refinement, Levi already knew most of the uses of the Water Dragon's Song. Firstly, this truth oddity could increase the success rate of a third circle wizard's breakthrough by less than 10%. Its effect was similar to the deep water potion, but it could be stacked. If Levi had taken it when he was breaking through from his second circle realm to the third circle realm, he should have been able to increase his success rate by 30%. In short, this kind of low-level truth oddity did not increase the success rate of an intermediate wizard very much. The most important function of Water Dragon's Song was not to increase the rate of breakthrough. Instead, after refining it, Levi could increase the power of all water element spells by another 10%. Apart from that, while Levi was studying the Third Ocean faction's innate spell, this truth oddity had magically fused with the spell model he had researched, automatically perfecting and complementing his spell model. Levi even suspected that even if he did not study the spell model, he would still be able to directly comprehend an innate ability after refining the Water Dragon's Song. This was the heaven-defying power of the truth oddity. However, Levi considered that this was only the lowest level truth oddity, and it might not be able to achieve the effect of the top-grade innate spell he wanted. Therefore, he ultimately decided to rely on the spell model he created himself as the main and use the truth oddity as a supplement. Just like that, Levi created his Third Ocean faction innate spell. This was because this truth oddity was called Water Dragon's Song. At the same time, it was to complement the Earth Dragon Barrier and Fire Dragon Tribulation, making it sound better. Thus, he named it Water Dragon's Song. Levi. Water Dragon's Song, Third Talent Level 9, Maximum. Water Dragon's Song, Innate Control Spell. After casting the spell, a blue divine dragon formed by water flow could be formed around the enemy, binding the enemy. The control of time was related to the difference in cultivation between the two parties. Perhaps it was because he had refined Water Dragon's Song, but Levi had long since mastered this newly born innate spell. It was maxed out the moment it was born, saving him a dozen or even decades of practice. He finally understood why everyone was so eager to obtain the truth oddity. Just a low-level truth oddity could allow a third circle wizard to create an innate spell out of thin air, saving so much time for spell research and a tough cultivation period. It was hard to imagine how powerful a Radiant Sun-level truth oddity like Deep Blue Sages would be. For the next few days, Levi adjusted his gains while making preparations for his next trip to Riptide City. Gradually, Levi realized the ether meditation art was already at its maximum. However, while he was meditating, his gas spiritual force magic ring was still slowly increasing. His mood changed from doubt to ecstasy. He discovered that the Water Dragon's Song had an unexpected function. Increase the upper limit of spiritual power. In the end, this growth lasted for 3 months before it was completed. When the gas magic ring was completed once again and no longer changed, Levi placed his hand on Klein Crystal. Spiritual Force, 210. Spell Power, 8400. As expected, I clearly haven't reached the 4th circle state yet, but my spiritual power is still gas. However, my spiritual force limit has increased by 10 points. My spell power also increased. This means that when I break through to the primordial soul realm in the future, my success rate will be higher than others, by 1%. Levi calmed himself down and thanked the black-eyed crow. After destroying the shelter, he took the poison fire corpse monster and headed for Riptide City. Riptide City. This time, we have to give Sarit a big surprise. Chapter 910, Stab the Thunder Dragon, Snatch the Succubus. 1. The year 1128 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of flowers. In Riptide City. A silver-haired middle-aged man was drinking in a tavern. A slim and voluptuous witch took off her clothes and lay on the table in front of Levi, looking charming and enchanting. Not bad, that was an energizing dance. Levi slapped the witch's flesh and rewarded her with a piece of ether stone. The witch winked at him and left. This kind of proper tavern is more interesting. Levi drank some wine and watched the performance. He changed his appearance and disguised himself as an ordinary wizard to wander around. Levi's previous identity could no longer be used. Although with the current chaos, it shouldn't pose a problem to employ it. I vaguely remember that I came to serve in Riptide City in 1040. I left in 1056 because of the faction dispute between Sarit and Blue Dragon Lady. Time really flies. Grimm, Tommen were confirmed dead, and Hoffman was most likely dead. I don't seem to have any acquaintances in this city. Levi sighed in his heart. According to the Mind Flayers, Sarit would arrive at Riptide City in a month. He didn't attack Riptide City directly. Instead, he planned to hold a grand auction for Thunder Dragon's Cry on an uninhabited island near the city. Many wizards from Riptide City and Area 6 would be attending this auction. Sarit even sent an invitation to the Blue Dragon Lady. Even if the Blue Dragon Lady knew that this was a trap, Sarit believed that with that woman's arrogance, she would definitely go. Even if she didn't go, it wouldn't be a big problem. He could use the auction to divert attention and create trouble. He could let the demons secretly attack and muddy the waters of Riptide City. He would then drag the Blue Dragon Lady into the water, and Sarit could take the opportunity to kill the Blue Dragon Lady. In the end, he would push all of the blame onto the demons. With the absence of a leader in Riptide City, the Sarit family would be able to take over the city and control Area 6. This way, the Thunder Dragon family's business territory could cover the 5th, 6th, and 7th districts. It was rare for a 5th Circle wizard family to be able to control so many districts. With the foundation of an organization that was comparable to an ordinary high-ranking wizard, coupled with Sarit's talent, he might be able to advance to the primordial soul level within 1 to 200 years. At that time, the Thunder Spear would become famous in the Endless Sea. Moreover, according to the Mind Flayers, the reason why Sarit attacked might have something to do with another giant force behind him. Without the support of a major power, he would not dare to jump out like this. The Mind Flayers guessed that this giant was the Golden Lightning Letni family, one of the 6 towers. They are all from the Lightning faction. It is indeed possible. Levi analyzed the information sent by the Mind Flayers. Perhaps everything that Sarit did was just a mission from the Letni family. As one of the 6 permanent members of the Star Tower, there were many things that the Letni family couldn't do on their own. The Thunder Dragon family was their secret lackey. This is the current wizard world. It's truly despairing. For the ordinary wizards, they simply don't have the confidence and strength to contend with the Thunder Dragon family. To the big shots behind them, defeating the Thunder Dragon family is just as simple as killing a dog. It's really annoying. Levi felt helpless. This time, what he wanted to do was to rub the ferocious Thunder Dragon's butt. Snatching Sarit's succubus on the spot. Take away what he loves, take away what he was nurturing. How exciting, I feel like a minotaur. Back then, my colleagues at the Tower of Pharmacists unintentionally gave me the nickname Minotaur Levi, and now, it has come true. It's destined. Levi left the tavern and found a place in Riptide City to wait for the feast to begin. In the inner city area. In the residence of the upper echelons of Riptide City. 10 Tanton Street. This was the location of the city lord's mansion. An ice blue wizard tower carved with a dragon pattern stood there. It was at the top of the wizard tower, the place with the best view of Riptide City. The temperature here was many times colder than the outside world. The ground was covered in ice, surrounded by cold air, like a cold storage warehouse. In one of the bathhouses, there was a pool of blood that emitted a cold aura. In the middle of the blood pool, a curvy figure covered in ice blue scales was lying in it. Not long after, the color of the blood pool gradually faded and became ordinary water. The naked figure swayed as she walked out of the bathroom. Her robe flew over and automatically put itself on her. The belt was tied around her slender waist, making her figure look even more perfect. Her hair was a faint frosty blue, giving her a unique charm. The ice blue scales on her body gradually faded, and she exhaled a breath of cold air. Her eyes were suffused with a faint golden light, and the majesty of the dragon race disappeared in an instant. Blue Dragon Lady, Elsie. She was a pure-blooded dragon descendant, a high-ranking member of the headquarters of the Dragon Descendant Priory, and also the president of the branch of the Dragon Descendant Priory in the Endless Sea. My father is the Ice Dragon, Munis. I have the pure blood of the dragon clan in my body, and I'm a first-generation dragon descendant. My frost talent is not much inferior to those wizards with special talents, however, I still can't see any hope of becoming a primordial soul wizard. She had always been proud of the pure dragon bloodline in her body. Now, even someone as powerful as her could only sigh at the distance between her current fifth circle soul and the primordial soul she wished to achieve. Chapter 911, Stab the Thunder Dragon, Snatch the Succubus. 2. She was not the only one. Many wizards of the Dragon Descendant from the Dragon Descendant Priory were also facing a similar predicament. They relied on the Dragon Clan bloodline in their bodies and often had a good machinery heart talent. Their cultivation journey at the low level was smooth sailing. After the third circle, they still had an advantage over other wizards. However, at the fourth circle and fifth circle realms, the bloodline advantage of the pure-blooded dragon clan gradually weakened. This was especially true for those who were not part of the first-generation dragon descendants. Therefore, Blue Dragon Lady had to find other opportunities and ways out. Otherwise, there was little hope for her to obtain the primordial soul. What worried her even more was the powerful enemy outside of Riptide City who had been eyeing her for many years. That was Sarit of the Thunder Dragon family. This former colleague had never given up on the great cause of the Riptide City in Area 6. Blue Dragon Lady had reported this situation to the higher-ups, but in the end, no one responded. This made her realize that there might be some big shots behind the Thunder Dragon family who could dominate the Endless Sea. With this invitation to the Thunder Dragon auction, it appears that Sarit is no longer feigning. It seems like he wants to kill me. The Blue Dragon Lady pondered. With her status as a fifth circle wizard, she did not know much about the attitude of the absolute higher-ups of the wizard world, those legendary wizards. However, what was certain was that the current legend wizards in the wizard world were all watching the current situation coldly. Whether it was the faction that supported Sauron in the Congress, or the opposition. Essentially, it was the competition between the grand wizards and legendary wizards. Even giants like the 6 pagodas of the Endless Sea were nothing more than chess pieces of these truly great figures. The dark wizards were the same. They were all chess pieces. She couldn't guess the thoughts of the big shots. The Dark Ancient Tower will open in the next few decades. Without the primordial soul, there will be no resistance to this great change that will involve the entire wizard world. Therefore, no matter what, I have to go to the Dark Ancient Tower. Whether or not I can reach the primordial soul stage depends on this. After all the resources she had accumulated over the years in Riptide City, she was confident that she could get a share of the Dark Ancient Tower. As for Sarit, since he has publicly invited me to participate in the auction, I naturally have no choice but to go. To entice me to participate, this fellow is willing to take out a key to the Dark Ancient Tower. He has already invested a lot. I might as well beat him at his own game and adapt to the situation, however, some defensive measures have to be taken. This fellow likes to play dirty tricks the most. After figuring this out, the Blue Dragon Lady called one of her commanders over. Gertuo, tell Sarit that I will be participating in the auction. Tell him to prepare the key to the Dark Ancient Tower for me. The commander's expression changed. Madam, this is clearly Sarit's scheme. For your safety, I don't recommend going. Commander Gertuo was the fourth circle wizard who had recruited Levi and the others to serve on Base Island. He was also one of the confidants of the Blue Dragon Lady. If I don't go, it'll look like I'm afraid of Sarit. Wouldn't I become a laughingstock for the people of Riptide City? Blue Dragon Lady sneered, her chest heaving. All right, Gertuo saw that the Blue Dragon Lady had made up her mind and knew that it would be difficult to persuade her, so he did not say anything more. He left the mansion with a long face. After leaving Riptide City, he suddenly jumped into the sea in an uninhabited area. At the bottom of the sea, in a pitch-black cave, Levi was using his Crimson Emperor Dragon Flame to refine the Poison Fire Corpse Demon. He was making the final preparations. Master, Blue Dragon Lady is going to Sarit's auction, it seems that there will be a fierce battle at the auction, said the Mind Flayers. Got it. You don't have to report to me anymore. Just wait quietly for the auction to begin to prevent your identity from being exposed, Levi said. Whether it was the Blue Dragon Lady or Sarit, neither of them was someone that Levi could fight head-on at this stage. Only when these two Snipe and Clam fought would he be able to reap the benefits. His target had never been these two, but the succubus Maria. Yes, Master. In addition, the Thunder Dragon family intends to auction off a key to the Dark Ancient Tower. If Master is interested, you can also take it when the time comes. The Mind Flayers left after saying that. Levi looked at the disappearing Mind Flayers and pondered. It seems like Sarit is serious about this auction. I can participate in it, and if there are good things, I can bid them off. As for the key to the Dark Ancient Tower, it would definitely be sold at a very high price. It was obvious that Sarit actually had no intention to sell it. He was just using it as a bait. I'd better wait for the news from Madame Triss. If I don't get the spot in the end, then I won't go. Levi did not have a way to take the key away. This item was too conspicuous in the wizard world and could easily be targeted. Only those who were strong enough were qualified to hold this key. On an isolated island in a certain sea area in Area 6. This place wasn't far from Riptide City, only a few thousand kilometers away. This place used to be a deserted island with no one. However, it was now opened up by the Thunder Dragon family wizard as the venue for the Thunder Dragon auction. As the days got closer and closer to the auction, the venue had already been prepared. A fourth circle array, which was used to protect the safety of the auction items, had also been set up. Chapter 912, Stab the Thunder Dragon, Snatch the Succubus. 3. In a secret room under the island. Gerdu had already transformed into Guillermo, the Mind Flayers. Lord Victor, Blue Dragon Lady has agreed to come to the auction, everything is going according to our plan. Said the Mind Flayers. In front of him, behind Sarit, Victor's figure appeared. Good, very good. Guillermo, I'll count you as a great merit if our plan succeeds this time. When I return to the abyss, you'll be rewarded handsomely, Victor promised. Will she be attending the auction alone? Sarit also asked. No, she'll bring a fifth circle wizard from the Dragon Tea Party, the Sea Serpent Grand Duke, Merle Han, to the auction. The Sea Serpent Grand Duke is pursuing the Blue Dragon Lady, but the Blue Dragon Lady has never agreed. How embarrassing! Despite being rejected by that woman, he still hangs around her. He'll die a horrible death. Victor said disdainfully. As the Black Feather Demon King, women might be interested in him, however, he was not interested in them. He would never pursue women. That would be beneath his status as a Demon King. This Merlehan is just a lowly mixed blood of the Sea Clan and the human race. He's not worth mentioning, Sarit sneered. Gentlemen, I'll take my leave first. Blue Dragon Lady will be suspicious if I linger outside for too long. With that, the Mind Flayers left in a hurry. Not long after the Mind Flayers left, the succubus, Maria walked with seductive steps. Her hooves clattered as she came into Sarit's arms. Sarit picked her up, and Maria's smooth and slender legs naturally wrapped around his waist. Victor, give us a moment, Sarit said. What? We were just making peace. Why are you so restrained? You humans are really, Victor said with a frown, but he still obediently returned to Sarit's body. In the secret room, heavy breathing and a soul-stirring demonic sound lingered and fused. Afterwards, Sarit looked at Maria and pushed her away. He put on his robe and sat up. I heard that succubus can give birth to a precious item called crimson water after you reach adulthood. After one consumes it, they will have endless magical effects. We've known each other for so long, but why haven't I seen such a thing before? The succubus Maria leaned to the side. She let out a pft, and a seductive laugh sounded. Why do you wizards refer to such a thing as something so fresh and refined? It's just my breast, it's just milk. Sarit's face darkened. He had just heard about crimson water from a pharmacist friend. He had thought that it was some kind of high-class thing, but he did not expect it to be this thing. How could there be a wizard who could develop such an unorthodox potion material? Maria, don't forget that you are my slave. Without me, with your strength, you would have been captured by those wizards who yearn for succubi. If you have hidden crimson water, you'd better take it out. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. He grabbed the two shiny round eggplants in front of him, leaving a mark on them. I don't have crimson water at the moment, Maria mumbled softly, her face flushed red. Why? What's your understanding of succubus? Maria asked. lust, lewd, charming the weak, extracting the energy and vitality of the weak. That's it. Sarit thought for a moment and said. That's just the surface. Succubus is pleasure itself. All the succubi were the subjects of the demon lord of the 660th level of the abyss, the queen of succubus, the lord of perverted sins, and the lady of pleasure. Only extreme pleasure could allow the succubus to reach its peak and then give birth to the water of pleasure. It's what you wizards call crimson water. Maria said with a smile. She wore clothes that were as thin as a cicada's wings and clung tightly to her body, almost as if she was not wearing anything. You mean, I can't do it? Sarit's voice became colder and colder. Do you want to hear the truth? Maria was not afraid. All right, stop talking. Hand that thing over, I'm not joking with you, Sarit said coldly. I really didn't have it. The last time I gave birth to crimson water was 200 years ago. This thing requires a large amount of my primordial energy. It's not that easy to produce. Maria said. It seemed like she wasn't lying. Sarit snorted coldly and left with an ugly expression. You forced me to tell you the truth, Maria shrugged helplessly as she watched Sarit leave. It wasn't that Sarit couldn't do it. It was just that a human like Sarit was too ordinary for a succubus, and Maria didn't have that kind of excitement and sense of accomplishment. If there was someone of the opposite sex who could instantly ignite her blood of pleasure, the crimson water would naturally appear at the right time. 200 years ago, the one who made her give birth to the crimson water was a 6-armed snake demon from the abyss. That big guy had 3 pairs of magic tools. Year 1128 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowing fire. The Thunder Dragon auction happened as promised. At the auction site, there were many wizards who wanted to try their luck upon hearing about the auction. Levi, who looked like a silver-haired middle-aged man, blended in. His cultivation as a third circle wizard was neither high nor low here. Me, Owens, Leon, Poison Fire Corpse Demon, Tyrant 3, it shouldn't be a problem to subdue a level 4 succubus in a short period of time. Chapter 913, Stab the Thunder Dragon, Snatch the Succubus. 4. Levi was calm. It was a pity that he couldn't use that 5th circle wizard tool. Otherwise, the success rate would be even higher. Not long after, Levi noticed that amidst the cheers, a shadow of a frost dragon whizzed over and landed at the auction venue. It's Blue Dragon Lady. The Lord of Riptide City is here. She's a real big shot. She's so beautiful. This is the most beautiful dragon descendant I've ever seen. Stop looking. Is the city lord someone you can look at? The crowd marveled at the beauty and elegance of the Blue Dragon Lady. Levi also saw the blue-robed witch. He had never interacted with the Blue Dragon Lady and had only seen her from afar. This kind of big shot usually did not have much interaction with him. She is indeed beautiful, a cold beauty. When Levi saw the cold and calm expression on Blue Dragon Lady's face, he was slightly surprised and commented objectively in his heart. Perhaps it was because of the filter effect brought by a 5th circle wizard. Levi felt that her temperament was different from ordinary witch. Without this woman, Huffman wouldn't have died. Levi suddenly remembered Huffman's death and his heart turned cold. After the Blue Dragon Lady arrived, she sat in the most luxurious seat. Beside her was a male wizard with an ordinary face and a burly body. It was the Sea Serpent Grand Duke, who was also a 5th circle wizard. Levi could see the wizard's undisguised desire for the Blue Dragon Lady. Gertuo, who had become the body of the Mind Flayers, stood straight behind the Blue Dragon Lady like a loyal guard. Everyone, welcome to the grandest auction in Area 6 organized by our Thunder Dragon family, Thunder Dragon's Cry. A special welcome to Blue Dragon Lady. Sarit walked out from behind the scenes and came to the front of the stage. He took in the entire venue and raised his proud head with an expression of enjoyment. The Blue Dragon Lady looked calm. A rare smile appeared on her face. Sarit, long time no see. The last time we met was decades ago. Because of that misunderstanding, I accidentally hurt you. Sarit's heart turned cold. This woman was only slightly better, but she deliberately said it in front of so many people. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can just clear it up. After this auction, I hope that our friendship will take another step forward, he smiled meaningfully. Levi did not care about the 2 5th circle wizards being sarcastic to each other. He was paying attention to the succubus's movements. He had also arranged for spies in Riptide City. If the succubus appeared, he would be the first to reach her. After the 2 enemies exchanged greetings, the auction officially began. Sorcerer retreated behind the scenes and the staff came up to host the auction. The first item was a blood-red crystal that emitted a strange luster. Everyone, this is the blood demon meteorite iron. I'm sure some of you who are proficient in crafting or alchemy should know its value. This meteorite iron is a genuine grade 4 crafting material and can be used to forge a 4th or even 5th circle wizard tool. It came from the void of the land of darkness. It was an ore that could only be born under the special environment and luck of the land of darkness after some powerful creatures died. It's extremely suitable for crafting wizard tools that require dark energy and negative energy for refinement. If it wasn't for the fact that our Thunder Dragon family's thunder attribute doesn't match it, we wouldn't have put it up for auction. The starting price of the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron is 100,000 ether stones. Each increment must not be less than 500 ether stones. The auctioneer was sincere. It seemed that the Thunder Dragon family was serious about organizing this auction. This made Levi curious as to what excuse Sorcerer was looking for to attack the Blue Dragon Lady. That piece of Blood Demon Meteorite Iron was about the size of a human head, and it faintly emitted a bloody smell. Levi could feel that the Scarlet Dragon seed in his body had some kind of desire for it. From the looks of it, this kind of meteorite iron is suitable for refining the exclusive divine weapon of the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique. It's the right decision to come to this auction. From time to time, there would be some people calling out bids at the auction venue. It seemed that some weaponsmiths had also come. However, this Blood Demon Meteorite Iron required a 4th circle or 5th circle blacksmith to be able to display its value and refine it into a wizard tool. Therefore, not many people bid. 200,000 ether stones. Levi said calmly. He didn't need to refine a wizard tool. He only needed to use the special properties of this material to forge a divine weapon exclusive to the Scarlet Dragon. From then on, the Scarlet Dragon seed would naturally nurture the divine weapon and promote its evolution. There were no special rooms in the auction this time. Levi was wearing his specially made white wolf mask that isolated auras and sat in a corner. He could feel the gazes that were directed at him, and some of them harbored ill intentions. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Among the wizards present, there were not many 4th circle wizards who could pose a threat to him other than the 5th circle wizards. He was now worth 3 million. It was easy for him to buy a piece of meteorite iron. Not long after the transaction, the staff delivered the meteorite iron to Levi. He planned to forge a second bloodline divine weapon for himself when he reached the 4th circle. In the following auction, there would be some good items from time to time. There were also wizard tools, potions, and materials. However, Levi did not buy any more. Firstly, it was not a necessity, and secondly, he did not want to show off too much. The Blue Dragon Lady did not make a move at all. She quietly waited for the key to the Dark Ancient Tower while guarding against Sorcerer's potential attack. The atmosphere became more and more tense and oppressive as the auction went on. At the end of the auction, Sorcerer went up personally, holding a small black pagoda with a smile on his face. Chapter 914, Stab the Thunder Dragon, Snatch the Succubus. 5. The moment the Blue Dragon Lady saw the small pagoda, her heart skipped a beat. He actually brought it out. What was this guy doing? Does he not intend to go to Dark Ancient Tower? Or could it be that the Thunder Dragon family already has many keys? Just as Blue Dragon Lady was thinking. Boom! Suddenly, rays of light lit up the area around the entire island. The light of the grand array that covered the entire island soared into the sky. In an instant, a dense lightning net surrounded the entire auction venue. The lightning net emitted a destructive aura. Levi's expression changed slightly. 5th circle array, Thunder God's net. From the information that the Mind Flayers had sent me, I thought that Sorcerer's plan was the same as before. He would frame the Blue Dragon Lady with some demons and then take the opportunity to make a move. From the looks of it, the Thunder Dragon family was even more ruthless this time. They are planning to kill all the wizards who participated in this auction. The Mind Flayers have a scarlet contract. They can't betray me. It seemed that Victor and Sorcerer did not tell the Mind Flayers the truth from the beginning. Could it be that his plan had been seen through? No, if the Mind Flayers were seen through, Victor's feather would not have been given to him. It should be purely because Sorcerer had a trump card. Levi did not panic. He was a 3rd circle array wizard. Although he did not know how to create the Thunder God's net, he could find a weak point and focus all his strength on it to break out and escape. Since he had already come, he could not return empty-handed. He had not seen the shadow of the succubus yet. Sorcerer. The blue dragon lady's expression changed. She had also guessed that Sarit would attack her. However, she had thought that the other party would at least find a reason to attack. From the looks of it, the Thunder Dragon family wanted to keep all the wizards who participated in the auction here. How arrogant was this? Boom! The Blue Dragon Lady and the Sea Serpent Grand Duke's auras erupted, and their fifth circle spiritual force swept across the island. Sarit's spiritual force clashed with them, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Sir Sarit? What do you mean by this? A few wizards who had not figured out the situation asked. Sarit ignored them. He waved his hand, and a rumbling sound suddenly came from below the island. A mountain-like giant creature nearly 100 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. A fifth-grade demon. Sarit, you really colluded with the demons. This is illegal. The Sea Serpent Grand Duke's expression changed. If everyone dies here, no one will know that I colluded with the demons. With a thought, Sarit shot out a spear formed from lightning toward the Blue Dragon Lady. The Sea Serpent Grand Duke charged at the fifth-grade demon. At the same time, the fifth circle array, the Thunder God's net was shrinking. Levi saw that some low-level wizards and third circle wizards who had overestimated themselves were crashing into the thunder net like moths flying into a flame. It did not take long for them to turn into ashes. Those wizards who tried to use elemental spells to escape were also annihilated by the lightning. Some wizards wanted to escape by burrowing underground, but they discovered that there was also a dense thunder net below. If you want to blame someone, blame the Lord of Riptide City. This woman knew that there was a trap in this auction, but she didn't warn you all. She wanted you to die with her. Ha ha ha. Sarit laughed. Around the island, the auras of more than 10 level 4 demons appeared. The Bar Flame Demon, the Four-Eyed Toad Demon, and the Giggling Succubus. The succubus was holding a purple whip full of thorns. Purple flames were wrapped around it, emitting a strange fragrance that was intoxicating. They had been hidden on the island by Sarit with a high-level concealment array. Even the Blue Dragon Lady did not notice them. The succubus's thorny whip lashed at the low-level male wizards below. Their eyes were blurred, and then a crazy and deformed gaze was revealed. They panted heavily as they looked at the succubus's extremely good demonic body. Some of them stood rooted to the ground and allowed the succubus to whip them until their skin was torn open and their souls were scattered. They did not resist. It was obvious how powerful the succubus's charm was. It wasn't just the succubus. The other demons also began to happily kill and celebrate. This was the killing feast that Sarit held for the demons to satisfy their bottomless desire for destruction. Somewhere on the island. Found it. Levi found his target. At the same time, Blue Dragon Lady and Sarit were fighting fiercely. Gerdu found an opportunity to fly over and rush towards the Blue Dragon Lady. Sarit's eyes were cold. He attracted the Blue Dragon Lady's attention and created an opportunity for Gerdu to attack. The Blue Dragon Lady suddenly sensed Gerdu's purple tendrils rushing toward her, and her expression changed. Mind flayers. How could she not understand that her commander, Gerdu, had long been possessed by the mind flayers under Sarit and had been working as a spy by her side? Hwalala. The Blue Dragon Lady's fifth circle protective force field, Ice Dragon's Ring Dance. Light up. Under her blue robe, frost blue scales appeared on her body. The scales, which were as white as jade, were protecting her. Sarit attacked the Blue Dragon Lady crazily. Lightning exploded around the Blue Dragon Lady, and purple light filled the sky. The victor's feather in the Mind Flayer's hand was burning with black gas and emitting a destructive aura. Elsie's face was ashen. She was busy fighting with Sarit and could only rely on her force field and her dragon body to resist. Crack! Elsie's defensive force field cracked under Victor's feather. Victor's feather continued to pierce deeper into Elsie's body. However, when it was about to pierce Elsie's body, it deviated a little and brushed past Elsie's waist. The Mind Flayers pushed hard and injected all their demonic energy into Victor's feather. Boom! Victor's feather was completely ignited and turned into a black light. Stab! Before Sarit could react, the black feather pierced into Sarit's lightning protective force field. Then, it pierced his chest. At this moment, black flames burned around Sarit's body. His face turned black and green, looking extremely ugly. Guillermo! Victor's hoarse voice suddenly sounded. You betrayed me. I'm sorry, I missed. Boom! The thunder dragon descended from the sky. It instantly hit Gerdu. The fourth circle wizard's body exploded instantly. The phantom of the Mind Flayers escaped. You can't escape. Victor's ferocious face appeared on Sarit's face as well. A huge palm made of demonic energy grabbed towards the mind flayers. In the next moment, an ice dragon struck the demonic palm and shattered it. Lady Blue Dragon was also confused. She could not figure out which faction this mind flayer belonged to. However, since the other party had backstabbed Sarit, it meant that the other party was more likely to benefit her. Under such circumstances, she naturally had to make a move. Hee, Sarit, prepare to die. The Blue Dragon Lady's expression was cold as she launched a terrifying killing move at the weakened Sarit. Take advantage of his weakness and take his life. This was a great opportunity to destroy the Thunder Dragon family in one fell swoop. As for the big shot behind their family, Blue Dragon Lady had already thought of a countermeasure. Victor, hurry up and suppress your strength. Sarit roared at Victor in his body. I'm doing it. This damned Guillermo, what good does betraying me do him? Victor was still confused. Fortunately, Victor was the master of the Black Feather. He used a secret technique to temporarily preserve Sarit's power. Sarit heaved a sigh of relief. He still had the fifth circle array as his trump card. He still had a chance to save the situation. He also had Victor, the Demon King. He might be able to summon the demonic spirit. The thunder forged armor, the lightning illuminated the heavens. Sarit's momentum rose again, and he focused on his fight with the Blue Dragon Lady. Sarit! Suddenly, the succubus Maria's desperate voice echoed throughout the island. Sarit, save me! Sarit took a look. A burly wizard covered in crimson golden scales and burning with flames rode on the succubus's slender waist and pressed Maria down to the ground. His hands grabbed Maria's throat and kept smashing her into the ground. Maria's body was already covered in wounds and purple blood flowed out. Maria's four limbs were pressed down by a strange insect, a demonic corpse, a strange swordsman, and an alchemical creature. Taking advantage of the chaos, Levi and his subordinates had already swarmed forward and subdued the succubus in no time. His scarlet power surged out and entered the succubus's forehead. It was only when the scarlet dragon pattern appeared and disappeared that the succubus gave up struggling that he heaved a sigh of relief. Master, the succubus was about to speak. Stop calling for your master, let's quickly retreat. Levi picked up succubus Maria and put her into Alice's ring. The four King Kong under his command cleared the way and flew towards a corner of the array. Snatching the Thunder Spear's woman in broad daylight is so thrilling. Chapter 915, Help Me Cultivate. 1. On the deserted island. The Thunder Dragon auction venue was in chaos. The members of the Thunder Dragon family and the demons were killing in all directions. Countless innocent wizards had died on the spot. Naturally, these wizards would not sit still and wait for death. They used their own methods to defend themselves. Blue Dragon Lady and Sarit were furious. The terrifying fifth circle innate spells collided in midair, turning the venue into a world of lightning and frost. Some unlucky people were accidentally sucked into it and turned into ashes. Just as everyone was fighting to the death. Levi, who had waited 3 years for this, had done the bravest thing he had ever done. He snatched a fifth circle wizard's woman away in front of him. The fifth circle thunder god's net array was shrinking. Levi had already found a relatively weak point in the array during the chaotic battle. Guards, stop him! Don't let anyone go! Sarit commanded as he dealt with Blue Dragon Lady. As long as one person escaped, his collusion with the demons might be exposed. If news were to spread to some big shots, even if big shots were protecting his Thunder Dragon family, it was inevitable that he would be imprisoned. After all, different giants had different standpoints. They were all waiting to grab hold of the other party's weakness and embarrass him. The Thunder Dragon family sent out some men to attack Levi. A third circle wizard led a team over aggressively. Levi prepared to break the array while letting the four King Kongs protect him. The poison fire corpse demon suddenly charged into the enemy formation. It opened its mouth and spat out endless flames. Those low-level wizards all used their own force fields to resist or dodge. However, the power of the poison fire was comparable to a fourth circle spell. In the end, more than half of the wizards who rushed over died. Immediately after, the Mind Flayer, who had lost his body, found an opportunity to enter the poison fire corpse demon's body as a temporary shelter. With the protection of the poison fire corpse demon's powerful physical body, he was able to use his mind spells fearlessly. Under the Mind Flayer's mind control, some low-level wizards switched sides and attacked their teammates. Leon, on the other hand, was like a face-hugging bug. He pounced on the wizard's protective force field and began to gnaw on it. It was very terrifying. Meteor sword fall. Supernova slash. Flying sky stab. As Owens raised his hand and slashed down, he also took the lives of the wizards. Tyrant, quickly pick up the storage items. Levi's heart ached. These guys didn't know that if they didn't loot the corpse, there was no point in killing. With the 4 King Kongs guarding the array, Levi revealed the true form of the giant dragon warrior. His body kept expanding. He needed the greatest strength to break this array. On the crimson dragon slash, pitch black sword chi mixed with flames. Break. Wherever the sword chi passed, a deep ravine was plowed out on the island. Crack. Crack. The sword chi and lightning net expanded. The sword chi was annihilating, and the terrifying lightning was dissipating. Levi slashed 3 more times in a row. Nightmare form and 9 swords form appeared one after another. Each strike was fiercer than the last. A small gap finally appeared in the grand array, and it was still healing rapidly. Levi put away the poison fire corpse demon and the others. The earth dragon barrier, heavy water barrier, and the protection of the golden snake scales all appeared. The moment he entered the gap in the lightning net. Under the terrifying aftershock of the lightning, the earth dragon barrier quickly shattered, and the heavy water barrier trembled and cracked. At the same time, a sense of danger came from behind. A giant purple thunder tiger pounced at Levi with bared fangs and brandished claws, emitting terrifying fluctuations of 5th circle spells. 5th circle spell, Thunder Tiger. It was Levi's advanced spell of the Thunder Snake technique in the future. At the scene, the one who could use this attack was naturally Sorit, who was fighting Blue Dragon Lady. He used his protective force field to withstand the Blue Dragon Lady's attack. He also wanted to cast a spell to kill Levi here. Silver Storm. Owen's expression was flamboyant as he descended from the sky. With the strength of a grey swordsman in the 4th stage, his sword slashed at Thunder Tiger without hesitation. Boom! The silver sword light collided with the Thunder Tiger like a hurricane. A portion of the Thunder Tiger's strength had been obliterated. Owens had also sacrificed himself again under the power of the lightning and vanished into thin air. This was his last big move for Levi. The remaining Thunder Tigers passed through the lightning net and pounced at Levi. The bloodline seed in Levi's body was circulating at high speed. The divine ring tower in his mind was also spinning crazily. With the consumption of spell power, innate spells were cast one after another. Earth Dragon Barrier. Fire Dragon Tribulation. Water Dragon's Song. There was a cocky divine dragon, a scarlet divine dragon, and a sea blue divine dragon. The 3 completely different divine dragons used different methods. Some collided with the Thunder Tiger, some protected Levi, and some wrapped around the Thunder Tiger. Levi's bloodline avatar slashed out again. Sword Chi swept out. It collided with the remaining Thunder Tigers. As the Thunder Tiger devoured the Sword Chi, its body was also destroyed and became even weaker, but the remaining might was still there. Boom! Thunder Tiger crashed into Levi. In just a moment, Levi's body was charred black and turned into charcoal. The golden scales that he was so proud of were also unable to defend against this lightning spell and were directly shattered. His flesh and blood were carbonized under the high temperature and turned into ashes. The lightning continued to spread and burn. Bang! At the critical moment, Levi's entire body exploded. It did not turn into blood fog, but blood-colored flying dragons that filled the sky. This was a life-saving skill of his scarlet poison body. Levi had never used it before. Chapter 916, Help Me Cultivate. 2. As long as a blood-flying dragon escaped, Levi could be reborn again. This was also Levi's final trump card. These blood-flying dragons roared and surged in all directions at an extremely fast speed. After destroying many blood-flying dragons, the Thunder Tiger dissipated into the world. On the island, Sorit, who was fighting the Blue Dragon Lady, sensed through his spiritual force that the dragon descendant wizard who snatched the succubus just now had run away. Thunder Tiger's 5th circle move did not kill a 3rd circle wizard? If news of this got out, he would definitely be ridiculed. Blue Dragon Lady, you're really scheming. Do you think you can accuse me just because you sent someone to snatch away a demon? Sorit sneered. Blue Dragon Lady was also confused. I will accuse you, but that person is not one of my people. If that person also colluded with the demons, Blue Dragon Lady would be implicated. Therefore, she definitely could not admit that he was her man. even if the other party might be on the same side as him. Hat, dragon descendant bloodline, and a body refining wizard at that. How can you say that he's not yours? I heard that there are many dragon descendant wizards in the Dragon Tea Party. Sorit, you're too arrogant. You and your Thunder Dragon family will be wiped out because of what happened today. Sea Serpent Grand Duke said. Sorit didn't say a word. Victor, who was in his body, was also silent. Suddenly, a red glow appeared in the sky. A sexy witch in a fiery red robe with red hair and bold and open clothes appeared in the sky above the thunder net. Behind her, there was a faint phantom of a giant dragon burning with flames. Its golden eyes looked indifferently at Sorit below. Retreat, Sorit, Victor's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. No. Victor, quickly think of another way. Victor. Silence filled Sorit's mind. If you can avoid the next calamity, we still have a chance to cooperate. Victor's last voice sounded in Sorit's mind. The next moment, the powerful level 5 demon grabbed the other surviving demons on the island and threw them into its mouth, chewing them and swallowing them. Immediately after, its body expanded even more and its aura became stronger again. A demonic aura surged and swept across the island. Sea Serpent Grand Duke's expression changed as he quickly retreated. The giant demon rushed into the sky, tore open the lightning net, and disappeared without a trace after taking a 5th circle spell from the red-haired witch. Only a black crow feather was left behind. It fell from midair and ignited, turning into ashes. Victor! Sorit screamed in his heart. The damned black feather demon king did not respond at all. This guy had already found a way out for himself after his plan failed. Now, he had already escaped with the help of that level 5 demon. You lied to me. This is a demon. Sorit's heart was dead. The momentum was gone. In his eyes, the Thunder Dragon phantom lit up and then disappeared. Thunderfall. In the next moment, there was a thunderclap in the sky. A terrifying pillar of lightning descended from the sky and struck the island. Sea Serpent Grand Duke, Blue Dragon Lady, and the red-haired witch who had just arrived all avoided the terrifying lightning pillar. Boom! In the middle of the island, the auction venue had already disappeared. A huge pit about a mile in diameter appeared there, and it was bottomless. Wherever the lightning pillar landed, everything was annihilated. Trees, rocks, wizards, storage bags, all disappeared. Only the lava melted by the high-temperature lightning at the bottom of the pit witnessed the terrifying power of the attack. Are you worried that your collusion with the demons will be exposed? Did you commit suicide? Sea Serpent Grand Duke asked suspiciously. No, he escaped. That was the strongest 5th circle spell of the lightning faction, Thunderfall. However, I already have evidence that he colluded with the demons. I want to see how the Wizard Tribunal will judge him this time. Blue Dragon Lady's expression was cold. Last time, she didn't convict Sorit because she didn't have enough evidence. Before she came this time, she had already made a record with the photographic slate in advance to obtain conclusive evidence. She wanted to bury Sorit and the Thunder Dragon family behind him. She did not believe that no matter how powerful the faction behind Sorit was, the crime of colluding with demons be cleared. Before she went to report the case, she had to secretly spread this matter and form public opinion. If that didn't bring Sorit to justice, there was nothing she could do about it. However, I wonder which faction the Third Circle Wizard who snatched the succubus from just now is from? That mind flayer seems to be controlled by him too. Why is he helping me? Or does he simply have a grudge against Sorit? Blue Dragon Lady had many questions. As a dragon descendant, she could sense the pure dragon clan bloodline in his body when he transformed. As a high-ranking member of the Dragon Descendant Priory, she had seen many dragon descendant wizards, including many pure-blooded dragons. However, that Third Circle Wizard was a little different from the wizards she had met before. With the strength of the dragon descendant's physical body, coupled with body-tempering spells and powerful sword skills, he perfectly fused the three together. With the Third Circle body, he tore open a gap in the 5th circle array. It seems that he's also proficient in arrays. Unbelievable. I've never heard of such a genius. The endless sea was still too big. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Blue Dragon Lady sighed in her heart. That Third Circle Wizard was definitely one of the best even in a large faction like the Dragon Descendant Priory. Chapter 917, Help Me Cultivate. 3. I'm late. Are you all right? On the other side, the red-haired witch rushed over and asked with concern. I'm fine. City Lord, this is... The Sea Serpent Grand Duke looked at the female wizard who was a dragon descendant. She was flirtatious and had a perfect figure. He was tempted. This person looked much hotter than the Blue Dragon Lady, and her personality was more passionate and open. She might be easier to pursue. The red-haired witch seemed to have read the Sea Serpent Grand Duke's mind. She did not get angry. Instead, she put on an ambiguous smile and said playfully, "I'm the Red Dragon Queen Alexandra, a close friend of the Blue Dragon Lady." "All right, Alexandra, let's go back. It's time for Sarit and the Thunder Dragon family to pay the price," Blue Dragon Lady said. The Red Dragon Queen nodded and held onto the Blue Dragon Lady's slender waist. She even deliberately turned around to look at the Sea Serpent Grand Duke with a smile. Then, the two women quickly left, leaving the Sea Serpent Grand Duke alone. No. No. As the Sea Serpent Grand Duke watched the two ladies leave, he felt a little bleak. To pursue the Blue Dragon Lady, he had waited in the Dragon Tea Party for decades and refused to leave a small place like Riptide City. However, reality gave him a head-on blow. Was a snake in the sea not worthy of a dragon from the 9 heavens? The blood-flying dragons flew in the sky and finally arrived at an uninhabited island. The flying dragons collided and finally gathered into Levi's figure. "You don't say, it's quite useful. It's just that it consumes too much energy." The power of the scarlet dragon in Levi's body was completely depleted. His face was pale, and he was as thin as a bag of bones. He looked especially terrifying. The potions to restore his stamina were consumed crazily. Because of his powerful night body, other wizards could only drink 1 bottle, but he needed dozens or even hundreds of times more. After drinking the potions, his body began to become full and smooth again, as if it had been a long drought. "I'm a little better, but I still feel a little deficient. I need a long time to make up for it. This is the price of using the blood-flying dragon. However, now is not the time to rest. I must check if there are any tracking marks in the succubus's body first. Otherwise, I will be found by Sarit sooner or later." Although the Mind Flayer had dealt a fatal blow to Sarit, it seemed that he had withstood it. With his trump card, it will be very difficult for Blue Dragon Lady to kill him. Levi released the succubus from Alice's ring. "Master, you're so burly." Maria's face was purple with a hint of red, and the redness spread to her entire body. "Cut the crap. Did Sarit plant a tracking mark on you?" Levi asked with a frown. "I have the brand he planted in my body," Maria whispered with a red face. "Don't resist from now on. Let me examine your body," Levi said seriously. "Oh, okay." Levi turned into a blood fog and entered the succubus body. Levi, who was in the form of blood fog particles, carefully examined the succubus body. He would not let go of any place. Finally, he discovered a purple thunder dragon mark that bared its fangs and brandished its claws on the succubus heart. As expected. "Fortunately, I checked. Ah! It hurts. Master, what are you doing in my body?" The succubus suddenly cried out in pain with a pained expression. "Bear with it," Levi's heavy voice sounded in the succubus mind. This thunder dragon mark was left behind by a 5th circle wizard. Levi had to be careful to remove it, and it required a lot of stamina and spiritual force. Half a day later, a purple illusory thunder dragon flew out of the succubus chest. As soon as it appeared, it was about to fly into the distance. There was no doubt that this guy was going to fly to Sarit's place and give him a message. Arg! Leon, who had been waiting for a long time, swallowed the illusory thunder dragon in one gulp. "Master, this isn't filling at all. I'm so hungry," Leon said pitifully. "Enter the Greenfield Immortal House first. I'll give you food when it's safe." Levi put Leon away. Leon was really useful. He was the nemesis of Deathfall and was good at fighting. Apart from that, he was also an expert at devouring all kinds of tracking marks. He was a necessary item for killing, arson, and counter-reconnaissance. A long time ago, when Levi killed Rex, he relied on the Saint Scorpions to devour the tracking mark after his death. Leon, on the other hand, perfectly inherited the abilities of the Saint Scorpions and strengthened them. If it wasn't for Leon, the enemies Levi made were enough to give him a headache since he killed and robbed so many people. "Let's go." Levi put Maria back into Alice's ring. He directly activated the Hermit rune and disappeared again. Soon, Levi returned to the lava sea. After using perception, the spatial vortex was still there. The Earth Dragon barrier and the heavy water barrier surrounded it. He quickly stepped into it and disappeared. This time, he would directly do something in the human world and go to the Frost Realm. He would bid farewell to the endless sea for the time being. Levi had nothing to do with the chaos in the sea. When Levi destroyed the Thunder Dragon mark in the succubus body, far away in the Thunder Dragon family's base in Area 7 of the Outer Sea region, a bolt of lightning struck the ground. After the dust that was filled with purple electric arcs dissipated, Sarit appeared here with a pale face and gloomy eyes. He reviewed the matter in his heart. The mark the first planted in Maraya's body is gone? Elsie must have done this. That fifth circle dragon descendant witch who suddenly appeared is also one of Elsie's people. And Victor abandoned me and ran away alone. This damn demon cannot be trusted indeed. Chapter 918, Help Me Cultivate. 4. You're back. A fifth circle wizard from the Sarit family stood in front. From now on, I'm no longer the chief of the Thunder Dragon clan. You'll be the clan leader from now on. I have some things to tell you. You must do as I say. Otherwise, the clan might encounter some trouble. Sarit looked very calm. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1128, month of Wheatfield. During this period of time, news began to spread in the inner sea region of the Endless Sea. The clan leader of the Thunder Dragon family, Thunder Spear Sarit, colluded with demons to kill the city lord of Riptide City and some wizards who participated in the auction. As this news spread, some photographic slates recorded the situation at the scene. For a moment, in the area controlled by the Thunder Dragon family, the news of the Thunder Dragon family colluding with demons spread like wildfire. Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. Black Pearl Wizard Market. In the fifth circle wizard tower at the highest point of the market, Thunderblade Durrell looked at the photographic slate in his hand and his heart sank. I told him not to get too close to Victor, but he didn't listen. Now, the entire family is going to be killed by this guy. Guards. Lord, what's the matter? Capture the wizard who spread the rumors and photographic slate and get rid of him. All right. At the same time, in the Star Sea, Starfire Wizard Academy, a short and smart-looking Magus was waiting for an interview. He was a fourth circle wizard and a pharmacist. He was here to apply for the position of professor in the pharmaceutics school. While waiting, he took out a photographic slate he had obtained at the Black Pearl Wizard Market some time ago and looked at it with interest. Hee, this damned Sarit deserves it. The Thunder Dragon family is probably doomed now. Now that the evidence of colluding with the demons is conclusive, it's satisfying. It's a pity that my position as a pharmacist supervisor is gone. What a good position. Now, I can only hide my identity and come to the Star Sea where experts are everywhere to make a living. And that blue dragon lady actually designed a trap in the contract. She's the most vicious woman. I, Huffman, was smart all my life, but I almost fell into her hands. Huffman put away the slate. No matter what, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction when he saw Sarit being defeated. Are you Vickman, the wizard who came to participate in the Pharmacy Academy's interview? Wizard Sparrow appeared and asked. Yes, I'm Vickman, the short wizard said. Vickman is a fake name, right? Sparrow looked at him meaningfully. The short wizard's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained the same. He said, if your academy minds this, then forget it. He was about to turn around and leave. Sir Vickman, please wait. Come in and talk in detail. Somewhere in the Star Sea, there was a sea that was surrounded by endless storms all year round. This place was called the Thunderstorm Sea. Thunderbolts fell from the sky all the time. This heavenly might was powerful and could be sensed within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Therefore, ordinary wizards and sea beasts did not dare to approach this place at all. Only some wizards from the lightning faction would take the risk to come here and cultivate their spells. Now, a slightly bleak figure appeared here. He wore a purple lightning robe and was bathed in the lightning as he stood alone in the center of the lightning world. Looking around, there were thunderclouds and storms everywhere, as if there was a terrifying existence hiding inside. Accompanied by a loud eagle cry, there was an incomparably divine golden bird that had unknowingly circled under the black thunderclouds. Golden lightning coiled around its body, and golden light shone brightly, illuminating the sky. The giant bird exuded an aura comparable to that of a primordial soul wizard. Sarit lowered its head. This giant bird was no ordinary creature. It was the guardian of the Letni family, Thunder Rock Nazario. Sarit had once seen it kill a primordial soul wizard who tried to break into the Letni family with golden lightning and swallow him. Sarit, why are you here? Thunder Rock asked. I want to see Lord Molten Gold Wizard King Niglio. Please inform him, Sarit said. He doesn't want to see you. Thunder Rock directly refused. Tell him that I have a map of a secret place on the 7th floor of the ancient tower that the primordial soul ancestor of the Thunder Dragon family had found. There is a possibility that a sky or even a morning star truth oddity might be born there, Sarit said without hesitation, as if he had expected this. You better not be lying to me. A cold voice sounded, suddenly appearing in the thunderstorm. Lord Niglio, what I said is true. Sarit said. The storm split open, and a figure with an aura as deep as a mountain and a spiritual force as vast as the sky appeared. He was not wearing a normal robe, but a set of golden armor. The armor was made of some kind of golden dragon scales and emitted waves of divine light. It was extraordinary. This armor was forged by the toughest and most valuable heart-protecting scale area on the body of the pure-blooded dragon clan's molten golden dragon. This was also the 7-circle primordial soul wizard's primordial soul wizard tool, the golden flash dragon armor. The Molten Gold Wizard King was one of the 4 lightning wizard kings of the Letni family. In terms of strength and status, it was not something that a primordial soul wizard like Garcia could compare to. Putting aside those grand wizards that were as scarce as divine dragons and the few legendary wizards who were like gods, an existence like him was the true powerhouse behind the endless sea. His every move could determine the fate of all living beings. Chapter 919, Help Me Cultivate. 5. However, because of the Congress, the Letni family had been especially low-key all these years. Aren't you afraid that I'll use my primordial soul spell to snatch your map? The Molten Gold Wizard King looked at Sarit indifferently. Since I'm here and still dare to explain this matter, I naturally have my methods. If the Lord wants to kill me, it's as easy as flipping my hand. I won't resist. However, if you want to snatch that map from me, that's impossible. This map was hidden in our bloodline by our family's primordial soul ancestor with a secret technique, Sarit said with a firm gaze. The Molten Gold Wizard King suddenly changed the topic and asked, I heard that you are no longer the Thunder Dragon clan's clan leader. You even asked them to expel you from the clan and sever your relationship with the Wizard Tribunal. Do you want to use this to protect the clan? This matter indeed has nothing to do with the family. Only Victor and I know. They were just used by me, Sarit said. I don't ask Lord to protect me. I just want to protect the Thunder Dragon family. I will find a way out myself. Black Feather Demon King Victor. Hehe, with your strength, you dare to make a deal with an existence at this level. You're really arrogant and conceited. In the current situation, it's very difficult for the Thunder Dragon family to escape. However, I can give you a trick. Whether it works or not, I can't guarantee that colluding with demons is a serious crime. Even I can't step forward to protect you, the Molten Gold Wizard King said. Sarit said, Lord, please speak. The primordial soul wizard flicked his finger, and a golden light entered Sarit's mind. A moment later, Sarit's expression changed and he hurriedly left. The storm gathered again, and thunder rock hit in it. The Molten Gold Wizard King turned into a bolt of golden lightning and disappeared on the spot. For a long time, the Thunder Dragon family had been a very useful hunting dog in the inner ring. They had offered him unimaginable wealth and resources. He could abandon Sarit, but he still wanted to see if he could protect the Thunder Dragon family. In the human world, Levi emerged from the volcano crater. He was not in a hurry to head to the ancient Saint Plain. Instead, he randomly found a direction. After flying for 10,000 miles, he built a shelter at the bottom of the sea, set up the concealment array, and began to recuperate. After using the blood-flying dragon, he would be in a weakened state for a long time. In the underwater shelter, Levi sat cross-legged. He looked at his body and found that there was still some lightning power left in it, causing him to twitch from time to time. He had spent a lot of effort and used the Death Ember's powerful self-healing ability to finally dispel this strength. This made him even weaker. With the 6 breathing techniques, 3 innate spells, and the 4 King Kongs, I can defeat many 4th circle wizards. However, when facing a 5th circle wizard, this primordial soul's final obstacle is still too far away. Just the black-eyed crow using a 5th circle wizard tool was already difficult for me to resist, let alone Sarit. In fact, if one of the key factors above is missing, I would not be spared from the spell attacks of the 5th circle wizard. When I advance to the 4th circle and master the 4th circle innate spell, my metal voodoo body will also advance to the 4th circle. At the same time, I'll push my strength, defense, and speed breathing techniques to a new realm. At that time, I shouldn't be in such a sorry state. Currently, the Golden Snake, Scarlet Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Sky Dragon were all at the second transformation of the blood source. Compared to the first transformation, the second transformation was only an increase in quantity. At most, there would be an additional bloodline divine weapon. After the third transformation, there might be a qualitative change. After so many years of hard work, the current me really doesn't lack anything. I can't take risks like this in the future. Levi always tried his best to be as well prepared as possible before taking action, but it was inevitable that there would be various accidents. It was impossible for him to escape death every time. The self-healing ability of the Death Ember power had a limit. In these few battles, Levi had already experienced the power of a 5th circle wizard. They were in existence that he could not defeat for a long time. If he encountered them in the Dark Ancient Tower in the future, it was best to hide far away. Lessons learned and gains and losses analyzed. Levi tidied up some of the storage bags that he had snatched at the auction. There were only a few 100,000 ether stones in total. There was nothing valuable. At that time, the situation was too chaotic, and Levi was focused on snatching the succubus. He really did not have time to fish in troubled waters. Levi released the poison fire corpse demon. This guy had made a lot of contributions to this operation and displayed his powerful strength. He did not waste the black-eyed crow's efforts. Master, I feel that this body seems to be more suitable for me, the mind flayer whispered, clearly very tempted. You can stay inside for the time being. Protect me, I need to rest for a period of time. Will do. Levi, the protector of the poison fire corpse demon, was relieved to recuperate here. Half a year passed quickly. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1129, month of beginning. The 98th year of the Great Expedition. In the human world. Somewhere in the outer sea. The pitch-black deep-sea cave was a completely different world. In the darkness, a pair of pale golden eyes suddenly opened, like two lanterns. Levi's body was covered in ashes. With a light blow, the ashes dissipated. These were not ordinary ashes, but traces left behind by the Death Ember power. After half a year of recuperation, he had completely recovered. Not only that, but his Death Ember breathing technique had also finally cultivated to level 14. Chapter 920, Help Me Cultivate. 6. Levi. Death Ember breathing technique, level 14, 1/600,000. Special effects, Inextinguishable Ember Body, level 2, Resurrection, Ashen Entanglement, Ember Call. The 5th level 14 breathing technique has been born, and my physique and self-healing abilities have become even stronger. Right now, my defense, speed, strength, physique, and endurance are all at the second transformation of the blood source realm. Only my perception is at the first transformation of the blood source realm, and I'm cultivating like a turtle crawling. Levi sighed. He released the nightmare crown lizard that was lazily sunbathing in Alice's ring and held it in his hand. Can you work harder and break through to the 3rd circle as soon as possible? If you don't work hard, how can I become stronger? The nightmare crown lizard looked innocent. Levi finished teaching it a lesson and sent it back. It was useless to count on it. For it, the 2nd circle was already the maximum. If it wanted the 3rd circle, it would be impossible unless there was smoke coming out of its ancestral grave. After I reach the 4th circle, it's time for me to find some time to make a trip to the nightmare world. I don't expect to obtain any other resources. I only hope to bring back some powerful Nightmare Dragon clan bloodlines for me to cultivate the perception breathing technique. After recuperating for more than half a year, my strength has completely recovered. It's time to go back. Levi left his hiding place and flew over the sea. It was said that the human world had been in chaos recently. From time to time, cave wizards would come to the Seven Kingdoms continent to take advantage of the situation, hoping that the ancient Saint Plane would be fine. Upon returning to the plane's entrance, Levi realized at a glance that the array he had set up seemed to have been tampered with, and its power was somewhat reduced. "Bo Gang, what's going on?" Levi asked. "Master, a few years ago, cave wizards broke into this place, and one of them was an array wizard. However, they have already been killed by the array and the ancient saint on the other side," Bo Gang said. Levi looked at Bo Gang and suddenly said, "Don't move." Bo Gang stood rooted to the ground. Levi turned into a blood fog and pulled out a black worm from Bo Gang's body. "What is this?" Bo Gang was shocked. He didn't even know when he had been invaded by this worm. Tracking method. What an ancient and backward method. It seems to be the work of the cave wizards. Levi's flames turned the worms into ashes, but his expression remained the same. "You've worked hard, Bo Gang. There are some potions suitable for the giants here. Take them to cultivate." "Thank you, Master." Bo Gang accepted the potion excitedly, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had only slept on this island for decades, yet he had such benefits. Sure enough, being a guard could save him many years of detours. In the future, when he encountered other giant companions, he would have to call them over to work for his master. This potion was actually obtained by Levi after he killed those dark wizards. Seeing that it was useful to Bo Gang, he kept it. "By the way, Master, this is their storage bag. See if you can find any clues." Bo Gang handed over some retro-style storage bags. Levi accepted it and entered the ancient Saint Plane. The location of the plane's entrance should have been exposed. "There's nothing we can do about it. Instead of worrying, it's better to break through to the fourth circle as soon as possible." He would never give up on the ancient Saint Plane unless he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat. This was not an ordinary small secret realm. This was a complete small plane. Although it was small, it had everything. There were endless possibilities in the future. He silently returned to his imperial hall and released the succubus Maria from his secret room. "Master." The succubus's charming voice sounded with a smile. Levi frowned and said seriously, "Don't be cheeky. Be serious. I want that thing of yours, to help me cultivate." He took out a funnel-shaped container that was specially refined and handed it to Maria before pointing at her chest. The meaning was self-evident. Chapter 921, Successful Potion Concoction. 1. Maria held the container in her hand and paused for a moment. Soon, she understood what Levi meant. "Master, I don't have it now," the succubus whispered. "You don't? From the looks of it, that shouldn't be so." Levi looked down at the succubus and asked curiously. He even fiddled with her breasts. It was bouncy. As his scarlet servant, the succubus probably wouldn't lie to him. Could it be that there was a special requirement to obtain this? He had spent a lot of effort to capture this succubus alive. If the goods didn't come out, even he would collapse. The succubus blushed and looked down. The towering mountains blocked her vision. "I'm very curious. Which wizard was the first to discover that this thing can enhance one's spiritual force after consuming it?" Maria said helplessly. "How are you going to provide that thing I need?" Levi asked. If he encountered a problem, he would solve it. He had an idea and suddenly remembered that to take care of some transcendent creatures in his ring, he had once refined a potion called the Goddess of Spring's Blessing Potion. Spring Potion. After injecting this medicine into female transcendent creatures, it could promote their secretion of milk to feed the small transcendent creatures. "Master, succubuses can only produce what you need when they are in extreme pleasure," Maria said. "Speak human language," Levi said impatiently. "It's that. Master, you know." Maria looked at Levi with seductive eyes. "Lie down," Levi ordered thoughtfully. The succubus revealed a smug smile and lay in front of Levi with a coquettish smile, revealing her soul-stirring curves. She took the initiative to take off the gauze dress at her waist. Levi walked up to him, took out the Goddess of Spring potion from his inventory, and pricked it with a needle. "Hiss. Master, it hurts a little." "What are you doing? Try using my method. Get up. I'll keep an eye on the changes in your body," Levi said. "All right." Maria put on her clothes and smiled strangely. While waiting for Maria to deliver the goods, Levi continued his cultivation and research. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. He didn't tell the senior state assembly and the three kings about his arrival. Occasionally, he would visit the various city-states incognito and blend into the crowd to observe the situation of the people. He just wanted to see if these guys from the senior state assembly had any crooked thoughts when he was not around. From the looks of it, with Excalibur's constraints, they were all more honest. As for Maria, she would use some small tricks to seduce Levi from time to time. This was the nature of succubus. Levi did not blame her. For many wizards with special kinks, the goat hooves and horns of the succubus would make them even more excited. Levi did not have such a strange preference. He only wanted to refine the succubus potion as soon as possible and advance to the fourth circle. Before advancing to the fourth circle, I have to construct a model of a fourth circle spell. The spell model I'm going to construct next will be the embryonic form of my first innate spell after advancing to the fourth circle. Then, with this as the foundation, I'll give birth to my own innate spell. With this in mind, Levi began to search for suitable spells in the magic library that he had accumulated over the years. Levi's innate spells during his third circle were Earth, Burning, and Ocean faction. Therefore, he planned to choose his first fourth circle innate spell from the elementalist schools such as Storm, Thunder, Bronze, and Frost. After he finished learning the spells of the elementalist school, he would consider the spells of Death, Life, and other schools as innate spells. What was an ultimate polygonal wizard? Levi. As for which faction to choose, it would depend on Levi's spell storage. The next day, there were dozens of spell crystal balls on the desk in front of Levi. The spell crystal balls were all third circle and above spell models. They were also extremely precious knowledge in the wizard world. After some sorting out, Levi discovered that in his current magic library, there were 1,286 cantrip models, 345 first circle models, 153 second circle models, 31 third circle models, and 12 fourth circle models. One could clearly see that the number of spells had plummeted from the third circle onwards. Be it the quantity or difficulty of obtaining middle-level knowledge, it far exceeded low-level knowledge. Because the Endless Sea was the territory of the Ocean faction, more than half of these spell models were ocean spells. In terms of attack and killing, my Path of Knights is completely enough. I have the Fire Dragon Tribulation for long-range attacks, control the Water Dragon's Song, and defend against the Earth Dragon Barrier. When I advance to the fourth circle, the power of these three innate spells will similarly advance to the standard of the fourth circle. I'm still lacking a spell for running. Otherwise, just relying on the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique is too low. In the elementalist school, lightning or storms were undoubtedly the most suitable to escape. Levi began to flip through the information on these spells. He counted the spells of the storm faction. There were very few of them. Other than the Collins family that he had met in the Yellow Earth continent, he had never seen a wizard of the storm faction. On the other hand, the spells of the lightning faction had been accumulated because they had killed many members of the Thunder Dragon family during the auction. In the end, Levi finalized the list of thunder element spells that needed to be fused in the future. They were Thunder Afterimage, Lightning Wings, Lightning Current, Swift Thunder Technique. There were a total of 18 spells that were related to movement and flying. Chapter 922, Successful Potion Concoction. 2. These thunder element spells ranged from cantrips to third circle spells. The first one was a fourth circle spell. This spell should have been from a wizard from the Thunder Dragon family, but Levi had forgotten who it was. This was one of the few fourth circle lightning techniques he had. After cultivating it, his body turned into a lightning afterimage and his speed was not bad. I'll use Thunder Afterimage as a spell model to break through the fourth circle. A fourth circle spell model was far more complicated and sophisticated than a third circle spell model. However, Levi felt that it was not much more complicated than his third circle innate spell. After choosing the advanced spell, Levi took out the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron that he had obtained from the auction. The Scarlet Dragon breathing technique focuses on speed. This mineral should be more suitable for forging divine weapons for escaping. What should I make? Flying swords? Cloaks? Boots? Let's give it a try and see which one the Scarlet Dragon likes. With his previous experience in forging the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron, Levi was also familiar with forging the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron. Relying on his Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames, he began to melt the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron bit by bit. Levi was back to his peaceful days of blacksmithing. Half a year later, the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron, which was the size of a human head, completely melted into a ball of blood-colored molten iron. A strong smell of blood wafted over. Although the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron was iron, it was still a little different from the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron. Its density and weight were relatively small, and its birth process was more like coal in his previous life. It was because some powerful creature had died in a dark place. In that special environment, after countless years of evolution, there was a small probability of it being born. Levi followed his thoughts and forged the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron into a flying sword in his memory. During forging, Levi solidified the level 7 chariot rune on the flying sword, which could increase its speed by 60%. When the time comes, I'll be the #1 person in the wizard world who can fly on a sword control. Levi was proud. Half a month later, the divine weapon was completely forged. What appeared in front of Levi was a slender and well-proportioned blood-colored sword. Not bad, but why doesn't the scarlet dragon seed show any reaction? Levi dripped his blood on the long sword. Seeing that the scarlet dragon didn't react for a long time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this fellow didn't want such a handsome flying sword? This was completely different from the way the Crimson Emperor Dragon cheered for the Crimson Dragon Slash. A few days later. It seems that this kind of flying sword divine weapon is not compatible with the characteristics of the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique. Levi sighed. Fortunately, I'm a forging ordinary divine weapon. It won't be a problem to reforge it. If the refinement structure is complicated and requires the wizard tool to solidify spell runes and miniature arrays, the spirituality of these rare metal materials will decrease with every failure. These are all losses. Levi shook his head and threw the blood-colored flying sword that he had yet to name into the Crimson Emperor Dragon's flames to reforge it. Refining divine weapons was a long-term job. He had to maintain the burning of the flames at all times to prevent all his previous efforts from being wasted. It would be great if I had a level 5 fire elemental spirit. Ace's level 2 fire element is completely useless. Wait, although the Poison Fire Corpse Demon's Black Poison Fire is not as good as the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flame of my blood source's second transformation, its level is level 4 flames. It should be fine to refine it. Levi called the Poison Fire Corpse Demon over. He let the Corpse Demon continue to smelt for him. The Corpse Demon sat cross-legged on the ground and spat out flames from its mouth, slowly burning the Blood Demon meteorite iron. The outer layer of the meteorite iron began to slowly melt. Looks like it'll work. This Corpse Demon is not bad. Levi got out of the iron-burning job and began to build the 4th circle spell model in peace. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1129, the month of winter. In the Emperor's bedroom. Inside the house. Maria was sitting here alone, feeling vexed. On the table was the container that her master had given her. Master is too much. He wants the horse to run, but he doesn't give it grass. Levi had been giving the succubus the goddess of spring potion for more than half a year. So far, she had yet to produce the crimson water. Some time ago, Levi had given her an ultimatum. It was almost the last month. Sister Maria, Master is asking you if you're done. Algerta straightened her wolf tail and asked with a red face at the door. In Maria's room, there were always some strange sounds. Algerta wasn't completely ignorant of the world, so she knew a little. Therefore, every time her master asked her to rush her, her face would turn red and she would feel extremely uncomfortable. Soon, Maria said. All right. Algerta left in a hurry. Alas, I've handed over the pleasure water this time, and the pleasure energy that I painstakingly created over the past 100 years has been for naught once more. That damnable Saurit's cultivation is too high, and I'm utterly unable to obtain the pleasure energy from him. What could Maria do? This was her master's mission, and she had to carry it out. The pleasure energy was an important nourishment for a succubus to break through realms. With every increase in the pleasure energy in their bodies, they were closer to the succubus queen and the lord of perverted sins. Legend had it that in the harem of the succubus queen, many powerful demon lords bowed to her, and even some fallen rulers of the multidimensional plane. As the servants of desire of the succubus queen, they were used to help her cultivate, and the queen obtained divine pleasure energy from them. Chapter 923, Successful Potion Concoction. 3. Legend had it that the temple of the succubus queen floated above the pleasure water in the sea of pleasure. She spent her days having fun with those servants of desire. It could be said to be paradise. It's a pity that master is too weak. Otherwise, that place would definitely be the paradise for his cultivation. Maria cleared her mind and made up her mind. She took off all her clothes and lay on the bed. In order to help her master, she had to hold a sacrifice ceremony for the succubus queen. This kind of ritual consumed a lot of her origin strength, so she had never mentioned this method to Saurit. However, under the powerful influence of the Scarlet Contract, all the Scarlet servants would be considerate of the Scarlet Dragon regardless of the consequences. Master's mission was comparable to an oracle. On the ceiling above Maria's head, there was a mysterious array outlined by purple blood. In the middle of the array, there was a pattern. In that pattern, one could vaguely see a sacred and licentious woman wearing a blood-colored crown. This was the god of all succubus, one of the strongest existences in the abyss. The Lady of Pleasure, Venus. She was an existence that even the gods of the astral world were rather afraid of. Now that the ritual was ready, there was only one last step left. Maria opened her mouth and blew gently. Purple smoke filled the air and enveloped the room. Maria gazed at the ceiling in a daze as the crimson dream that represented joy descended upon this place. A majestic and burly figure seemed to appear on her body. It was wrapped in hellfire and its scales overlapped, emitting endless pressure. In her dream, she smiled sweetly and her voice became more and more hurried. These voices finally converged into a sacred chant that could not be blasphemed, echoing in the room. The Great Succubus Queen. Eternal Joy Incarnation. The Supreme Lord of Perverted Sins. The Mistress of all life's desires. Your servant, Maria Millens. I pray for your pleasure. Outside the house. Algerta gently leaned against the wall. Levi, who was constructing a spell model, also came and stood there quietly with a strange look in his eyes. How strange! What did Sister Maria just recite? Algerta said softly. She should be learning a foreign language from a secret existence. Let's go. Seeing that Maria was fine, Levi left calmly. On the bed. The weak Maria waved her hand and covered herself with a thin veil. She stood up. She was a little unsteady and her legs were weak. Hiss. As expected, sacrificing to the queen requires a huge price. Maria had never offered a sacrifice to the queen before, and this was her first attempt. Fortunately, it worked. In her hand was a sealed test tube container. There was only a pitiful fingernail amount of liquid inside. The liquid was a dreamy crimson color. It was crystal clear and emitted a strange fragrance. So much so that Maria herself had the desire to open it and taste it. This won't do. I have to send it to Master as soon as possible. He said that this thing will only be useful within a day. Maria flapped her purple wings and left the bedroom in an extremely weak manner. The pattern of the array on the ceiling had already dissipated. It seemed that Maria had washed it clean after the sacrificial ceremony. Levi's seclusion place. Master, it is ready. Maria's weak voice sounded. Give it to me, Levi said and removed the array. Maria pushed the door open and entered. Panting, she placed a test tube in front of Levi. Master, this is the crimson water. I'm too tired. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest. The succubus clutched her chest and said. Yes, you've worked hard. Although these potions are for wizards, you can also replenish your stamina and make up for your deficit after taking them. Levi handed her some potions. Maria was touched. Sarit only knew how to have fun with her, but he never gave her any potions. In this aspect, Master was still the best. He had her in his heart. Her tail swayed. She had just experienced extreme pleasure and her enthusiasm had yet to subside. Anything else? Levi asked. No, no more. Maria smiled and left. Fortunately. Otherwise, I would have to let Lord King satisfy her. Lord King was simply an old lizard in heat all year round. Levi shook his head. Be it the transcendent creatures in Alice's ring, demons, fur clans, or lizardmen. Whether they were intelligent or not, it made no difference to Levi that they were not human. He put away the Rowling Crystal, which displayed his latest data. All kinds of unknown dragon clan bloodlines fluctuated between 15% and 18%. As for the human bloodline, it was as high as 90%. I've been doing this for so long, but there's still 90%. The path to ultimate life forms has a long way to go. With the crimson water, Levi's succubus potion ingredients were complete. He chose an auspicious day. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he went to the pharmacy laboratory. Although the amount of crimson water is small, the quality is relatively high. I only need 1 drop for each alchemy. This should be enough for me to refine 3 times. If I succeed once, I will definitely make a profit. It would be even better if there were 1 or 2 extra portions. My succubus potion has to be sold for at least 1,000,000 ether stones, right? This increases the success rate by 30%. It's not something trash like the deep water potion can compare to. During this period of time, Levi had also learned from Maria that the crimson water was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Chapter 924, Successful Potion Concoction. 4. This was an extremely exhausting thing for a succubus. This was equivalent to a highly concentrated succubus pleasure energy. It was similar to a wizard condensing their origin spiritual force and giving it to others. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no succubus would take out the crimson water when it was produced. This would consume their bodies. Fortunately, Levi had the scarlet contract. Otherwise, he might not have been able to obtain it. Therefore, his dream of relying on the succubus to refine breakthrough potions in bulk was shattered. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Creator was fair. Such heaven-defying things must be rare. Otherwise, the formula for the succubus potion would not be so unorthodox. Other than crimson water, the other main ingredients of the succubus potion were the fallen root, bone corrosion flower, and whispering fruit. These things were also extremely unorthodox. Levi had relied on the ancient Saint Plane and the 2 resource bases of the witch's family to gather them all. It had also taken 20 years and less than 200,000 ether stones. Therefore, Levi felt that it was not expensive to sell the succubus potion for 1,000,000 yuan. His current pharmaceutical skills were already at the peak of the 3rd circle. What restricted his improvement was the wizard realm. I previously obtained the formula for the epiphyllum potion. According to the lush forest witch, it is not recommended for a wizard to consume this potion more than 3 times. Otherwise, it might affect their future cultivation. I've taken it twice before, and I still have one more chance. Moreover, my spiritual force has already exceeded the upper limit of a 3rd circle wizard. Although it hasn't liquefaction yet, it's a true 4th circle spiritual force level. If I can't succeed in refining it even with this, I can only go to the witch's family and ask the pharmacists there to refine it for me. Under normal circumstances, a breakthrough potion of average quality, such as the 3rd circle deep water potion, would not exceed the level of a wizard. However, the Eye Devil's Gaze potion, the Succubus potion, and the Lake Fairy potion that Levi had obtained were all top-notch breakthrough potions. The quality of the potions was usually 1 realm higher than that of wizards. Levi was a 3rd circle wizard, and the Succubus potion was a 4th circle. Under such circumstances, under normal circumstances, one could only find others to refine or buy potions. Levi had always been worried about the risks of other people's potions, so he tried his best to do it himself. However, from the looks of it, since he could not take the epiphyllum potion in the future, he had to build a good relationship with some pharmacists from the witch's family in advance. This way, he could hire them when he refined potions in the future. Madame Triss will be fine, but she's the vice president of the Pharmacist Association. I might not be able to invite her. Before refining the succubus potion, Levi first tried to refine the 4th circle health potion and adjusted his condition to the peak. At the same time, he estimated the success rate of the succubus potion. Without taking the epiphyllum potion, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that with his current 210 points of mental strength, he could completely refine a simple 4th circle potion like the health potion. From the looks of it, relying on the truth oddity to raise the upper limit of one's mental strength could be used to refine potions above one's level. Alright, hurry up and refine the succubus potion. If I can't succeed twice, I'll leave behind a set of materials. I'll thicken my skin and find Madame Triss and ask her to refine it for me. Levi took the epiphyllum potion in one go. He felt that his spiritual power had increased from the original 210 points. There were even ripples circulating on the surface of the gas magic ring, as if it was about to liquefaction. Let's begin. At the same time. Star C. At the witch's family. Lady Yggdrasila, the immortal banyan dragon, lazily coiled around the magic tree. After a long sleep, she would occasionally open her eyes and watch those short-lived wizards busying themselves. After the war between the dark and righteous wizards was temporarily put out, the primordial soul wizards of the witch's family returned to the headquarters one after another. Today, this generation of witches was going to hold a meeting to discuss the future of the dark ancient tower. This kind of banquet that happened once every 10,000 years was an important way for a large organization like the witch's family to consolidate its status in the endless sea. Numerous primordial soul witches with powerful auras and different styles came to Yggdrasila. The witches are waiting for you. The immortal banyan dragon opened her mouth. Flowers and vines grew in her mouth and throat. All right, Lady Yggdrasila. The primordial soul witches nodded politely. Some of them were young and coquettish, wearing gorgeous colorful dresses. Some of them looked like old grannies, leaning on magic wands and looking old. Some of them were dressed strangely, like old witches in fairy tales. Among them, even the youngest primordial soul witch was at least 400 years old. Madame Triss dressed professionally and walked in with her chest puffed out. Triss, I heard that there's a male wizard in the witch's family. He's a dragon descendant. Lady Yggdrasilla's voice surfaced in Triss's mind. This voice sounded young, but it revealed a sense of vicissitudes that was unfathomable. Yes. Are you interested in the little one? No, I just felt an inexplicably familiar aura when I was sleeping. By the way, as you know, once I fall asleep, I can't be bothered to wake up, the immortal Banyan dragon said. Chapter 925, Successful Potion Concoction. 5. He has left. If there's a chance in the future, I can bring him to meet you, said Triss. Thanks a lot. Passing through the immortal Banyan dragon's mouth which shone brightly, Triss was already in a strange space. This was the small world inside the magic tree. It was also the true core of the witch's family. Only primordial soul wizards were qualified to step into this place, but only during meetings. Only one person was cultivating here. That was the witch of every generation. The witch of this generation was Lady Vilena, a kind-looking witch granny. There were already 10 primordial soul witches sitting around the Lord Witch, eating fruits and chatting like a group of witches having a picnic. Triss, you're almost here. You're the only one left, a primordial soul witch said with a smile. Triss nodded and found a spot. Her slender white legs stretched out from the pharmacist's robe as she sat on her side, looking elegant and beautiful. Except for the flower witch Elena and the cat witch Caitlin who are traveling outside, everyone is here. Aside from witches, there were a total of 13 primordial soul witches in the witch's family. Each witch had a unique name, and Triss was the medicine witch. These 13 primordial soul wizards were the strongest strength of the witch's family. They were the foundation of the 6 towers. The 8th circle witch was the leader of the 13 witches. The content of this meeting is related to the Dark Ancient Tower. According to the information I received from a senior from the Ocean School of Thought in the Central Realm, the Dark Ancient Tower should be opened 30 years later. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. So far, after all these years of searching, we have found a total of 23 keys. There might be new keys discovered in the future, but there won't be many more. According to past experience, the concentrated eruption period of the ancient tower keys has passed. Therefore, regarding the allocation of entry slots, other than the 3 primordial soul wizards, there are still 20 slots. What do you think? The witch asked. We have to send some 5th circle wizards, but we can't send too many. Every 5th circle wizard is a potential primordial soul seedling, so I suggest leaving some space for those 4th circle wizards. As for 3rd circle wizards, their cultivation levels are too low. It would be a waste of spots to go, Triss said. I agree with that. You can suggest the list that you think is feasible. We'll discuss according to the situation of these people and finally choose 20 witches to enter, said the witch. External wizards can go too, right? Triss asked. Triss, you want to fight for a spot for your son, don't you? Said a tall and gorgeous witch with narrow eyes. She was the snake witch, Selene. That's right. Triss looked at Selene. The smell of gunpowder between women began to fill the air. All right, the 2 of you are starting again. If Anya can enter the 4th circle before the Dark Ancient Tower opens, I agree. However, Triss, you have to think carefully. The Dark Ancient Tower has certain risks, reminded the witch. I understand, Lord Witch. Triss nodded and said, Lord Witch, I have another suitable candidate. He's also an external wizard. The Levi I mentioned to you before. He's a dragon descendant. He's proficient in body tempering and spells. He'll be able to enter the 4th circle wizard realm before the Dark Ancient Tower. Be it strength or intelligence, he's extremely suitable to enter. Triss, why don't you just let a group of male wizards go in? The Snake Witch said unhappily. We are the witch's family, not the family of wizards. Don't forget this. Triss looked at the Snake Witch and said calmly, when Levi was carrying out a mission as a 3rd circle wizard, he stopped a 4th circle dark wizard by himself and successfully escaped from him to save his teammates. I'm sure all of you know how big the gap between the 3rd circle and the 4th circle is. If he advances to the 4th circle and relies on the advantage of body tempering and spell dual cultivation, who do you think is more suitable to go to the Dark Ancient Tower than him among the 4th circle wizards? Don't forget, the environment of the Dark Ancient Tower is complicated and ever-changing, and there is a huge gap between each level. Some places are extremely disadvantageous to ordinary spell wizards. During the last trip to the Dark Ancient Tower, we lost a truth oddity because we lost to the mixed blood body refining wizards of the Sea Clan from the Ocean Abyss Alliance, who are also the male barbarians you mentioned. For so many years in the witch's family, other than Elena, which witch would learn the so-called body tempering techniques that only wizards practice? Moreover, Levi had relied on himself to get from the lowest level of the wizard organization to where he was today. Whether it is his combat ability or his ability to compete with those high-realm wizards, many witches in the tower cannot compare to him. I think that we should give the male wizard a chance as long as it can bring us more benefits. Why did our witch's family gradually fall behind among the 6 towers? Because when we were recruiting, we naturally eliminated half of the wizards, even though there might be true geniuses among them. If you still insist on abiding by these meaningless rules at this point, I have nothing to say. Chapter 926, Successful Potion Concoction. 6. After Triss said that, she picked up a grape and placed it between her red lips and white teeth. The snake witch was at a loss for words. Then, she sneered and said, "Anyway, this is a rule set by the first witch. If you have any objections, you can go to the first witch. You can't tell me." Triss laughed in her heart. The first witch had long perished, so how was she going to find her? She ignored the woman and looked at the witch expectantly. "Triss, what you said makes sense. But I won't give Levi one of these 20 spots. Firstly, he might not even be able to enter the 4th circle. Secondly, I can trust Anya. He's your son. I can't trust a foreign kid, and neither can the other witches. As for body refining witches, do you think I won't learn my lesson? For the Dark Ancient Tower, I have secretly trained several body refining witches. This time, I will definitely give the male wizards of the Ocean Abyss Alliance a big surprise," the witch said with a smile. Triss was disappointed, but she said with a calm expression, "I understand." She had agreed to fight for a spot for Levi. Now, it seemed that she had overestimated these stubborn old fogies. Being able to make someone like Levi an external wizard was already their bottom line. After returning home and taking off her clothes, Triss, who was comfortably soaking in the medicinal bath, placed her jade-white arms on the edge of the bathtub and casually propped her legs up. Every time she finished a meeting with these stubborn old fogies, her mood wouldn't be too good. She needed a bath to relieve herself. There were all kinds of expensive medicinal herbs in this medicinal bath. Meditating in it was very beneficial. It could also calm one's mind and relieve the pressure of research. This was also why she always liked to wear a sleeping robe. Isn't that old woman Selene the one who hooked up with the Letny family's molten gold wizard king? Look at how smug she is, causing me to go back on my word in front of a junior in the future and lose face. Anya's transition period is almost over, and he is about to become a true 4th circle wizard. With Levi's talent, he is about to reach the 4th circle. This long journey should be in preparation for advancing to the 4th circle. The little guy might still be collecting potion ingredients bitterly now. Forget it, when he returns from his long journey, I'll give him some additional compensation. In the human world, the ancient Saint Plane. The poison fire corpse demon refined the blood demon meteorite iron for Levi without any complaints. Maria and Algerda, on the other hand, were chatting about some serious topics on the bed. "What? You actually dreamed of Master? You even did such a thing? And it's your 7th dream today? And it took so long every time? You! How dare you?" Algerda's face was filled with shock as her worldview collapsed. "What's wrong? Haven't you dreamt of it? Master seems to be a dragon descendant. You might not know this, but many female succubus in the abyss yearn for a wild pleasure with a dragon. This way, there's a chance to combine them to give birth to a powerful dragon descendant demon. It's said that there are a few demon lords from the pure-blooded dragon clan in the harem of the succubus queen." Maria touched the white wolf girl's face and smiled meaningfully. Her words were explicit. "No. I'm always cleaning up the house in my dreams because Master keeps moving," Algerda thought for a moment and said seriously as she touched her wolf's ears. Just as the two women were chatting, hearty laughter came from Levi's pharmacy room. Levi stood up from the pharmacy crucible, sweating profusely, and exhaled. At the bottom of the crucible, there was a pill that was as translucent as a purple grape, emitting a strange milky fragrance. "It's done. It's not easy. There's no possibility of failure in this advancement." Chapter 927, Advancing to the 4th Circle. 1. The purple pill emitted an alluring fragrance. Levi swallowed his saliva and had the urge to take it immediately. Just by smelling it, my spiritual power is rising as if it has instantly reached its peak. As expected of the best breakthrough potion. Levi sighed in his heart. As long as it was refined into a potion, there would be no time limit of 24 hours. It's a pity that these materials have only been used once, but it's already extremely heaven-defying. Could this be luck? Looks like I have to learn the Lover's Rune after I advance to the 4th circle. If this metaphysics is useful, it will be quite beneficial to my trip to the Dark Ancient Tower. Levi put away the potion and opened the proficiency panel. Just as he had imagined, his pharmaceutical skills had already broken through the limit and advanced in advance. Levi. Pharmacy, Level 13, 1/500,000. According to my previous pattern, pharmaceutical skills, Level 1 to Level 6 correspond to pharmacist apprentices, Levels 7 and 8 correspond to senior 1st circle pharmacists, and so on. Level 13 corresponds to ordinary 4th circle pharmacists. So, I advanced in advance. Levi still remembered Ms. Marlene's teachings. A 1st circle wizard could be a 2nd circle pharmacist at most. However, starting from the 3rd circle pharmacist realm, one needed to have the cultivation of a wizard of the same realm. This was because, for 3rd circle pharmacists, it was very difficult to refine and control the refinement process of potions without the same realm of spiritual power. Levi was now at the 3rd circle perfection realm and had become a 4th circle pharmacist in advance. There was only one explanation for this. The truth oddity allowed my spiritual power to reach the level of a 4th circle wizard at 210 points in advance. Although I didn't liquefaction, with the help of the epiphyllum potion, I successfully refined a 4th circle potion and advanced to the 4th circle level. This was a pleasant surprise for Levi. He was in a good mood as he walked out of his seclusion. While he was in seclusion on the ancient Saint Plane, Levi's 4th circle spell model, Thunder Afterimage, had already been constructed. In his mind, around the gas magic ring, a lightning-shaped spell model that was obviously larger than the other models was slowly rotating. This was the first 4th circle spell that Levi had mastered. In the future, he would use this spell as the foundation to create his 4th innate spell. Maria appeared beside Levi and asked with a smile, "Master, how is it? How does my crimson water taste?" "It tastes good." "Understood." Maria pouted and followed behind Levi. "Follow me from now on. It's best if you transform into a human so that you won't cause me any trouble," Levi said. Maria nodded and transformed into a woman with bronze skin. She wore refreshing purple clothes and exuded a wild beauty. "Yes, yes. This is not bad. You just have to look like this in the future. I'll listen to Master's instructions." Most of the time, the succubus had to be in Alice's ring. She did not have the powerful disguise ability like Mind Flayer. It would be a huge crime for other wizards to discover Levi raising demons. On the other side, the poison fire corpse demon was still conscientiously smelting the blood demon meteorite iron. When the divine weapon is completed, I can leave this place. Before that, I'll solve some problems in the human world. Levi took out the storage bags he had obtained from Bogang and searched inside. He discovered some ancient meditation arts and spells. The style was different from modern wizards. The combat power of the cave wizards should be a little inferior to modern wizards. The ancient wizard civilization can't be compared to the current one. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. The most important thing now is to gather the senior state assembly and train the purgatory ghost-killing array to prevent the experts of the forsaken land of the god from finding us. Levi relayed the order to Messenger, and the feathered people flew in all directions. Not long after, the Wing King and Feather King arrived at Emperor Palace first. "Greetings, Emperor." The Wing King felt the vast power of the Emperor on the Inferno throne and was incomparably shocked. "My strength has improved a lot compared to more than 10 years ago. I thought I could get closer to Lord Emperor, but now it seems like I'm getting further and further away." The Feather King's heart was the same. This was an emperor. He would always become stronger. He was not a god, but he was better than a god. "Report to me everything about the Shinnok Academy, the Senior State Assembly, and the materials I asked you to collect," Levi said in a dignified voice. "Let me explain," the Feather King said. Then, while waiting for the other ancient saints, Levi listened to their reports. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This group of lizardmen was quite good. They had already found 24 types of materials to refine the fourth circle meditation potion on the ancient saint plane. Moreover, they took the initiative to send people to protect all the places where these potions were born. They established Emperor resource points in the ancient Dragon Empire and regularly sent people to the resource points to collect resources to prevent them from being destroyed by natural and man-made disasters and ferocious beasts. So far, there were a total of 24 resource points established in the entire ancient saint plane. Among them, first circle to fifth circle herbs were distributed. There were also some resource points with extremely small amounts of high-level herbs. The ancient saint plane was a small plane, and the elemental power was not very rich. Therefore, the quality and upper limit of various precious resources were not very high. However, because it had not been developed yet, there were many low-level and intermediate-level resources. Chapter 928, Advancing to the Fourth Circle. 2. At the very least, it could allow Levi to save a lot of money on purchasing materials before becoming a primordial soul wizard. In addition, no less than 10 brass mines, 3 mithril mines, and a huge sinkhole had been discovered in the ancient saint plane. The sinkhole was suspected to have been formed when a meteorite containing luminant gold hit the continent in the land of darkness. Some luminant gold could also be mined inside. Brass, mithril, and luminant gold were not very useful to Levi now. However, they were still precious mineral resources. These were necessary for establishing a faction. In the current Dusk Holy Temple, most knights still used weapons made of ordinary iron. If he could exchange it for a pure mithril weapon, not only would he be able to improve his combat level, but he would also be able to face low-level undead creatures like the Blue Frost undead more easily. Very good. Streams of light flew out from Levi's hand and landed in front of the Feather King and the Wing King. This is a reward for you. It's beneficial to your cultivation, Levi said. The Emperor's gift. The Feather King and Wing King were overjoyed and excitedly praised the Emperor. A few days later, Lord King, who lived the furthest away, arrived late. Behind Lord King, there was a package. Something was shining in it, which was especially eye-catching. Emperor, I'm late. I've brought you a treasure. Lord King saw the smiling Wing King and Feather King and knew that they must have obtained supreme benefits from the Emperor. Fortunately, I obtained that nameless small pagoda and offered it to the Emperor. I will definitely be rewarded. Lord King was pleased with himself. He crawled on the ground and placed the package in front of him. He opened it and a small black pagoda appeared. Emperor, this is an extraterrestrial treasure I obtained. It's incomparably hard, invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to fire and water, and can be used as a throwing weapon. Lord Kang's angle was novel. Levi thought about the key to the dark ancient tower. If he used it to smash someone else, he would probably not be able to return. I'll accept this as a reward. Levi gave some common potions to Lord King. Lord King accepted the reward and retreated to the side happily. Levi asked Maria to put the small pagoda in his bedroom. In this small plane, the world is bigger than me. I'm not afraid of others snatching me. From the looks of it, I don't need to trouble Madame Triss when I enter the dark ancient tower. Furthermore, she still owes me a favor. When the time comes, I wonder how she will repay me. Levi's lips curled up as he fantasized. This key was a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that there would be a key flowing into such a small place like the ancient saint plane. Half a month later. Other than some ancient saints guarding important places, including the 3 kings, a total of 20 ancient saints had all arrived in front of the Emperor Palace. In addition, he also called 4 second circle lizardmen spellcasters from the Shinik Academy. Levi's entire body was burning with flames as array items from the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array flew out one after another. To fight against the Outer Realm demons, I will give you a combat array to resist the enemy. 4 Shinik Power Masters will be in charge of the array core, and the other ancient saints will be in charge of fighting. They can form an incomparably powerful Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. With this array, you can unleash greater power than usual. Even existences far stronger than ancient saints can be defeated. After saying that, Levi looked at the ancient saints. An expert who has surpassed the ancient saint realm? He can also be killed. This is simply the work of a god. Next, Levi handed the control of the array to these ancient saints and Shinik Power Masters. The lizardman's comprehension ability was not bad. After all, those who could reach the ancient saint realm or become a Shinik Power Master were not ordinary lizardmen. After a few months, they went from being unfamiliar at the beginning to gradually becoming familiar with it, and the changes were huge. Half a year later, the Purgatory Ghost-killing combat array formed by 20 lizardmen was completely formed. Now, circulate your ancient saint power and coordinate with the combat array to attack the mountain peak. Levi said. As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, the ancient saints used their flying techniques and flew in the air with the power of ancient saints. They stood in a certain combat array. Every ancient saint's amplitude was the same, and their every move seemed to have fused into one. Not only that, but their expressions were crazy. The war drums of evil ghosts from hell were carved on their backs, emitting deafening drum beats. Every time the drum beats sounded, their aura would increase a little. Boom! The 20 ancient saints attacked together. Colorful ancient saint attacks gathered together and attacked the mountain peak in front of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain shook, and rocks and soil burst out. After everything fell silent, the mountain peak had its head cut off. 210 Ka. So powerful. This is the energy fluctuation caused by a fifth circle spell. As expected, by relying on the amplification and unification of the combat array, the attacks of these ancient saints underwent a qualitative change and finally surpassed the fourth circle. The power of one strike is comparable to the fifth circle. However, it's still a little inferior to the fifth circle spell attacks of the fifth circle wizard Tool and Sorit. According to the countless experiments of the Caslot wizard, he believed that the attack power of a fourth circle spell was usually between 40 and 150 Ka. Fifth circle spells ranged from 151 to 500 Ka. Therefore, with the Purgatory Ghost-killing array, although every ancient saint was inferior to a fourth circle wizard, they could threaten a fifth circle wizard when combined. Of course, this kind of combat array fusion could not be compared to a true fifth circle wizard. However, it could still be used as a trump card for the ancient saint plane. Chapter 929, Advancing to the Fourth Circle. 3. After all, be it in the human world or the wizard world, fifth circle existences were not cabbages. In that case, if an unknown existence from the forsaken land of God comes, with the help of the glory of the four kings and the Purgatory Ghost-killing array, as long as it's not a fifth circle wizard, they won't be able to return. Even if a fifth circle comes, if they can prepare in advance, they will have the strength to fight. After Levi finished this long-awaited task, the smelting of the blood demon meteorite iron was also completed. Levi took over the work and began to forge a new divine weapon suitable for the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique. As such, time flew by. The 99th year of the Great Expedition. In the year 1130 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning quietly arrived. Today was the first day of the month of beginning. It was Levi's 140th birthday. As he grew older, Levi began to learn to enjoy life. For example, on this birthday, he was no longer alone. The succubus was wearing the clothes of a stripper and dancing energetically. Occasionally, she would lie on Levi's back with her chest pressed against his back. Her cherry lips would exhale a fragrance beside Levi's ear as she sang softly, making one blush. Occasionally, she would sway in front of Levi, exuding an exotic charm. Algerta cheered by the side, while Tiga turned his head, not daring to look straight at him. To someone as old-fashioned as him, this was indecent. In addition, the transcendent creatures in Levi's Alice's ring, be they active or retired, had accompanied Levi all the way here. They surrounded him and watched the show, which made the succubus twist even harder. "Master, how's my dance?" the succubus asked teasingly. "It's pretty good. There's no technique. It's all flirtatious," Levi commented objectively. "Wow, thank you for your praise, Master. I'll work harder." Succubus values were different from humans. The more Levi said that she was flirtatious, the more excited she became. After his birthday, Levi held the 28th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights. There were a total of 8 members participating in this meeting. When he was in the human world, Levi had already taken the time to interview Dark Moon Knight Radel, who had just broken into Legendary and got his mark. Therefore, the Dark Moon Knight was also qualified to participate in the round table meeting. Not long after, all 8 members arrived. Everyone had different expressions, but they were filled with confidence and hope. "Since a new member is joining us this time, Dark Moon Knight should introduce himself before the meeting begins." Levi looked at the middle-aged knight who was a little uneasy. Every legendary knight who had just participated in the round table meeting would be more or less nervous. This was especially so for the younger generation like the Dark Moon Knight. They were able to sit at the same table as the Blood Knight and the Black Knight and discuss the important matters of the Dusk Holy Temple. They could even see the commander who had stepped into the supreme realm of knights and see the glory of a supreme knight. Now that he saw him, he was indeed extraordinary. He was tall and mighty, and there was a heroic spirit between his brows. He was like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. Seniors, I am Radel, from the Hodgson family of the Star Empire. After the Dark Moon Knights finished their introductions, Emperor Mew looked at the 8 knights in front of the round table and sighed. Back then, when the commander and I first established the knights, there were only 3 legendary knights. Now, there are already 8 of us, excluding our commander. When Elsa joins, there will be 9 of us. This table can only accommodate 18 of us. Commander, what should we do if more legendary knights are born in the future? Emperor Mew asked. If there are more and more people in the future, there will be competition. Only the 18 strongest people can participate in the round table meeting. In this world, strength is the most important. For now, the prerequisite for all of this is that the quality of the knights will be recognized by me and everyone else. Therefore, you can't slack off in your cultivation. You're the first to embark on this path. Your starting point is already higher than many people, so you have to be an example. Understood. This is a little exciting, the Black Knight said with a smile. By the way, Emperor Mew, how's the war in the realm of ice? Levi asked. Currently, the Dark Wizards are still in charge. Some cities have been taken back by the Righteous Wizards. Elsa and I are in the Snow Capital now. We're waiting for you, Commander. The Snow Capital is the city of the Righteous Wizards. You can come here without worry, Commander, Emperor Mew said. That's good. I see that you've been looking a little weak recently. Don't fall behind in your cultivation, Levi reminded. Mewdy's face turned red. Recently, the battle has been too intense and I've consumed a lot of energy. Oh right, Commander, my cultivation speed is a little slow now. Perhaps it's because of the quality of the secret medicine you mentioned. I found a peak second circle iceberg giant ape in the realm of ice some time ago. I need your help. Levi replied, no problem. However, the saint ape belongs to the earth element. Under normal circumstances, the iceberg giant ape belongs to the frost element. The effect might not be as good as the first circle red sand ape secret medicine you're using now. Currently, the source of secret medicine for the members of the Dusk Holy Temple mainly relied on the creatures in the mortal world or used the resources at hand to exchange for secret medicine ingredients in the Holy Temple. The secret medicines in the Holy Temple were all ingredients that Levi obtained from killing and robbing people. They were not used for his elimination. The ancient Saint Plain was filled with lizards, snakes, and other reptilian transcendent creatures. There were very few beasts, so it was impossible to satisfy all the knights. However, when the dark wave recovered further in the future and the elemental power became richer, transcendent creatures in the human world should gradually appear. Chapter 930, Advancing to the Fourth Circle. 4. At the end of the meeting, Levi said, I'll be traveling for a period of time. During my absence, the knights and Holy Temple will depend on you. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid. If there are enemies that you can't deal with, you can come to the ancient Dragon Empire to ask the ancient saint of the Senior State Assembly for help. With them around, even if the church comes to find trouble, they won't be able to gain anything. All right, Commander. Don't worry, our knights can handle the storms alone now, the Blood Knight said. The other members were also full of confidence. Other than the Silver Dragon Knight and the Dark Moon Knight, the veteran members were all at the Bloodthirst realm. In the human world, they were still high-level combatants. Levi nodded and ended the meeting. In the following days, he focused on forging his second exclusive divine weapon. He had learned his lesson this time. He recalled that every time the bloodline Dharma body condensed, the power of the Scarlet Dragon would form the cloak of the Dharma body. Therefore, he wanted to try forging a cloak this time. He relied on his peak forging skills to continuously temper this blood demon meteorite iron. A month later, the cloak had begun to take shape. To increase the ductility and toughness of the blood demon meteorite iron, Levi added some other rare materials. During the forging process, he kept using scarlet power to nourish it. In the end, a scarlet cloak appeared in the flames. Finally, it's done. Levi took out the cloak with his large hand. Although it was made of special ores, this cloak was very elegant, like a ribbon. He dripped his blood on the scarlet cloak, and the scarlet dragon seed in his body immediately reacted. Immediately after, the scarlet cloak disappeared in front of him and appeared in his body. A cloak floated on the back of the scarlet dragon. It fluttered even though there was no wind and looked very handsome. Levi willed, and blood-colored smoke swept out from his back. When the smoke faded, a scarlet cloak suddenly appeared. Similar to the crimson dragon slash, there was a scarlet dragon totem formed by scarlet runes under the cloak. Beneath the scarlet dragon was a flashy silver chariot. It was the chariot rune that Levi had solidified during forging. He felt that it might be more suitable to solidify the chariot rune on a speed-type divine weapon. Levi snapped his fingers and the scarlet dragon seed opened its eyes. Scarlet power flowed into the cloak. Swoosh! The ground where Levi was cracked open. In the next moment, he had already appeared 10,000 feet above the ancient saint plain. Let's test the maximum speed of this cloak. Levi looked in the direction of the southern sea. His cape fluttered in the wind. Levi seemed to have become the wind, merging with the vast world. This time, he flew at full speed. They set off in the morning and arrived at the distant southern sea in the afternoon. He stood high in the sky, his emotions surging. Traveling the North Sea in the morning and the South in the evening. My flying speed in a normal state is twice as fast as before I lost my divine weapon. With the power of the Scarlet Dragon, Levi's speed had already surpassed the speed of all Third Circle wizards. With this cloak, his traveling speed was already faster than many Fourth Circle wizards. If he used Scarlet Escape, his speed would triple again. It was also very difficult for a Fifth Circle wizard to catch up to him. After mastering the Lightning faction's Fourth Circle innate spell, the combination of the two can be said to be perfect. This is simply a necessary divine skill to escape after snatching treasures and opportunities. Of course, speed was only one aspect. The cloak enhanced Levi's speed in all aspects. His combat agility, reaction speed, and so on were much stronger than without a divine weapon. Finally, the cape could also be used for defense. It could only be said that this was not its forte. However, with the powerful material of the Blood Demon Meteorite Iron, it was not a problem to resist ordinary Fourth Circle spells. The first divine weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash. This second divine weapon shall be called Crimson Shadow. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 14, 3,467,900/600,000. Special Effects, Scarlet Poison Body, Level 2, Scarlet Contract, 3/3, 1000 Faces, Boiling Blood, Scarlet Escape, Exclusive Weapon, Scarlet Shadow, Level 1, 1/1,000. The next step is to let the Scarlet Shadow nurture and grow in my body. Levi stared at his reflection in the sea. He had short hair, a strong body, and round arms. Coupled with the scarlet cloak fluttering behind him, he looked handsome. Lord King, this stallion, does all these things all day long. He's been having fun every night and doesn't cultivate well. Sooner or later, he'll be left behind by Feather King and Wing King. Levi glanced at Lord King, who was enjoying himself in the palace, and left. The day. Levi opened Alice's ring in the forest around his palace. Red Sand Ape, Crimson Fire Dragon Lizard, Dragon Finch, Silver Frost Ice Ape, Iron Winged Griffin, and other first and second circle transcendent creatures were released by him. They looked at Levi and felt a wider world. They were at a loss. You're free. As long as you're in this forest, no one can hurt you. If I find a partner for you in the future, you can continue your bloodline. Levi got the ancient saints to open up a protected area here. Releasing some transcendent creatures could save Alice's ring space. Moreover, if you enter the Dark Ancient Tower in the future, you won't be able to enter the transcendent creature space. In fact, it was not just the Dark Ancient Tower. As long as they left Nora's plane, Alice space, which was a small world that relied on Nora, could not be opened.